am collecting stars on my way to Mars. I am up and passing, this trip is everlasting. Sending a message to all of you, from outer space it's coming through. I'm on a mission to discover intergalactic game of love. I am up above, giving all my love, all my love. I am up above, giving all my love, all my love. I am ready to go. Sending hello, hello, come and let me know. Sending hello, hello, I am ready to go. Sending hello, hello, come and let me know. I'm on a mission to discover. To discover. I
Welcome everybody. Another day of Kings World Cup action here in Paris. The highlights from yesterday's games, of course, 4 fixtures, just like we're going to have today, in which we'll be heading into the last chance. This is a look at Jinxy against Modash, the Americans against the Japanese side. It was an all-or-nothing game between these two, and it went right to the wire as we were all anticipating. Modash making the most of that hesitation at the back early on from Jinxy to take the lead. And they thought that maybe they could have been progressing to the last 16 like they did last year in Mexico, but Jinxy, the wildcards, had other ideas, and Brinquinho, one of the star players so far in the competition, one of the top goal scorers, scored that one just on the brink of half-time to make it 2-2, and that gave them some belief heading into the second half. Even more belief when he scored this other goal to make it 3-2. That was just 10 seconds away from the half-time interval. So Brinquinho very much the star in this game. Then the presidential penalties, Jinxy, no mistake from him. He was practicing all day long. He's been practicing for the whole week that he's been here in Paris. And practice does make perfect on occasions, not always. And he sent the keeper the wrong way there. And there was plenty of support for Jinxy, especially in the VIP seats. There were 4 or 5, I suppose, close friends of Jinxy who were showing their support for the players, and they missed this shootout because, of course, Jinxy isn't on site, meaning that their presidential penalty was a shootout taken by one of the players who was unable to capitalize. So it was 3-3 It was all extremely tight, and then the man of the moment, Brinquinho, popped up again with that thunderbolt from long distance, and it was a double value goal because he had that green armband. It was the star player scoring to make it 5-3. And right at the end, that mistake led to this goal, an own goal scored by Brian Bustamante. It was a comedy of errors from Jinxy at the back, allowing Murash back into the game. And it was almost impossible to guess where this one was heading, so it would be a penalty shootout to decide it. That goal making it a 3-2 win in the shootout. It was Torres, the player from El Salvador, who sealed their qualification. Oh, they almost stepped on the goalkeeper in those celebrations. I did not spot that yesterday. So they advance to the last chance, which will take place today and tomorrow. SXB, the side from Saudi Arabia. This was a clash of wild cards against Kuni Sports, the Argentinian club. Presided, of course, by Kuna Wedon. This man was the player of the afternoon, Camilo Mena, the goalkeeper. He was incredible in between the sticks, but he also scored that first goal. Kuni Sports actually had more shots on target than SXB in this game, but they were denied time and time again by the Colombian in between the sticks. He was involved with Angelo Tcano, the former international futsal star for Colombia, who we've all seen playing in the Kings League Americas with Atlético Parceros, scoring the second goal in this game. Kuni Sports never really looked like they had a chance of taking this one as SXB raced away. Wonderful finish here from Kevin Cardona. Not only the finish, also the strength to hold off the challenge from the Kuni Sports defender. And then he put it through the legs of Jorge in goal. That was just within the opening 9 minutes that they'd opened up that lead. And it took a very long time for Kuni Sports to try to respond, and they did with this strike from Isi Mendes. That's what it took to get the better of Camilo Mena. Look, we don't have enough time to show all of the saves that Camilo pulled off in this game, but trust me, if you want to go back and watch the whole match, it was a masterclass. There's an example of one of those saves from Camilo. Espinosa scoring in the 2-on-2 in the dying seconds of the first half. This gave Kuni Sports some belief that they could fight back and turn it around, but really SXB were clearly the better of the two sides. In fact, they reacted immediately to that goal from Espinosa. Angelo Tocaro with another goal for him. Sean Expong loving what he was seeing in the booth. He was always animated with those celebrations, that traditional Arabian dance, which we'd love to see. And he goes out onto the pitch from time to time to celebrate with his players, and in this occasion he wanted to show Camilo Mena how happy he was with his goalkeeping. Another Camilo side scored the 5th goal here. A little bit fortunate after it pinballed off a couple of players. It was a good save initially from Jorge in the Kuni Sports goal, but Camilo side reacting very quickly to volley that one into an empty net. And then Angelo Tcano completing his hat-trick as he stroked that one into the bottom corner. It was 6-2, and I'm afraid for Kuni Sports it was good night Vienna, good night Paris in this case. Although they did manage to get this goal back very late on through Danny Ruiz. Never really looked in danger though for SXB, though we do know that strange things do happen in the Kings League. But Angelo Tcano, he scored 3, why not make it 4? That one in the 43rd minute to put it beyond doubt. 8-3 to the side from Saudi Arabia. Look out for them also in this last chance. Los Chamos, well, they bounced back from being absolutely demolished on match day 1 when they lost 10-1 against XBuyer Team, the heaviest defeat in Kings World Cup history. But they got off to a strong start. Dona Mejia with these 2 goals inside the opening 3 minutes against TRM. It was the Italian champions against the Americas champions, and it was the Venezuelans, the Vino Tinto, who were coming out on top. Another goal from Dona Mejia. That just settled the nerves for them early on. Sort of drawing a line under that 10-1 defeat. Francesco Caputo Ciccio, my good pal Tom's favourite player. I know he enjoys his celebration, his trademark celebration, which he went on about, and then we didn't really get to see it, but at least he explained to us how Caputo does celebrate his goals. He won't be celebrating more this week, though, because Juan Cisneros made it 3-1 in added time in the first half. And on to the second half, where they were playing with that star player for Caputo. It was Scanferlato who made it 3-2. This one was closer than the previous game we saw, in which we always thought that SXB were going to be advancing. And a penalty here for TRM. It wasn't Caputo, it was Colombo who took it on. And look at that little dancer shimmy of the hips to get past the goalkeeper and make it 3-3. Alessandro Colombo, who scored goals for fun in the Kings League Italy, but he struggled to translate that into the Kings World Cup. Edwin Cardenas with a penalty late on. There's the celebration from Yolo. As Los Chamos again opened up a little bit of daylight between both sides. And they ended up qualifying for that last chance. So Furia, we were all looking forward to seeing them in action again after that wonderful display in the opening match day. Leletti and Lipao, everybody was talking about them. Don't forget about Dedo, another one of Tom's favourites. Leletti scoring the goal early on, 1 minute into the clash against Gigantes. This was a real test for them. We wanted to see them against the Spanish side to see if it was a bit of a flash in the pan on day one. Of course it wasn't. What about this goal, though? Oh, mamma mia, top corner from Mateus Dedo. I don't think we're going to find more of a top bin all week long. You can get the dustman down, but he won't find the top bin, as Dedo did on that occasion, to make it 2-0. Then, of course, the shootout scored naturally, as the Brazilians always do. Leap out. It was never an issue for him. Skipping past Victor Vidal. 3-0 for Furia. Ortega, the Gigantes goal scorer, getting one back before the interval. But again, in these situations, no angle, no problem. Lipao making it 4-1. That was also in added time. There were plenty of goals, plenty of coming and goings in that 2-on-2 period at the end of the first half. Look, there's even another one here for Paul Ortega, who was single-handedly keeping Gigantes in this game. But when they had a man down, just a couple of seconds into that advantage, Murillo Donato scored a fifth for Furia. They're almost impossible to stop when they've got the extra man. Ver Lopez, who put in a good performance in defence, also scored this in a shootout, making it 5-3. It was a good performance in the end from Gigantes, it must be said, pushing Furia until the end. They took risks. Victor Vidal's pass was intercepted, and Leletti scored that one into the empty net. Welcome everybody to Paris. We're back at the Coupe Arena yet again. It's the Kings World Cup Clubs 2025, day 8 already, and we're getting closer to knowing who's going to be playing who in the last 16. We do have that draw just around the corner, but we do need to know who are the last teams that will be entering into the last 16, because it is the last chance, which will be taking place today here at the Coupe Arena.
Hello everybody, and a very warm welcome from down here on the pitch where all the action happens. I'm Thomas Lawrence, and I'm very excited to say that today we're going to be finding out the path to the final, the Défense Arena, on the 14th of June. And I'm also delighted to say I'm beside Tanguy. Bonsoir, mon ami.
Hello Tom, comment ça va? Ça va bien ici, effectivement on va effectuer le tirage au sort aujourd'hui pour se connaître un petit peu les huitièmes de finale et y voir un petit peu plus clair dans cette Kings World Cup. Le tirage va démarrer d'ici quelques instants, on a déjà hâte d'y être.
Now, these are the teams that have already made it to the round of 16. Obviously, they won their first 2 games, and it includes the likes of Porcinos, who obviously have this trophy at the moment in their trophy cabinet. And of course, a side you know very well, Tanguy, the French champions, Bonham.
Ah, vous l'avez dit, Tom, voici les équipes qui sont tête de série, déjà qualifiées pour les huitièmes de finale, puisqu'elles sont restées invaincues lors des 2 premiers matchs. Des équipes comme Porcinos, qui va essayer de conserver sa couronne, ou le Panama All-Star, ou United, ça concerne évidemment les clubs français.
Now, their opponents will come from the last chance matches that will be played today among the teams that, of course, won 1 game and lost the other. Now, these matches are do or die. It's make or break. The team that loses is going to be adieu, au revoir. The team that wins stays alive in the tournament.
Oui, les adversaires, en tout cas de ces équipes tête de série, eh bien, elles seront connues avec les matchs de la dernière chance. Ça commence aujourd'hui. Ce sont des équipes qui ont gagné puis perdu un match ou inversement. Ces matchs vont être à la vie, à la mort pour ces matchs de la last chance. L'équipe qui gagne, évidemment, elle reste en vie. Les autres, malheureusement, elles disent adieu à ce trophée.
Now we have 3 bowls, just 1, 2, 3 in front of us, and one to my left. In the first one, the top seeds. In the second one, the last chance match pairings that will be played today. Finally, in the third one, the positions in the round of 16 bracket.
Pour effectuer le tirage au sort, on va essayer de vous expliquer un petit peu. On a 3 bols ici et ici à ma gauche. Dans le premier, il y a les têtes de série, les 8 équipes d'ores et déjà qualifiées pour les huitièmes de finale. Dans le deuxième, les matchs de la dernière chance. Et puis dans le troisième, eh bien, on déterminera les positions dans le tableau final.
Now it's very simple, trop facile. The round of 16 draw will be made from 3 pots. So pot 1 with the top seeds, pot 2 with the last chance winners, and pot 3 with number balls from 1 to 8, which assign the order of matches in the round of 16.
Allez, un petit récap évidemment. Dans le pot numéro 1, ce seront les 8 têtes de série, celles qui se sont imposées lors des 2 premiers matchs. Dans le pot numéro 2, les matchs de la dernière chance. Et puis dans le pot numéro 3, juste ici, eh bien, ça déterminera tout simplement l'ordre des matchs dans les huitièmes de finale.
Now we're almost there, because I'd like to invite Persita to help us with the draw, to confirm the matchups and order of play. In the meantime, we just starts to come down here for his big moment as well. A reminder, the round of 16 will be played on June the 10th and 11th. The dynamic is very simple. Pick the ball, open it to reveal the top seed, and open the second ball for the last chance winner, and the third ball to reveal the match order and date.
Alors on va accueillir Persita, le président de Los Troncos.
And here he is. How are you doing? How are you feeling right now? And who do you want to avoid?
I'm nervous, but I want a team for Troncos, a team, not a Spanish team.
Okay, here we go. We'll find out now.
Il ne veut pas d'équipe espagnole pour ce tirage au sort.
Big moment. Here we go.
Yes.
Yes, just down there. Thank you.
Turn the camera.
Zeta.
Wow, it's FC Zeta, so our Italian casters, Pepone and Sabino, will be very worried right now. On to the next pot, please. Here we go.
Gigantes and Year 7.
Thank you very much. So it could be an Italian derby. Now over here, just for the final one. Thank you very much.
Ça pourra donc être peut-être un derby italien entre le FC Zeta et Gear 7, mais Rirantes évidemment ne l'entend pas de cette oreille.
And there we go, just to determine the order in the bracket. Again, a nice and big, and it looks like number 2. Thank you very much. Thank you. There we go. There we go. So that's the first one out. Again, the Italian casters then will be, well, maybe looking forward to an all-Italian derby, Tanguy.
Effectivement, on aura potentiellement un derby italien en huitième de finale entre le FC Zeta, finaliste du split italien, face à Gear 7.
And now we have the Dendele, President Lucchetta, and all his passion that he brings to the cause. And I'm loving the dance, I'm loving the confidence. We'll see how he's going to be feeling very shortly. Here you go, my man, here we go. All good, all good. Now, this is your moment. How are you feeling?
Ok? Não falo inglês, falo português. Vamos Brasil, vamos Dendele. E é isso. Posso?
Go, yes. This is your moment.
Posso escolher quem que vai tomar uma surra? Correto.
Here we go.
Vamos nessa.
Again, nice and big for everybody. Wow.
Las Persas de Davi Lário que vai apanhar pro Dendele.
Okay, thank you very much. On to the next one now. That'd be great. Just there is perfect. Yes, that's good. That's all good. On to the next one now. Persas, of course, with the likes of Hilario and Lonsdale, potentially could be underdogs for the big prize at the very end. And now we'll find out who they could be potentially facing.
Let's go, vamos nessa.
It's tough. Wow. Strong like Dendele.
Vamos, vamos. Rapaz, facilitei a vida do brasileiro aqui, viu, Lobruzeira? Primeiro jogo aí, ó, FLUXO versus Miami 7.
Thank you very much. Just down there, and then just on to the final one here, please. Just here. Open up one more, and then we're all done. Good stuff. Just here.
Et donc Persas qui affrontera potentiellement des Brésiliens. Ça c'est la petite, le petit choix de la part du président. Cette boule qui a été tirée. Ce sera peut-être FLUXO ou Miami 7. On va voir l'ordre des matchs. On a eu le match numéro 2 tout à l'heure. Match 3.
Okay, so number 3 in that bracket. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I don't speak Portuguese, but I was in a bit of a haze there when he was speaking in Portuguese, but of course it's brilliant for the Brazilian casters, of course, and this is what the situation is looking like now, and here we go. Next president has come on down, step on down. This is your big moment with the FLUXO jersey as well. Here we go. How you feeling? Come on, just here, just around here. Here we go. We'll take the ball. Let's go. How you feeling? You can speak in your language, don't worry.
Vambora, hein, família? Beleza, selecionei a primeira.
It's okay?
Yes, perfect.
Vamos lá. Vamos ver o que o Nobruzeira tirou, hein? United! É isso!
Wow, Tanguy, a French team.
La première équipe française sortie, c'est United, présidé par Squeezie, par Jinxy et par Maxime Biaggi, qui doivent forcément être devant leur écran.
Vamos lá. Primeiro time foi o United, vamos ver o segundo agora. Vou abrir aqui junto com vocês, beleza? Quem será? E temos aqui futebolistas loucos contra a rapaziada. Vambora. Ei, aqui, it's okay?
It's perfect. Just put it down there. And then one more here.
Et donc la
And you're
première
done.
équipe
Thank you.
française
Loving the
tirée, c'est
seven,
United, qui connaît donc son adversaire potentiel. Ce sera soit Ultimate MÓSTOLES, soit les Allemands de FUTBOLISTAS LOCOS. On va maintenant savoir dans quel ordre sur les huitièmes de finale.
And there you have it. The number 8 in the bracket. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias. Merci beaucoup.
Obrigado, obrigado.
Obrigado. Exactly. Thank you very much. Again, all these languages, I do apologize. I'm your typical Englishman who speaks very little other foreign languages. This is how the situation is looking as we continue now with one of the presidents from the XBuyer team who's making his way over, and we'll see what the draw brings. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so cincos balls left. How are you doing? It's Javi here. How are you doing, my man? ¿Qué tal? Here we go. This is your moment. Yep.
Vamos.
And do you want to avoid anyone in particular?
No me gustaría un equipo español, no Spanish team.
Ne pas
Troncos.
affronter d'équipe espagnole.
Yes.
Say the name. Here we go.
Los Troncos.
Los Troncos. And Los Troncos will be facing potentially.
Chamos o Galácticos. Caramelito, tío, perchita, caramelito, tío.
Et donc Los Troncos qui va
And just over
affronter
here.
soit Galacticos del Caribe, soit Los Chamos, un affrontement aux accents sud-américains. Dans quel ordre? À quelle place?
Thank you very much. Muchas gracias very much as the bracket continues as we see some of the reactions as well. Look at that. Very nice to see. This is how the situation is looking, and we're about to soon see and of course hear from the Futbolistas LOCOS president. I can see the German casters there. I can see Tyler and Julian very excited indeed, potentially to see what we can draw. Here we go. Come on through. Yep. And how do you think things have been going so far? And who do you want to avoid?
Avoid, I think, like the, I don't know the name, but it's like the pig one, like.
Porcinos.
I guess like the winner from the last. Yeah.
Hoping to avoid Porcinos later in the competition, of course, as we begin.
Yeah, but in the end we fight everyone. We don't care. We win.
Okay, nice and big for the camera.
Yes.
Let's find out someone's fate anyway.
Okay.
It is Porcinos, the current holders. That just goes there, and then on to the next one here, guys.
I didn't know. Do we know if Futbolistas LOCOS already got?
Yes, they've already been drawn.
We already been drawn. Okay, because we couldn't see it.
Yeah, but it's okay. But anyway, at least you know that for now, no Porcinos.
Yes, okay. Oh, it's Boomers.
XBuyer.
Oh boom.
Oh boom. Thank you very much. Just on to there.
Et on pourrait donc avoir un affrontement 100% espagnol avec XBuyer Team face aux Porcinos. Mais évidemment, Boomers avec notamment Simone Lofazzo essaieront d'empêcher ce derby 100% espagnol.
Okay, number 6.
Numéro 6.
Yeah, number
numéro
6.
6.
Number is no problem. I made the mistake earlier as well. Don't worry. Thank you guys. Vielen Dank and good luck. Good luck.
Dankeschön, Dankeschön.
So that was number 6 in your. It's starting to fill up, as you can see here, Tongi, as we await to also hear from the GDC, Galacticos del Caribe, Presidentes. They're coming here full of confidence.
Yes.
Real confidence. I like the Galacticos del Caribe. Here they go. I'm going to call them GDC. GDC. Come on, guys. Here we go. Come on. Nice to see you guys. Nice to see you.
Hello, guys.
Here we go. Here we go.
Here we go.
How are you feeling? How's things been going so far? You can even speak any language you want, guys.
Bien, bien. Las cosas han ido bien. Ahora vamos acá al siguiente equipo. A ver qué toca.
And what about Troncos, los Troncos?
Fácil. Primero tenemos que ganar Chamos. Primero Chamos.
Préfère d'abord se concentrer sur Los Chamos qu'il va affronter en dernière chance.
Nice and big. Oh, wow. That's a good one. That's a good one. And we'll now find out Dendelay's fate. On to the next one. Here we go. All eyes are on you guys.
El Toro. Let's go. Desimpedidos o Jinxy.
Wow, 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 wow. And we'll find out Dendele's fate very soon. Just last one there for the bracket, guys, in the meantime.
Et donc potentiellement un affrontement entre Brésiliens en 8e de finale avec des Impedidos Gotti qui pourraient retrouver Dendele. Il faudra pour cela dominer les Américains de Jinxy.
There we have it, number five in the bracket. Thanks very much, guys. Muchas gracias. Buena suerte, buena suerte. I'm loving the jerseys as well, which don't forget, everybody, you can get on kingsleague.pro and Bazaar. And now we can see here the potentially all Brazilian showdown, Tanguy.
Yes. Ce sera potentiellement un affrontement entre Brésiliens lors du prochain tour avec ce qui vient d'être tiré. Bah, justement, des Brésiliens, on en parle.
And talking of Brazilians, I am very intimidated. I'm going to say anything you want to do what you wish. I'm not going to mess with this chap. But look at this physique. Look at this physique. This is your moment. How are you feeling right now? How's things going in Paris?
I'm feeling good, but my English not so good.
Because it's
How
very
can
intimidating.
I say intimidated?
Intimidated. Very intimidated.
Really?
It's a scary moment for me.
Oh. Pokeball. Do you know Pokeball? Do you like Pokeball? Pokemon?
Pokemon, yeah, I love Pokemon. Got to catch them all, and you got to open them all. Furia, a Brazilian, has picked a Brazilian.
It's my enemy.
Would like to see what the reaction from Furia is, and now onto the potential opponent for Furia. Your enemy?
You're my enemy, bro. I don't like Furia. I don't like Chris Guedes. Do you know Chris Guedes?
We know him very well.
You know?
From obviously the presidential booth. And
Chris Guedes, not so good, bro.
Il déteste Furia et c'est pourtant la boule qu'il vient de tirer.
We have Karasu SXB.
Un gros match peut-être en prévision pour Karasu, pour Kameto et toute son équipe. Ce sera face à Furia, l'équipe de Neymar. Mais il va d'abord falloir passer l'obstacle Changbong qui, on a vu, s'est bien réveillé sur le dernier match.
Number seven. Thank you very much. Again, I'm going to shake your hand and say Forza DMG. Forza Desimpedidos. I had no other choice, really.
You stud, bro.
No, this is how the situation is looking. And now we're going to hear very soon from DJ Mario, who comes across here. Normally he's always very confident when he comes onto the pitch to take his penalties. Now this is the part we also see whether we've done our homework well or not, because obviously there's only one team left. Yeah. And here he is. Hola.
Hey.
Did you want to just ask if you're happy with the situation, your path potentially to the final?
No, United, Furia, no, happy.
Okay, in the meantime, just to confirm everything. But of course, you must be feeling confident and excited.
Yeah, very confident. Today, difficult match.
Confiant.
Champion of Spain. A ver,
Panama Stars, thank you very much. And just one more, just to confirm that again, we've done everything right and it's all in order.
It's okay. Futurru, la capitale.
Potentiellement un gros derby français en 8e de finale entre F2R et donc Panama All Star. Mais l'équipe de Lamine Yamal, évidemment, va tout faire pour essayer de passer.
Okay, so thank you very much. Muchas gracias and good luck to DJ Mario, also Masters and all the sides, of course. Thanks very much, and thank you very much to yourself as well, Tanguy, for the translation.
Merci, Tom.
Now, and just before we say goodbye, again, just a recap of everything, but a reminder of what's to come today, because unfortunately some teams will be going home. We will be saying au revoir, adieu, goodbye, auf Wiedersehen. That's as much as I can do it, as far as I can go. So today it really is do or die, and those teams hoping to march on to the last chance shootout and the last chance saloon, and we'll also hear the emotions and what it's like to be involved in such a game like that. Ciao, ciao.
Ciao.
Prima del primo match ho sottovalutato tantissimo le squadre in questo mondiale, dimenticandomi che in realtà le squadre che sono qui sono le migliori di tutto il mondo.
Esta competición te exige que los detalles puedan ir para un lado o para otro, entonces la preparación siempre es la misma, que es ir a tope cada día, en cada momento y teniendo la mentalidad preparada para afrontar lo que venga.
Wir haben das Momentum irgendwo, wir haben jetzt eine sehr, sehr gute Stimmung. Die wollen wir weiter transportieren und am Sonntag soll noch nicht Schluss sein für uns.
Porque não tem tempo de errar. Errou, você pode estar fora do campeonato e acabar com o sonho.
Vogliamo mangiare ancora questa pasta asciutta che non ci piace in Francia, ma vogliamo restare a Parigi e magari cambiare qualche pasto e, non so, le baguette.
Evidentemente que serán partidos todos tensos, pero no este que viene, sino todo. No te jugarás un partido más, o ganas o te vas, o ganas o te vas.
Well, that's everything that's on the line today. It is the last chance for a reason, because you either win or you go home. That's what will happen today and tomorrow, when we will see those final teams that actually enter the last 16 after that wonderful draw with our good friend, our good pal Tom and Tanguy from the French Casters crew. So here's a look at those results from yesterday, the final teams who did advance into the last chance and into the last 16, with those wins for Jinxy, Chamos, Furia and SXB. 3 of those teams being knocked out, Gigantes losing to Furia but dropping into the last chance. So we do have, as I said, 4 games today, all of them in which the losers will also be eliminated and the winners will be heading into the final round of 16, starting at 7 o'clock with XBuyer Team, the Spanish side, against the Italians. Boomers will finish off with the Brazilians, FLUXO against Miami 7. There's an America's derby in between, and the last standing German side, Futbolistas LOCOS, will be facing DJ Mario's ultimate MÓSTOLES in the second game on this match day 8 of the Kings World Cup clubs. So all the players are warming up as we prepare to head into those games. Here are images of what happens behind the scenes. Of course, a lot is going on, and the Kings lead has also made a strong impression elsewhere at the Serie A Festival in Parma in Italy, where it's growing consistently. Remember last season where we only had the Stallions with Blurs? Well, now they have a league, they have a competition, and they've got a lot of teams here who have been performing well, the first of which, of course, we are going to see in a couple of moments' time with Boomers, but Zeta is still there, as are the Boomers. Italy have competed very well in Paris this week. They'll be hoping to have one more team in the last 16 as they face XBuyer Team today. Boomers have come up against a French side and a German outfit. Now it will be a Spanish side, a real step up maybe in what they're up against. And I can tell everybody that we have someone alongside me. Look, V for Vendetta, we never saw him take his mask off. Batman, rarely did you know what he looked like, but now everybody knows the face behind the sexy voice. That is Tom Lawrence. Here he is again.
Well, thank you very much for such a brilliant introduction. Not even my wife speaks highly of me and in glowing terms. It's brilliant to be back, of course, where the duo is back, the brilliant Bruno and Thomas Lawrence. As we run through the key players. So this is Stefano Sberno, who played alongside Bonucci, the Leonardo Bonucci, during a couple of games in Kings League, during the Kings League Italy earlier this season. So playing alongside a face and a name that needs no introduction. And as I say, it's brilliant to be back here doing what we do best, commentating Kings League games. And ahead of a huge game, XBuyer Team against Boomers. For the first of our last chance matches, XBuyer Team of España against Boomers United of Italia. So it's a big European derby then. They picked out Pablo Beguer and Simone Lofaso, who's got maybe had a facelift or gone through some nice new trip to the barber to change his hairstyle. Who's leading the team with 4 goals, whereas the former, as we know, has left his mark already here, going ahead of this big game. Now we are expecting this to be a tight one, and Bruno, I'm going to say something maybe a little against what the expectations are, but I think Boomers, having obviously lost that first game, won the second, now they're starting to get used to this competition. I think they could cause a bit of an upset against this XBuyer team, who we know has so much experience both in this competition and also domestically.
No, and that video that we just saw, that was a really insightful video of a lot of the managers, a lot of the coaches that are going to be heading into the last chance. That the coach, Gabriele Canella, said we did kind of underestimate the quality of the field coming over here, and it's the best teams in the world. And so they've learned from that opening fixture where they were heavily defeated by United of France. They only just got through against Ira Colonia. But it's also worth noting that from the regular phase or the first 2 matches to this round, changes can be made to the lineup, to the squads. True. And you can change some of your wild cards, and Boomers have done that. So Dino Capelli, who scored in the last game, has gone back home to Italy, and they've brought in Nicola Loiodice, who our fellow Italian casters have said is one of the best players in the Italian competition. So they've really boosted their squad, which looked like it was just Simone Lofaso and maybe a bit of Santoro, but let's see if Loiodice can help out in that aspect.
Yeah, the Italian casters, another shout out to Sabino and Pepe were giving us the inside, weren't they, on all the Italian sides, to be fair, but in particular Boomers, who are up first. And I'm talking of the Boomers, this is their squad. We mentioned, you just mentioned yourself, Nicola Loiodice and Simone Lofaso, and those wild cards regarding the Boomers. And a reminder that Gaeli has a sanction, has a suspension to serve, as you would have spotted there. And now it's unsurprising to see that man there, Simone Lofaso, a star man. And I don't think anyone in the Boomers side will be offended by that, seeing the experiences he's had in Serie A. And also telling us how, as a teenager, there was so much expectation around, but he was really unlucky, wasn't he, with a host, a raft of injuries, which naturally curtailed his progress.
It's a tale as old as time, isn't it? Players who didn't quite make it because of injuries or for whatever reason. How many players have been lost along the way? And Simone Lofaso, one of those who's still 27, and injuries probably not allowing him to really flourish in 11-a-side football, but here at the Kings World Cup, he's definitely one of the best players. Look at that draw. Yeah, that's where you were, where you looked a little bit hazed with the Desimpedidos president. He was scary.
I was very fearful.
Serious face.
He was very sad. I couldn't tell whether he was
joking
or serious. And I was trying to sort of joke, but I'll say, lost in translation, let's put it that way. But DMG will be taking on Jinxy, for example, in one of those last chance matches, and that's the path pretty much. And the teams know who they be facing, really, or could be facing, which is really exciting, knowing that path all the way to the final there. I just met those chaps a few moments ago. Well, I met one of them a few moments ago out on the pitch, and they were really looking forward to the occasion. And you know what? Look, the chat at the moment tends for once to agree slightly. They feel the Boomers with Lofaso could send XBuyer Team, who have the likes of Fuad, crashing out of the competition.
The defending semi-finalists, XBuyer Team, who could be taking on the team that knocked them out in the semi-finals in Monterrey, who of course are Portinos, waiting the winners of this clash. But it is surprising that the people at home are tending towards Boomers, because they've struggled to get here, losing against United, just about getting through Era Colonia. They've not come up against the toughest opposition. United for me are probably a top 5, top 6 team, but always exciting, I always say it, always exciting to see Simone Lofaso. For me, one of the few players who are really up there with the Brazilians or the top Moroccan or Spanish players. For me, still, probably the funnest player I've seen in this tournament.
We are about to get underway then.
Ready.
countdown is over. The ball will drop from that iconic cage. Or is it going to be? Is that been a false start? And now we'll get underway then. And very unorthodox style for the Kings League, and unsurprisingly it's Fuad with Manu Martin to his left.
Yeah, they're just waiting for the clock, which has got stuck, hasn't it?
Just on that far side, a few little technical issues here, which won't really be ideal for the players. I think just get away and get on with it. They've actually waited long enough to be in this position for this moment. Try and hear what's being said on down on the pitch side.
It's not good. No.
Okay. With a start or with a. Okay, we start from here again. Yeah. We start with him. Okay. Yeah. Go this way. Yeah.
I don't think they've managed to solve the issue.
Good work from the technical team, and we are now officially underway.
Don't need to check on
last chance match then. Who's going home? Fuad still has the keeper in support. He may not need him. Now Manu Martin sets himself. Now Lofazo stayed down.
Oh, I think he's might have just popped out his shoulder, dislocated. You know, sometimes people, it can happen to them sort of quite easily, and they just need to put it back in, and sometimes you can continue playing, but hopefully, it's a painful one.
Now, XBuyer Team playing to the whistle. They've done nothing against the rules and regulations. Of course, the player was down, but even then, Manu Martin was in a shooting position, and his goal stands here. But our pressing concern is the situation regarding Lofazo, the man we've been raving about, seeing his blistering start to this competition. We also did mention his history when it comes to injuries and it looks like a bad luck has struck again, and we really hope, as you said, that sometimes you can treat them right away, but this doesn't look good.
No, and it would be terrible for Boomers to lose Lofazo. I mean, it's a completely different team with him or without him, and you could hear the cries, even with our headphones on here. You could hear him screaming from the pitch, the agony of that collarbone or that shoulder just popping out, and it's a real painful one. And they get really scared because obviously you feel like something's not in the right place. You know, your arm doesn't go down where it should be going down. Let's see if we can see where it pops out.
It's when you sort of try tussling away, just for position with Fuad, I think. Just as you can see, just naturally looking to close down the space and make it awkward for him. Just here, there's a little tussle, and it's there, I think.
Yeah, there we go. You can hear him screaming. It'd be interesting to know if that is something that he's had issues with in the past. And look, he's got back up. That's the good news. As I say, sometimes they can pop it back in and they're fine to continue. But it's a different case if it's happened before, if it hasn't happened before. I know people who it's probably happened to them 20 times every now and again playing, and they just pop back in and they can't play. So fortunately, that's the case for Lofazo.
That's brilliant, and they need him because they need to immediately draw level in. And looking ahead, the winner of this game will take on Porcinos in the round of 16. Now, Mirko Dario. Still, lovely turn. Lofazo makes it 1-1. Boomers, instant reaction. Lofazo, there were concerns a few moments ago, but now it's all about the celebration. And how about that from Mirko Dario for an assist?
That was unexpected. I think Fuad was not expecting a goalkeeper to be able to turn in the way that he did. Maybe he wasn't showing him the respect that it would have shown Lofazo. Understandable. You don't think a goalkeeper's going to do a 360 kind of Maradona. It wasn't even a Maradona turn. It was just a 360
lollipop
turn.
Yeah, if that, But really good work, and it just shows that the importance of having keepers who are very good on the ball in these early stages, in particular, and having a good shot. And Manu Martin, who scored the first, may shoot here. And unfortunately for him, it whistles over, but great start, 1-1, and Lofazo on the pitch because he's been brilliant so far for the Boomers, especially in the last game. And keep an eye again on Mirko Dario, and is that the new wild card on the pitch as well,
it
Bruno?
Is Loyal Lice. Now we know his number, it's number 99. Well, so 99 and 77, both on the pitch.
Now Lofazo to make it 2!
No!
Oh my. Take about Wow, Simone Lofaso, that was pure poetry in motion.
What a player, honestly. I love bigging someone up and then backing it up and following it up. But it's the easiest player to big up because I've not seen a player like him this week in the tournament. You see some players, yeah, maybe some of the Brazilians, but just that quality and ability to get past people in tight spaces, and he does it with so much class as well, Simone Lofaso. What a footballer.
Now Fuad at the other end. Fuad! Still there, chance on the break. We've got to get men back quickly here. Oh, that's concerns over his shoulder though, Bruno. That's worrying after those shades of Ronaldo at the 1998 UEFA Cup final.
He's screaming again.
Yeah.
Don't know if he's if it's been put back in. I didn't see them doing the manoeuvre to pop it in, but it's going to be something that's going to be causing him grief throughout the whole game, that's for sure.
He's got to be very careful here, Lofaso.
Look at that again.
But even with only one shoulder with an injury, of course, can still play, but it's just the pain, isn't it? Now, here he is, that man there, the number 10, El Santoro. We've been told he's nicknamed Houdini Santoro by the Italian casters. I was just saying, listen, it's no doubt, it's not like, say, having an injured leg. It won't harm maybe his shooting and his dribbling, but it's just still playing with that pain and carrying that pain that's going to be potentially very difficult.
As well. Yeah. You can't run without, you need your arms, don't you? Yeah. There are certain movements when you're defending someone, you're going to sort of be testing them and pushing them a little bit.
Flat, yeah.
And even there, where he tried to dribble past and landed, he landed and fell on his right arm. So a lot of the time, you don't realise how much you use certain body parts until one of them is injured, and you start landing on them, or yeah, it's when you realise how important, as you say, shoulder for football. No, but it is. Every body part is important.
Back by the XBuyer Team, and as we're saying, sort of shades, weren't they, of Ronaldo against Lazio for Inter, the 98 UEFA Cup final, with that sort of slalom run. Just running rings around. It was just a fantastic goal.
There was no way through. There was no space.
Now, is that the individual goal of the tournament? As another shot goes in, it's tipped over. Hold that thought, Bruno. I'll bring you back. He's had some brilliant goals, including one yesterday. It was an absolute belt as it's played in there and trying to catch out. In terms of sort of individual magic,
we've had goals which are top corners, and nice team moves, but in terms of someone on their own he got past 3 players to score that goal. I don't think we've seen that yet in this tournament.
Not like that, no. Now here he is, that wild card, Loyo Dice. Simple for Manu Martin. Anyone on the score sheet so far for the XBuyer Team, who were at their brilliant best in their first game against Los Chamos before then losing that all-Spanish derby against Los Troncos, which was a really good game, really good game, but Los Troncos richly deserved that win, as you say. Maybe XBuyer Team underestimating the competition and not really taking it to the levels and the seriousness that they know they can. And on that occasion, they also caught out on the ball as Santoro looks to race forward. Houdini, Santoro looking for a bit of magic, and it wasn't bad. He's found Lofaso. They're number 77, running out of superlatives, aren't we, for Lofaso, and adjectives to describe him.
And Houdini is that kind of, it's kind of nickname that can go 2 ways. You can be because you're doing something magic. It can also be because you go missing in a game.
Nice, I like it. In this case, we just want to clarify it's because he produces the magic.
Because we always use the pillar Houdini with my friends. It's when you sort of go missing in the club. No, when you go missing in a club and you go home, you call it Houdini. Where'd he go? No one knows.
I thought maybe you're bunking off school, but no, not Bruno, especially with that strict headmaster you were telling me about. He'd be very fearful. So you still call him sir to this day.
Absolutely.
Now Santoro, nice twisting, turning, nice feet. Manu Martin, of course, we're now 7v7. It's been such a fast-paced start, so much going on. We're again failed, and I apologise to remind those and to refresh the rules. Obviously, with the passing of each minute, a player comes on the escalado. Of course, those who have been following Kingsley for a long time in this whole competition, we say please stop reminding us. But there's always someone new joining them, and we want to make everybody feel involved. As Pablo Beguer passes around, there's the shot from distance. Oh, what a strike by Oribe! Denied though by the frame of the goal.
Well, that was a wonderful strike from Victor Oribe. What are they looking at now? They're going to give a corner, are they? No, it must be a goal kick. That was clean. That didn't come off a defender. Definitely the goalkeeper didn't get a touch on it. So very close for XBuyer Team, who have really got a battle on their hands here. Because we saw the Buyer brothers saying, oh no, we're going to have to play against Portinos in the next round. Hang on, you've got to beat Boomers first.
You've got to beat Boomers first as XBuyer come forward! And of course, there is history between the XBuyer Team and Portinos. They met in the semi-finals, didn't they, last year?
That's right.
In the 2024 edition of the Kings World Cup Clubs. And obviously, Portinos, obviously, as the winners, is unbeaten. Country won that game.
The difference being at that time, Tom, was that the semi-finals and the finals were actually played on the same day.
Oh, wow.
They were both at the stadium. So you had the semi-finals, then you had the show, the concert, which was Maluma, the Colombian singer, and then we had the final, so that's different.
Here comes the strike. It is very, it must be quite also difficult, I think, for the players, so that to have that big sort of break.
Yeah, it's a strange one, isn't it?
In the middle, yeah.
Do you take a shower? Do you not take a shower?
Yeah, and also because they haven't done that so far. They only play one game per day and then you rest. So your preparation is geared just to one game. You've got to tailor your preparation and your substitutions, your rotation. It can't have been easy, but this year there's no fear regarding that. It's going to be obviously just the final, and we're going to also have, of course, an exhibition game between France and the rest of the world. We've got a performance from Gims. Oh, that's given away. That's worrying, very worrying. And there he is, that man there. Jacopo Liencres capitalises on a mix-up at the back and makes it 2-2. The Boomers will be disappointed with themselves, just gifting that chance and putting it on a plate, and it was gobbled up by the XBuyer Team.
And that's another thing that video just said before this, is that it comes to a stage now where every minor mistake is punished, can be the difference between qualifying and going home, and that's a mistake that came out of nowhere, and it was Loyaldice, the wild card, who's not been here. I don't know, it's one of those where you can sort of say, oh, he's getting used to his surroundings and maybe he's slow to get going, whereas the other players have had 2 games, or if it's just a mistake. They went to control the ball, sort of trod on it, left it behind, and Jacobo punished him. Jacobo, of course, one of those champions from last year with Portinos.
Yeah, there is, of course, actually transfers, loans, wild cards, so, of course, they're players who could potentially be taking on their past and taking on former teammates. This is promising for the XBuyer Team, passing it nicely. Oribe! That needed a good save, a smart save from Mirko Dario. Would have also potentially seen that late as well, made its way through a sea of bodies there, but he got down low and he's back on the ball. Mirko Dario, Route 1 staff, and trying to bypass the midfield. Unfortunately, he's bypassed all his teammates. It's gone straight through to Manuel Martin from one keeper to another then. So a reminder, after the draw which was made earlier, there was the brilliant Tanguy, and there was another chap next to him. We won't chat too much about alongside Porcinos await the winner of this fixture in the round of 16. Of course, the next couple of days we're going to have these last chance matches, these last chance saloons. As the strike goes in on that occasion, there's no concern for Mirko Dario. There's plenty of VIPs today, I've noted, in the very comfy seats to our left, whereas...
Yeah, I won't be able to trial those today, which you know...
Oh, wow!
Oh, it could have been another mistake there. Boomers point out this. They who are shooting themselves in the foot.
Boomers need to retake control of the game. It's amazing, a little error like that to allow another side in it and build their confidence again. And I mentioned it before, I do like the Italian jerseys naturally because I've got a soft spot for the Italian sides. There's no doubt about it. I'm a big fan of the Boomers and the FCZ one I really like as well. Tim Eder, who are going home. And of course, if you want to take home a piece of the Kings League ball, signed jerseys and much, much more, it's all waiting for you, Bruno, on Bazaar. Download the app, follow your favourite content creators live after the matches. They'll show you unique Kings League items you can get directly through the app. It's an opportunity you do not want to miss, and that includes me as well. Passing it really well, XBuyer Team. They now are buoyed after finding their way back into the game. Oribe looking to make it 3! Victor Oribe with a brilliant strike flew into the top corner, straight into the back of the net.
It's been a couple from Oliver today. He's shot a couple of missiles, hasn't he? There's the one that hit the post about 3-4 minutes ago, so the warning was there, and it was down here again. So he was getting closer and closer, and a wonderful finish from Oliver. And I don't think that there's a direct correlation or not between Lofazo, I think, maybe nursing the injury and having gone off. He's been off for a little bit. XBuyer Team have turned it around. Now they've brought him back onto the pitch, so they've lost that sort of look. There he is. Oh, that was gonna sort of round my message perfectly, because they've lost a little bit of presence without Lofazo.
That's why he stayed quiet, because it would have been brilliant, wouldn't it? You called him, you mentioned it, and it would have been very much an instant impact coming straight back on. But unfortunately for him, it was kept out by Emmanuel Martin. I think you're right as well. Yeah, without your talisman, you do just lose something. It's the same across the history of football, isn't it? You think of when Roma have Totti, or when Juventus had Del Piero, Inter Zanetti, just a recent 20-30 years. You know, they're a different outfit, aren't they? They're just different teams when you've got those big names, those iconic names in the side, and Lofazo fast becoming an iconic name in the Kings League, certainly a big name for the Boomers. And he's back on the pitch. He continues to touch and nurse that shoulder, the man who's now the top scorer.
He is indeed,
ahead of Brinquinho, Well Rodriguez, and just behind Domenico Rossi and Matteo Perrotti. And actually, we're hoping, I think the neutral fans as well, all hoping that he can, it's nothing serious, maybe just a bit of ice tonight can just make sure it heals. That, of course, if the Boomers progress, because XBuyer Team, they are leading right now, and full marks to them for making the most of the opportunity when they were on top, enjoying their best spell of this game so far, making it count. They lead 3-2.
He's another player that's catching the eye in the sense that Oliveira did it last year in Mexico, and he ended up with an offer from the Kings League in Spain. He ended up playing for a little bit in Spain. Will Lofazo be that kind of player who, look, there's the Kings League Meno as well, which you were down on the pitch to launch yesterday as well, which I'm sure will be trying to attract some of those players. So Simone Lofazo, I'm sure, will have a couple of messages or a couple of DMs come the end of this tournament, because he's someone that's caught the eye of everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. Also because this comes in, it's put out by the SXB team with Chongbong have assembled a star-studded side.
That's right, yeah.
Players from Colombia, and no doubt he'll be keeping tabs on someone like Lofazo as he continues his bid for glory and for success. It's just going to be just floated in here on the corner. Keep an eye on Lodici. Wants to really make amends after that error earlier in the game when Boomers were leading 2-1. It allowed XBuyer back into the side. We're approaching those final few minutes before the 18-minute mark and the JD roll of the dice. That's towards the byline and straight out, and we're going to have the presidente of the Futbolistas Locos for the roll of the dice, Chef Strobel. And we had the chance to chat to the presidents of Futbolistas Locos earlier, who were saying they want to avoid, should they go far in the competition, Porcinos.
He didn't know the name though, did he?
No, one with the pig, and
made the noise as well, just in case he didn't know what he was on about.
As the shot goes in. Exactly. No, I mean, having a very young daughter, old MacDonald has a farm, has honed my skills for making animal noises, that's for sure. The clock continues to go towards then that moment, and the JD roll of the dice when it's a situation that will naturally favour someone like Lofazo, and we expect him to score goals. And maybe they've got him back on the pitch just to warm up again, shall we say, towards these final few minutes, to be ready, raring to go for those final 2 minutes.
But even look at him now when he's moving. You can see him from here. If you look at him run, a lot of the time, he's got his arm sort of in a... Remember that Beckenbauer when he played with a cast? It's the same, but without sort of a sling. His arm, he's trying to keep it sort of upright and make sure the shoulders isn't making too much of a movement. So it's a little bit anti-natural how Lofazo is moving.
It's not easy, and it's also a reminder to... Got plenty of fans who, or mates, I say, big rugby fans, they're all footballers, they go down too easily, they hobble off without really gritting their teeth. Well, it's an example. This guy potentially could have a dislocated shoulder. Certainly, he's injured that shoulder, there's no doubt about it, and he is gritting his teeth, and he is, for his team, looking to inspire them regardless. I think that will also send a strong message that he will not raise the white flag. There'll be no white flag on this ship until he really can't continue anymore.
And that's coming from the rugby boy.
Exactly.
Yourself.
Exactly. Rugby, the sport, not the town of rugby, although obviously that's where it really hails from, of course. That's where the legend states for all those rugby players, aspiring rugby players, they top level would love to at least play one game in the town of rugby. As Lofazo hits the post from almost a standing start.
Honestly, it's worth watching his games. Just when I found out the Boomers were playing today, it made me look. No, there was a save actually. They got his fingers onto it, Manuel Martin. But it made me think, because look, let's be honest, we love the Kings World Cup, but we need to find some energy when we're here for 14 days on the bounce. And it's those little things like that that really sort of get you going, like, oh, brilliant, you know, I'm kicking off my work shift commentating on Lofazo. It really does lift my spirits.
Well, absolutely, because we're all football fans. And when you have a player like Simone Lofazo out on the pitch and to comment on and admire, it's entertainment and it's absolutely wonderful. And as you said, it's non-stop for us. Unlike Tyler and Otto to our left, we don't have the benefit maybe of having other sort of casters come in and give us that little break. As we're about to see now the JD roll of nice from Chef de Ball, the Futbolistas Locos, talking of Germany and German Association. It's JD, so 1v1.
They were laughing up here.
Keepers.
Otmar was laughing when he came out there and said that little pig thing, and they like to see you sort of exchanging and in dialogue with the German president, because they know him very well.
Oh, absolutely. I know Julian and Tyler would have really appreciated that. Nico. Also still don't have a very, very comfy chair like right, Jules, who is now again lounging on it, and he's got his phone out as well, and might be getting a
probably checking his photo to see which one he's going to put on Tinder.
Listen, you know, hey, it's the new generation, isn't it? It's all about the social media, taking a nice snap. And we saw him actually with a very nice camera.
Very nice photos, no, we will say, took some very nice photos.
Taking photos all around the Cupra, and then also alongside the Porcinos trophy for now anyway. It might not be on the 14th of June as we get back underway. This could be a very early goal. It's their wild card, and it's wildly wide.
And here's a different football shirt for you here, Malaga. You don't see that every day.
Just where we are, there's a chap with a Malaga jersey. Malaga is to be found in the region.
The south of Spain, Andalusia, on the Costa del Sol. Next to Marbella, where a lot of people go on holiday.
Marbella, is that the one where they play show EastEnders episodes in the
It probably is,
pubs?
because it's Marbella. Yeah, Costa del Sol.
Where all my fellow countrymen and also my brother goes there quite a lot.
Well, yeah, exactly. A lot of the Brits like to go onto the Costa del Sol.
Could this be another one for the XBuyer team? Well, there's your answer. Quiet up until this point, relatively quiet, but springing and bursting into life to open a 2-goal cushion for the XBuyer team. The Boomers have to head back now. They're trailing by 2. With just less than a minute to go here before added time and the half-time whistle.
Yeah, only the second goal Fuad has scored in this tournament. He is yet to shine as he has done in other ones in the Nations or in last year's club event, but they need a fully fit Lofazo in this 2-on-2 or 1-on-1 with goalkeepers. It's the only way that Boomers can win this game, I feel. Look at him turn again.
Here he is, Lofazo.
I can see he's landing, falling on his shoulder. That's what I mean, that you can really feel an injury. It's like when you know you've got a blocked nose, you're only sort of grateful for not having a blocked nose when you have one. Well, this is the same. Shoulder, I don't need a shoulder, but it's when you're landing on it all the time where you think, oh, wow, I really could do with a fully fit shoulder.
Now he has to try and stop here.
Poor substitution.
Oh, well, Mirko Dari, though, to the rescue, Bruno, to the rescue there.
We've seen that a couple of times this week. Teams getting the substitutions wrong in these 2-on-2s where they change the player whilst the other team in possession are on the pitch, and they say, well, thank you very much, I'll just sprint down the other end. Fortunately, there was a save there from Mirko Dari.
A glimpse there of the Boomers president, Fedets. The heavily tattooed Fedets, shirtless. Now Fuad, here he is! Oh la la! Très bien! We are in France, of course, so why not pull out a bit of the French? And Fouad with some French flair there from the Moroccan to make it 5.
When in Paris, eh? Yeah, Fouad, well, he's finally arrived in this tournament. He's finally sort of erupted on the scene. A couple goals for him today. He makes it look so easy. It's just that acceleration that he's got. He's got those first 5 yards where it's very difficult to keep up with him. They need this man to deliver. He's come in as a wildcard lawyer, Dice.
There he is.
Yet to really bring
1v1, Bruno. This could be 6. And again, though, Mirko Dari's keeping them in it. We saw a brilliant performance from Camilo Mena yesterday for SXB. It's not quite at those levels yet, but
again,
he's going to be called into action again. Here he is, Pablo Beguer. Booms it home against the Boomers.
Then they made the mistake, and I don't want to pick on him, but Loya Dice was so slow going off. You can't trot off in these one-on-ones. These substitutions need to be sharp, they need to be quick. And XBuyer, who have got that experience of having played the competition, have smelt it and seen that they're very slow to it, and they've made the most and reacted and got on the attack and scored one and almost scored another earlier.
Bruno, don't win anything with wild cards, especially late ones coming in. Unless I'm going to be proved wrong, like that very famous quote. Now Lofazo just crowded out there, wasn't it? Now there goes the half-time whistle. Let's try and listen in and maybe glean whether Lofazo will be okay to continue or not.
Vale, 2-3 cosas para esta segunda parte. Es clave destruir, ellos van a hacer la guerra por su cuenta, nos tenemos que ayudar mucho, pensar que cada vez se tienen que enfrentar a 2 de nosotros. Vamos a apretar, incitando un poquito en corto para que luego se equivoquen, ¿vale? Sí, porque nos superan, nos metemos en 4-2, importante ir a bloquear disparos en la primera línea, ¿vale? Y hacemos ayudas cerquitas de banda.
Hostia, estamos aquí pinchados. No se nos escucha, Vamos.
Sì, dai, andiamo forte, andiamo. Ora forte a uomo. Santo al posto di Diba. Diba, stai fermo un attimo, entra Santo. Abbiamo il tempo. Io lo giocherei subito.
El hambre que os puse en el vídeo. Dani, Jimeno, Oribe, Jacobo, Mario.
The countdown is on, and that's a sign then to the players to get back onto the pitch. And XBuyer Team, well, we did speak, and we've been speaking about it in the build-up to this game, even off there, as we were travelling to the Kupura then about XBuyer Team, how they really needed to give a good reaction today, try and hit back, and so far so good. Yes, they've had a few helping hands, it has to be said, but they've capitalised on their opportunities. A secret card has been immediately called, and it's unsurprising, Bruno, that it's come from the Boomers, as the XBuyer Team may even get a second, say a 7th seconds into the start of the second half. Lots of different numbers there, that's why I was again a bit of a haze.
Oh, we're going to see the secret card, and this kind of indicates as well about bringing in wildcards late in the tournament. May feel like it's savvy business, but it's a penalty. But if you've not been here, I don't know, they've been here for a week, you know, and it just feels like Loya Dice is a little bit cold. And it's not just the mistake where he trod on the ball, but it's those 2 substitutions that were him on both occasions, going off and just jogging off, not really being sharp. He's been caught in possession a couple of times in the one-on-one, so it's not really worked, that wildcard decision.
Alfazo now just to reduce the arrears. Here he goes! Oh, a little bit of luck, but he is a hat-trick hero. It's another hat-trick then at the Kings World Cup clubs. Fedets very happy there. Just grinning there like the Cheshire cat. The feline like Fedets there. So making it 6-3. struck really well, and all the goals have come from Lofazo. May have an injured shoulder, but in those situations, well, he can obviously strike it, of course. But yeah, he was caught out, as you could see. And the XBuyer team immediately looking to reopen that 4-goal cushion, Bruno.
Here's Houdini. 7 goals for the tournament, Lofazo. What a wonderful return. 3 games only. He scored 16 in the Kings League in Italy. There's a 7 in 3. Imagine at this rate how many he'd score in a tournament of 8, 9 games.
Well, you guys do the math. In a minute, though, he and his teammates are going out. Naturally, there's still a long way to go, and they have their presidential penalty. We saw Fedez was he's at home, so he's back in Italia. I believe he resides in Milan. I'm not 100% sure, but so it means that we'll designate the shootout, which naturally will be to Lofazo, unless Santoro maybe steps up. Well, again, that's a pure speculation for now, but you didn't sense it would be Lofazo, full of confidence. That's the XBuyer team still got their secret card, and of course their presidential penalty, and of course they've got the 2 brothers in the house. They've used rock, paper, scissors, haven't they, to determine who'll be taking their penalties. So far, that's magic nice on that far side. And we've seen the younger of the 2 net one, and the elder of the 2 missed
blasted one over the crossbar, didn't he?
Javi and Eric of the XBuyer team. Bayer, but actually Bayer, as in Bayer Leverkusen.
Yeah, they actually say Buyer in Spanish, but obviously the word is Bayer. It's an English word, but it's just how Spanish people say it.
Just lets it run there. Lofazo first to it, just bringing a teammate into it, and that's a good challenge from Pablo Beguer. He's on the score sheet, getting so far a confident performance from the XBuyer team. So we're going to have a change for the XBuyer team. Mario Reyes coming off it, and Fuad is brilliant. And here he is. What a player he is, the Moroccan ace. Fuad lit up Milan back in January with the Moroccan national team alongside Nadir Loa. Remind of what else is to come today, Bruno. The MÓSTOLES against Futbolistas. LOCOS now, Lofazo. He's hurt that shoulder again. He's really struggling, but he will not go down without a fight.
He's landed on it a few times already. Oh, lovely pass from Beguer.
Still, this must be. It is. And Uribe involved once more. May have hurt himself a little bit in the process. He will be delighted, though. It would be very nice injury to have, if you like. Hurt himself, as we're saying, in the process, but managed to get that shot away, and it's now
and that was a bit of luck.
7. That was a little bit of luck, but that's what you need in these moments.
With a little bit of luck to make it through the night. He was a little bit lucky there, yeah, because I think the shot was going to be saved by Mirko Dario, but the deflection just chipped it over the goalkeeper, and it spun into the net. Fortunately for XBuyer team, 7-3. It's not looking great, is it? It's looking slightly ominous for Boomers. Well, ever since that injury, really hasn't it?
It has since then, and the thing is, no one else. A few flashes from Santoro, maybe, a little bit from a few things from Lloydic, although he's didn't really show himself as Glory did in those final 2 minutes with the substitutions. That's given away, and then Lofazo again, he's gone down, he's hurting. XBuyer team coming forward on the break. Fuad's in the middle. They come to Fuad. Yeah, and that's what they need, is someone else barring, and who isn't Lofazo, to step up, and maybe they can do that here. No, they can't. Not for now, anyway. Now, secret card called here by XBuyer team. We'll find out what it's going to be. You know, goals worth double wouldn't be a bad card for them, seeing the goals they're scoring. Let's try and hear what's being said.
The match is not going so well, but don't do this and don't scream, okay? Last time.
Last time. No more screaming, said the referee to Lofazo.
Shootout.
Two potent cards for both teams.
In the meantime, Bruno, just wanted to tell you, because I know you're big on social media, we've now actually reached, or we, Kings League, let's be honest, Kings League have reached 30 million followers across all social media
we're
Kings
off that.
channels. No, exactly, because I don't want to take credit for something.
We're some way off it.
Yeah, we haven't done. It could be 30.002 if it was you
Thanks
and
to
I.
us,
Thanks to us. But for now, 30 minutes. Congratulations. Thanks, guys, for all your support. As
That's like the player claiming the assist on the Maradona goal against England.
There he goes, Fuad, looking to make it 8.
Oh,
just wide.
Wasn't expecting him to miss.
No, not a player of his caliber, and that's given Fairdance reason to smile. And he's got plenty of those. Was it collectible? Is it Star Wars? Again, I'm not a massive
I think it's
sci-fi
Star Wars.
man.
Yeah, neither am I. I think it's Star Wars. The white guy, isn't
The
it?
white
It's one
guy
of those
is it droid?
Trooper thingy.
Trooper?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't want to offend anybody
Yeah.
who's listening by getting it completely wrong.
Yeah. Is it a droid? There must be some kind of word, but yeah. Looked like Star Wars, and the one in the background, I'm not too sure. Maybe it's Star Trek, maybe Pokemon. Remember the DMG president earlier?
He did very well then. Do you actually like Pokemon, or was that you just scared of him? I've never been a Pokemon.
No, not. Listen, again, I know I can appreciate the impact, its popularity, absolutely.
Especially for our generation, it was huge.
It's huge, but no.
I never played it.
No,
I
I never understood the cards. I never really understood the.
But you were that was you in a haze.
Oh,
you were intimidating.
I was very. He even said it.
He said, "Do you like Pokemon?" Yeah. If he would have said, "Do you like?"
He even said, "Yeah." If he said, even if he said, "Oh, do you?"
Do you like eating rats? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, exactly. Do you like your vegetables? Oh yeah, I love vegetables. Fruit, yeah. Healthy salads, yeah. But even said, didn't he, in Portuguese, intimidado? And I was like,
he was loving it.
Very much.
He was like, he knew he was the alpha male.
Oh, I'm happy for him to be the alpha male. Just leave me be. I am an alpha male. However, whenever I take to the Kings League, I like to also leave that to the likes of DMG. Now we are going to have...
but someone pressed, so you have to do it now, okay?
Presidential penalty, are we? Is that what's being called? Was it stayed on the... It's a little bit confusing.
They're saying no. No, he's saying that they didn't press the button.
Yeah.
That happened yesterday as well, didn't it?
Hola, mama. Hola, que no bien. Hola, mama. I think I may have caught. Is that what they're saying? Hello, mum. Well, yeah. Again, a bit of confusion because you can see the presidential penalty button and it's all blue, isn't it, over there by the touchline, by the dugout, but they think they didn't press it.
Who was it yesterday? I think it was Los Troncos, maybe.
Or was it...
it was a Spanish team, definitely, that said that they hadn't pressed it, and then they said, no, we've got an image of you, and then it turns out they said, no, you
Los Chamos,
haven't pressed it. I think they were from Spain, though.
Spain. Oh, in that case, MÓSTOLES? I don't think it was...
they weren't in action yesterday.
Okay. We'll try and get clarity on that one. You guys at home in the chat, let us know as well, because we know from time to time Bruno and I do make a few howlers here and there. And
of course.
But we hold our hands up. We hold our hands up.
Who doesn't?
We hold our hands up. We're a lot of things, but we are not clowns.
Maybe a lot of things, mate. Definitely not a clown.
That was Bruno's impression of Toadie from Home and Away. No, it was, of course, Angie Postecoglou.
He was no longer Postecoglou,
but
no longer in the job.
Yeah. I think they're just checking this, aren't they? Because if they've got him on camera pressing it, then he can't. He's caught red-handed or blue-handed in this case.
Caught the hand in the cookie jar.
Yeah.
That's very American, isn't it?
Yeah.
Don't know what a cookie jar is, but...
Yeah, it's a biscuit, mate. Although, actually, we were only joking. Cookie is very different to a biscuit, to be fair, but I would never really use
It's
cookie.
a type of biscuit.
Yeah, it's a type of biscuit. I still probably wouldn't use it, but... because in USA, biscuit is more... It's not actually a cookie. Biscuit is more... Those bread kind of roll things.
I didn't know they used the term biscuit.
Yeah. Some parts of South America, Southern States America, sort of your biscuit. It's kind of like a sort of bread roll, very hard bread roll with gravy and
hard bread roll, right?
Yeah.
4-day-old bread roll. Like what Hans was eating the other day for dinner.
Pretty much what you was munching on the other day. At the minute, he's actually not been given anything, but I could see him earlier gesturing towards the German
dinner
boss.
already, hasn't he?
Yeah, that he wanted something to be brought over. We continue to wait here. There's just the confusion regarding over the presidential penalty or not.
It's incredible. They're probably reviewing not an offside, not a penalty decision, but whether someone's pressed the button. You know? No press, no penalty.
Okay. No press of the presidential penalty. The players just having just a sort of, well, I don't say keep warm because it is very warm inside the arena, but just keep mobile, of course, that for sure, and keep those concentration levels. And the DMG president is actually sitting in the VIP seats, isn't he? He's got a cap on, which is very nice. It's a lovely hat. It's a beautiful hat. Beautiful hat.
It's a beautiful hat.
It's a beautiful hat.
Panama hat, isn't it? Is that what they're called?
Yeah. Beautiful hat. That was very unorthodox, wasn't it? From Fuad.
That was a bit of
the B-side.
There was a Ronaldinho had a move, which was with his back, which wasn't with his behind, which was the Espaldinha, which is quite similar to that.
If they'd scored then, that would be great. Not talking of his B-side. Uribe now, so unselfish. And on the rebound. But twice he's kept it out.
And he's keeping his team alive and saying, come on, boys, we're still in this.
Oh, look at this at the other end. It just trickles out wide. Lofazo, yeah, there's no way he can take that throw in, surely. And you can see he's grimacing.
Give him a hand, boys.
Yeah, he's just grimacing there. He's struggling, you do feel for him. But again, full marks for that, just trying to continue and soldier on. Needed his spirit right now. He's involved in that build-up. We were saying about assists as Lofazo tries to maybe assist a teammate. Some of them are sort of, dare I say, ridiculous, just sort of putting it into the path of someone, and then someone that's going on, a mazy run. Technically, they do get that assist, don't they? Some are, but some are brilliant assists through the years. Defense-winning passes, ball over the top, all those crosses from out wide, the likes of Giggs and Beckham going back to Manchester United and our 1990s eras. Fuad has a go, and Fuad just fires wide. But again, for the stats, even if you did sort of just pass it into someone, then the is the assist.
Someone and he blasted into the top corner from the edge of the box, it counts as an assist. For all those fancy football players out there, they know that does count as an assist, as much as a pass that actually takes 4 people out of the game.
Ooh. Very nearly catching out there. Manuel Martin got down low there with that jersey now. Lodice looking to make amends. He wants to do a little bit better. It's an Italy flag, isn't it? Yeah, just behind the goal there. The tricolore. Seen too many Italian players not making too much noise, to be honest. The Italiani tifosi, maybe they're watching Yannick Sinner right now at the Roland Garros. I don't know what the situation. We'll try and get an update on that from Bruno, as it's just pulled back there. Of course, Bruno, obviously naturally being a Spaniard supporting Alcaraz, and the Italian casters we'll talk about shortly, as Uribe will see his shot blocked. Italian casters were saying they felt outnumbered, which they clearly are because of the amount of Spanish casters here and Spanish staff as well, all rooting for Alcaraz here in the
I can
French
tell you
capital.
we're missing an absolute blinder. I was fortunate enough to see the first 2.5 sets. I was cheekily on my phone whilst we were on rehearsals and waiting to go live. I had it on my phone. As you know, I'm a very, 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 very big tennis fan, both playing and watching. And we're missing an absolute blinder of a game, and it's not too far away from here either.
Now, this could be number 8. Now, also, just a confirmation, or rather a clarity of what went on earlier when we had that break. It was actually the referee who accidentally pressed the president's penalty button while placing the card. So just clarity. Thank you very much to Adri and Astrid behind the scenes there, just checking that out for us while, of course, we're commentating on this riveting encounter between the XBuyer team and the Boomers. So that was exactly what happened, if you're wondering, because it wasn't anyone in the XBuyer staff or the coach who had pressed it. So these things can happen, of
It's
course.
your time. It's your time. Hey, it's a clear push.
Exactly
But
why
stop
there was that
screaming. Stop screaming. Yeah.
These things can happen, of course.
Okay.
And, you know, the main thing is just to get to the bottom of it and resolve it. If you like that jersey, the XBuyer jersey, you can, of course, get on kingsleague.pro. You can get all the kits, all the jerseys, also Bazaar as well. You get the signed jerseys. So
All the big ones.
All the big ones. As Fuad lines it up, and it's again tipped to Mirko Dario. He, alongside Lofazo, has been, those two have been the better performers for the Boomers, although it's not necessarily always a good thing when your keeper is one of your better performers. It means that obviously he's been heavily involved and he's been peppered with chance after chance. Now Fuad again just looking to keep the Boomers pinned back here, deep in their own half. Nice control. Really good control. Few appeals, but we're playing on that. Would have been a very soft penalty, had it been given, of course. Nice crossfield pass. Santoro. Lofazo. Oh, that's risky, isn't it?
Not the time to be taking risks.
No el tiempo per el risque. There's now XBuyer Team. Oh, again Mirko Dario. He's got to be a candidate for man of the match, surely.
He's kept his team in this in the second half. At least kept the belief alive that they can win it. They've still got a way to go.
But a goal will do it. Lofazo! Bruno, we're running out of superlatives, running out of adjectives to describe this man. Lofazo, lo fantastico.
8 goals already in the tournament. It's the ease with which he scores goals. It's one of the hardest things to do in the world is to score goals. Lofazo makes it look so easy. Just gets the ball, shoots, goal. Come on, yeah, let's go on. I'll get another one. Let's keep going. 7-4 with Lofazo. Anything is possible in this game.
Thanks to those saves from Mirko Dario as well.
Exactly.
The XBuyer Team did have a hatful of chances. Hatful has to be a very big hat. Maybe those long ones from those tall ones from the 1890s and the 19th century, but he did have a hat, well, not a cap, maybe the hat that the DMG president is wearing, full of chances. Mirko Dario, though.
Well, that hand they used on the Jackass film, do you remember? They would just slap people in the face.
Oh, man, that's another good one. We haven't
huge.
chatted about that one as well. Mr. Johnny Knoxville and company. It's just another one from our teams.
From our time.
Our teens. For my sins. And that will be in simple form. Manu Martin, I think he'll just take his time, allow his team to regroup and also just keep calm. Of course, they're still leading by 3, and they've got, and both sides have their presidential penalties. Now, remember, Fedets and the Boomers didn't play in their first game, so there's hope they play. Of course, Fedets can't take it, but still, we like to see, even if it's a shootout from one of the players there out on the pitch.
And the Byer brothers love that penalty as well.
Oh, yeah. Now the shot coming in, and it's Loyodice. That's more like, that's what he has to do. Those strikes from distance.
Look, I reckon he'll be feeling some kind of guilt because he's been brought in as a wild card, which means you've got to be one of those players that makes a difference for your team, and it's been a negative impact really from him. And I think he might be feeling that. He might be feeling like he needs to bring something to the team. Look, he's looking better now in the second half.
Can he make it a bit of redemption? It's kind of like, you know, if you get a red card, isn't it? As the shot comes in again from distance, you do feel, as you said, that sense of guilt and responsibility, and afterwards, you want to say to your teammates, I'm really sorry for
you feel like you've let them
costing
down, really.
them, because it may cost the team a game. Again, I'm not saying Loyodice's cost them this potential defeat. If anything, it's going to be the injury to Lofazo at the very beginning that has hindered and reduced their chances, but still, in those final 2 minutes, he did give the XBuyer Team more than one opportunity, and they capitalised on more than one to get their names on the score sheet as they come forward here. This could be 8. It is 8. It is 8 for XBuyer Team. And it looks like they're setting up a date with Porcinos. Thank you to Adri Jimeno.
But did you see that from where we are? We're behind. We can see the whole pitch. And as they say in Spanish, there was a motorway to the goal.
It was a highway, wasn't it? Highway to goal.
It was highway to goal, absolutely. There was nothing in the way. He didn't have to go past anyone. He just ran in a straight line. I was thinking, is anybody going to come out and try and stop him? No one did. That was disappointing defending from Boomers. That was not Italian defending.
No, it wasn't, but they had to take a few risks, maybe commit men forward, and then in that effort, they've obviously clearly left a few gaps and holes that were unplugged. And yes, so what is it, autostrada?
Autopista.
Autopista. Oh, lo dice. A few minutes then before those final 2 minutes of play, when goals will be worth double. It's unlikely the Pumas are going to score 4 goals and take it to a golden goal situation. That's brought down nicely, and it's good defensive work, really good block there from David Picon. Just a corner, that's where we are as well, broadcasting. Let's see, I've spotted myself with the white t-shirt, Bruno the salmon pink, and Tyler.
Did you spot Dieter, or is it?
No.
You can't see because he's sitting down.
No, it's as we were saying though earlier, Simone Lofaso, well on the way here. Santoro hits the post, and then on the rebound, Santoro there. That was a glorious opportunity. Beg your pardon, everybody, and all the Boomer supporters who were saying, why are you prattling on about the top scorers in Capocannoniere, Mr. Thomas, because we wanted to see the action
going on,
out on the pitch. So I lo siento, io chiedo scusa, perdon for that, and especially to Santoro, because had he scored, and I was talking about the top marksman in the competition, and Santoro very nearly trying to put his name amongst those names, will do his very best by putting his name on the score. He wasn't to be. We're into the final minute. Is this going to be the end? That's another good save from Mirko Dario.
Oh, he's dropped the ball.
A little slip there. Fortunately, it was straight to him, but as we were saying, Lefazo, but top scorer for now, but his team is on the brink, Bruno, of going out. So over the course of the next couple of days, that could be, which would be interesting to see.
They'll pass him because we're still in the last season. There are still a lot of games to be played, but he will be near the top 5 come the end of the tournament.
That's what I was going to come to. That'd be interesting to see where he ends up, having only played 3 games.
Yeah, I think he'll be in the top 5, or maybe just outside the top 5, but it's definitely been the most incredible or impressive individual performance game after game of the tournament from Simone Lofaso. He's going to be dearly missed. I'm going to miss him because I've really enjoyed commentating on him. I hope to continue seeing him in one format or another in the future, but he's really lit up this tournament.
Now Santoro, and it's blocked. Yeah, no, I likewise echo those comments. Really enjoyed having him here. As the whistle goes then from the referee going to those final 2 minutes, goals will be worth double, and they need a miracle here to score 2 goals, don't they, Bruno? Just to draw level, but against this XBuyer team, which have that cushion, shall we say. You fancy XBuyer team to bring home this one. We'll try and listen in if we can.
Ya sabéis que entramos en gol doble. Vale.
Non sono 2 minuti, sono di più, ci sarà il recupero. Date tutto, date tutto. Dai, dai.
Countdown begins then, final 5 seconds before that ball will drop from the iconic cage. And the Boomers just get an early goal. If they get a goal very quick, then they can do it, they can have that belief. Otherwise, I really think it will be buonanotte, buenas noches. Yeah.
Loyo Dice's up there for player of the game.
Well,
I don't think I agree with that one.
No, I don't agree with that. Especially not with the MVP. No, it should be Mirko Dario for me. Really should. And just what was being said by the Boomers coach, he was saying, listen, yeah, there is only 2 minutes, but there will be some added time, of course, so don't worry, keep believing, keep fighting until the very end. Headed to the right of your picture, the president of the Boomers, and to the left you've got those XBuyer brothers there watching on, and they'll be feeling very confident, of course, to the 1 foot, shall we say, 1 foot in the round of 16 where they'll face Porcinos in an all-Spanish derby. This is a really good run and not such a really good pass in the end. Just needed that bit of accuracy, a bit more accuracy, a bit more composure, and it gives possession back to the Boomers. So it needs to get a goal and fast. Their hopes are fading. Bruno with every passing second. Lofazo, that's nicely done. Needs a teammate.
Oh, what a lovely ball.
Oh, it was a good ball. Just needs someone to believe a bit more, didn't it? Just to go and attack it with more purpose.
At least from this angle, it looked like a lovely ball. Don't know if in the end, maybe it was a little bit too close to the goal. Don't want to make it look as if everything Lofazo does is remarkable,
yeah.
But it seemed like it was a nice ball.
At times, though, he has had this sort of Midas touch. That's for sure. Turning pretty much everything to goal. We've seen a couple of fans with the Futbolistas LOCOS jerseys as well, ready to cheer on their team later. And of course, Tyler and Hans will also be cheering away. Naturally, that's when they really...
That's when he stands up.
That's when
when you can nick his chair.
Yeah, that's when he does, to be fair, come to life, and you can't find him just slouching and lounging in that chair. Very cool. It's also kind of, I don't know if you ever watched The Office of David Brent style, leaning back, shoot, you know, with just hands pointing to the desk.
Yeah. I think so, yeah.
That kind, it gives you that kind of impression, leaning back there, you know, the boss, the manager. As that shot is in, and they do have hope here. They do have a lifeline. Stefanos Berna, Fenech believes, as do the Boomers. And they've got 2 minutes to get another one to force this to a shootout.
Imagine an 8-all draw. That would be a high goal-scoring game. That's it. Look, they said it, you said it, when you translated the halftime team talk, that there will be a bit more time added on. So a chance to get a couple of goals. They've still got a minute. Look, that one hasn't got in. And now the nerves will be kicking into the XBuyer team as they're going to have to hold on in defence. And imagine if Boomers were capable of scoring here.
Oh, wow. Well, we've seen drama like this before.
Oyodice, I think that wasn't the best ball. It wasn't the best decision either. Very difficult to pull that kind of pass off.
It's not their friend, it's not their amigo. Far from it. If anything, it's playing very nicely into the hands of Fuad and company, and Fuad, of course, he crowned the MVP, and should XBuyer team win it, would be right for me. Fuad will take the MVP prize unless Boomers can get a goal. This is it, Bruno. Final 10 seconds, last roll of the dice. Just get the shot away, or get it into the box, hopeful ball. 2 minutes are almost up. And away, that will be it. That will surely be it. 2 minutes of added time.
It should have gone for the Victor Vidal.
That is it.
Should have gone for the Victor Vidal, because you never know.
Yeah, just dithered. And now they can seal it. Late on. Fuad seals it and sends the XBuyer team marching on to the round of 16. Fuad firing the Spaniards to glory, and Porcinos, the holders, await in the next round, and it's arrivederci to the Boomers, who will sorely miss Simone Lofazo after his brilliant performances and goal-scoring displays, won't we?
We will. We say goodbye to one of the best players in the competition, if not the best player in the tournament, but XBuyer team. That's the second time they've scored 10 goals in this tournament. They scored 10 on the opening day, just one against Troncos, and they've scored 10 again. That's 21 goals in 3 games. Remarkable that it hit double figures twice. Nobody else has done it so far.
And do you know, Bruno, I still don't think the XBuyer team as yet have really even got into their stride. And on the one hand, that's a positive, and it's worrying for potential opposition. And talking of potential opposition, or rather, we actually know their opposition, because they'll be taking on Porcinos in the next round, in the round of 16. So that has been confirmed that they will face Porcinos, and let's hear what Fuad has to say all about it pitchside with our MVP.
Congratulations, Fuad. Again, you never make the room for the other players to be the MVP. How's your performance? Are you satisfied?
Sí, muy satisfechos. Tenemos que ganar a una final y el equipo ha dado todo y hemos ganado.
So you're so happy?
Yes, very happy.
Can you please sign our jersey? Now you know where. Guys, remember you can only find these jerseys on Bazaar, so hurry up or you'll miss it. But if you miss this one, don't worry, because many others are coming really soon. And I'm sure you'll get the one you love the most. Get the app and get ready.
MÓSTOLES against Futbolistas Locos. It's another last chance encounter after what we've just seen with XBuyer Team sending the Boomers home. Here's our picks, and we meant to watch out for Diego de la Mata and Lordan Handanovic for MÓSTOLES and FLC respectively. The latter, the German side, looking to fly the flag for the German nation. MÓSTOLES looking to follow the footsteps of the likes of Porcinos and the XBuyer Team, who are now in the round of 16. Can MÓSTOLES follow in their footsteps? And the message ahead of
Warum
kickoff.
nicht die einfach schlagen, den spanischen Meister, und dann geht's weiter. Drückt euch fest die Daumen, gebt Gas, Leidenschaft und seid mutig und unangenehm. Das mögen die nicht, die Spanier. Ganz liebe Grüße und bis bald, euer Basti. Haut rein, ich drücke euch fest die Daumen, ich schaue es mir an.
Well, that was Bastian Schweinsteiger there.
Tell you what.
World Cup winner, wasn't he? Of course, in 2014 with Die Mannschaft. A message there for.
But did you see what he said in his message? He said,
I did, and
you need to be intense. That's how you beat the Spanish. And I was thinking, but you lost to them in 2008 in the final, 2010 in the semis. So I wanted advice from you. It'd be about loans.
Well, in his new role, of course, working with Halifax, Bastian Schweinsteiger. But no, listen, I think that's naturally very tongue-in-cheek, but it's part, isn't it? You're right, it's all part of the...
I was just throwing it back at him.
The excitement, but no, but you're right, and quite rightly, it would have been great to hear from a Spanish legend to hit back and say, oh, listen, I've heard what they've said, but let's not forget that when it comes to the big moments...
That Germany, of course, that Germany of Schweinsteiger was defeated by Spain every time at the final or penultimate hurdle. So anyway, all tongue-in-cheek, all a bit of fun. I just actually ran past the Lofanzo, couldn't get his own shirt off after the game there behind the scenes. He needed your good pal, Filippo, to get the shirt off for him.
Wow. Well, that shows
I did want to say to him, but he was getting his shirt off and I had to run to the toilet, but I didn't want to say, Simone, honestly, best player in the tournament, man. But yeah, no, he was in real trouble and real spots of bother there, getting his shirt off with his shoulder. But hey, back onto the action, to the here and now, and this clash, the second of the last chance to be played today. Ultimate MÓSTOLES who were the last 16 side in the World Cup in 2024. It's Futbolistas LOCOS' last remaining German side. And they remain at 0-0 here as that shot flashes wide. They've got Noah Kurmali on the pitch for Futbolistas LOCOS.
That's right, Era Colonia G2 already home. So they're flying the flag FLC.
Dressen. Noah Kurmali on the left, and it's down the middle.
As you quite rightly predicted, Julius is off that chair and he is on his feet alongside Tyler, the two German casters who are naturally enthused again. They're buoyed.
They've got the flags and everything, all the merchandise going, and they've got Noah here. His shot is blocked by Jose Segovia. They've had a couple of chances to take the lead for Futbolistas LOCOS. Dressen can also attempt the strike. It's saved by Segovia, who looked like for a moment he was going to kick it straight from one end to the other, but he thought otherwise. Let's build this, move up. He's got Diego de la Mata on the pitch now, alongside De La Villa.
And you kick it, we'll find out. Yes, he can. He's got everybody left and right.
De La Mata back to Segovia. Segovia's shot almost fortunately for them.
Well, that would have been a big slice of luck.
That would have been very lucky.
And our chat is also really happy to see we've got the Italian referee. She's back.
Yeah.
I know you've been really impressed
with
her
like the way she
performances
handles
so far.
it does make, I don't know, it's funny to see that sort of strong Italian woman telling all these people moaning to calm down and to be quiet, and how everybody sort of
laying down
follows
the law.
suit.
Yeah.
It's brilliant. It's really good to watch. Segovia.
Well, the keeper's got to get back.
Noah Kumali off the post. Oh, it just hasn't bended enough for them. I can see a German fan to your right there who can't quite believe that hasn't dropped in. They've got the Chichi shirt, so I suppose they're family of the impressive defender, Nico Chichi of Futbolistas LOCOS.
They find themselves defending at the other end here.
Oh, and De La Villa also strikes his shot wide, so nobody's managed to score so far in this Escalada.
It's a rarity, isn't it?
It's not a common occurrence whatsoever.
It is a rarity. That was a fabulous long-range strike. Maybe another one here. So defending really deep, MÓSTOLES.
There's Rebronja, who our Italian colleagues call Rebron James.
Rebron James, yeah. Apparently he's really big with the Italians, Rebronja. Really big. And against UC Ultra Chimichanga, he had a really good game. Chimichangas. Against UC. Well, actually, he started really poorly, scoring an own goal, but he later made amends, didn't he? He and Handanovic, some of the heroes in that comeback win, which was the comeback draw, shall we say, taking it to a shootout and then winning the shootout. Looking ahead after this game, we've got sort of 2 more to come, so stick with us. But for now, quite right, let's focus on MÓSTOLES against FLC, with the Spaniards looking to follow the footsteps of the XBuyer team, who knocked out Boomers just a few moments ago.
Linares, De La Mata, Linares! Oh, that's a huge save from Dressen. He's also been impressive this whole tournament, has Dressen.
Yeah, he's also got a real foot like a traction engine, isn't he? Puts his boot through the ball. Real rocket or a boot. Hammer like Thomas Hitzelsberger.
Linares looking to backheel it. Now they can run. Noah Kurmali turns and finds Ozturk. He's looking for his left. The shot from Ozturk, and it flies over. Well,
yeah, it goes.
It looked like he had a bit of an opening there.
It goes into well, I was going to say row Z, but more like row C, because obviously it doesn't go that far back. But certainly, those were old school sort of cliche. I like, into row Z. It was really good. There's phrases.
I've never actually seen a row Z. It's normally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
True. Likewise, to be fair.
Oh, what a volley from Alex Hernandez. Remember that song? It was for Bobby Zamora. When you're sat in row Z and the ball hits your head, it's Zamora.
That wasn't sang by his supporters, was it? I certainly hope it wasn't sang by
He was a good striker, Bobby Zamora, actually. Very, very good at West Ham. Very good,
Spell with Tottenham as well, I think.
Yeah, Tottenham played for England.
Yeah.
incredible spell at Brighton before signing for West Ham. That was a little bit harsh, that song. And
I was going to say, was it I assume it was the opposition fans just trying to make it awkward.
I'd like to think so, yeah. At Fulham as well, very good times at Fulham.
Oh, is there an injury? No, just the way it was just his body language can be concerned there. And as we were saying, more caps than you and I put together.
No, yeah. I would never sing that.
I wasn't aware of it.
If I did, I wouldn't admit it either.
No, I was actually unaware of it.
No, yeah, I remember it. But I always liked Bobby Zamora. Him and Marlon Howard up front. What a duo. Oh, goal for Futbolistas Locos. It is Rebronja, the man of the hour in Italy, Rebron James.
With a three-pointer. It's not quite worth 3, but it's a brilliant goal. And as we can see, we have Lotta and Tyler loving it just to our left. They've got the flags out. But they're keeping cool, actually. They're keeping cool because...
So far, yeah.
Yeah, because you know there's a long way to go. So I expected a bit more celebrations, in particular from Didi, but there wasn't.
That's 4 goals for Rebronja. He's one of those that sort of quietly...
Under the radar.
Quietly flying under that radar, creeping up that table. Collected by Dressen.
Harewood, that's another good player, right? Mine Harewood, yeah.
That was a great duo. Moore and Harewood and that West Ham side that came up from the Championship.
Was it the one that came up with Pardew? No, it wasn't that. It wasn't via the...
Might be, no? I don't know. Yeah. I don't remember as much as to know who the manager was. I think Matty Etherington was there as well. I seem to recall. Anyways, Segovia having to clear. That was, again, friendly fire. That back pass was slightly overcooked.
Just slightly. Just slightly.
Tell you what, I'm looking forward to getting through these crook sweets.
Yep, today we've got the crocodiles. We've got the crocodiles today.
Yeah, this week has been sponsored by Tom and his
Dad Snacks.
His Dad Snacks. Oh, that was almost a clear header at the far post. Looking pretty impressive so far, Futbolistas Locos. And there, Chichio, I looked over, you can see his family members were almost celebrating as that volley was fired straight at Segovia. Oh, Tyler's gone for the flag.
Yeah, Tyler, German caster, has got his flag.
Oh, and he's giving it back, actually.
Oh, wow. He's,
oh, no, he's giving it to one of the fans down here, so they can create a bit more of an atmosphere for the Germans. The Germans are coming! Linares' shot is saved, denied again by Dressen.
Wanted on that occasion. Have to hang on here, hold firm. MÓSTOLES just trying to plot their way back into this game. Find an equaliser.
With Linares. And Linares is a player I remember at Science. He was a real standout in the Kings League. We've seen much from him with Ultimate MÓSTOLES, have we, at this World Cup?
No.
Has he scored? Let me look at my notes. He hasn't actually scored yet, Linares, and he's normally one of the top goal scorers in tournaments. To be fair, they haven't had too many goal scorers. They've only got De La Mata on 2, De La Bella on 1, Coro on 1, and Alex Hernando on 1. So it's clearly somewhere that they need to work on.
Yeah, for all the sort of big hype over the Spanish
I hyped them
sides,
quite a lot, to be honest. I thought they would they'd be one of the main contenders.
As we said, the Spaniards haven't really, as yet, got into their strides. Even Porcinos, I have to say, in that first game, they had a bit of a helping hand with that red card for Aitor Vives. Yeah. Up until that point, actually, looked like Miami may have been on course for the win.
Hernando doesn't drop for him. Who's going to appear? No one on the penalty spot. No one in a black shirt. This is Kingsley. Lavella will let that one run towards Jose Segovia. Now it's with De La Mata. For me, probably the best player on this side.
DLM.
difficult name, that one, for non-Spanish speakers, Linares.
Yeah,
it's the N.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is I obviously initially, I'm not going to deny it, and please don't give me a slap on the wrist. I said Linares.
No, of course. And Linares is actually a common surname in Spanish, so Spanish people would normally say Linares, but this is Linares, which is not so common. Linares playing the 1-2, talking of, as Gordo was looking to dink it over Dressen.
Yeah, you expect, as you said, it's a little bit more from your number 10, don't you, Bruno? Those talented players given that number for a reason. Still looking to break his duck then so far.
Oh, he's been caught there.
The referee has
I don't think it was inside the box. It was a clear trip. Oh, Kingsley's not happy with Linares. I think that was a clumsy challenge.
DJ Mario.
Look at that. It's outside the box. That's the only thing. They won't be able to re-give it. They won't be able to give it.
No.
Review it and award it because it was outside.
Ale, stai verificando qualcosa? No, Daniel, stop, please. Ale. Ok, perché non ho mai detto niente. Dimmi la prossima volta. Sto guardando. Perfetto.
I think that was more just checking where the contact was made.
Exactly.
Had it been inside the box, you're right, then there may have been, it would have been under more scrutiny.
Fortunately for Futbolistas Locos, it was outside. I think it was clear contact. I was trying to tell Tobias to our left that I felt that it was contact. I don't think he seemed too impressed.
No, and don't tell him that because you know he has strong opinions.
He does.
You'd be shut down very
You think he's from Dusseldorf, but no, he's not. He's not as sort of. He's a bit more
laid back from
Cologne.
Köln, that was right.
Oh, wonderful football off the crossbar. It's not over the line. Well, in 1966 that might have been given, but not today.
Not today, my dear Bruno, from close range. How close are MÓSTOLES there? And they're getting closer. That's the worrying thing for Futbolistas. They just seem to continue to invite them back. Sitting far too deep, they need to start pushing up.
True.
are starting to click here.
They're getting Miroslav, aren't they?
They're getting Miroslav
closer.
Yeah, I like it, very much like it. That's the way, I like it. I like it, Harry, I like it, Bruno, I like it a lot.
Linares.
They're getting into the groove, aren't they?
Groove Armada. TLM. Linares. Looking for the shot, looking for the long distance attempt, which, as I was saying earlier, we've seen him score time and time again. Yet to break his duck in this tournament. De La Villa. Oh, Gordo had to stretch to keep it in play. Onto the edge of the box. DLM. He flies that, skies it over the crossbar.
DLM, not to be confused with JLS, of course.
Or UPS.
UPS,
in case anybody's waiting for
any packages. Yeah. If you're in Italy, it's BRT. BRT is one of their local ones. Anyway, now we'll name them all, haven't we? FedEx, DHL, yeah, just for parity and fairness. Don't know what is it in España. Amazon, maybe, I'm not sure.
I don't think we have any sort of particular.
No. There's one called Celesta, which sponsored Toro in the 1990s. Great jersey, beautiful jersey. If you were, actually, Bruno and I are big fans of the football jerseys from years gone by.
Oh, Gordo. That ball through, and that's clattered into the roof here at the Coupe Arena in Villepont. The outskirts of Paris.
Yeah, Parc d'Exposition is the stop. Okay. If you are in Paris, get down, get tickets, get to the stadium, get to the arena, and watch a bit of Kings League, and maybe if you meet your heroes, yeah,
Thomas Lawrence
and the great Bruno Bergarecce, and of course you can also
you can meet Helmut.
You can meet Helmut
and know if it's a myth, if it's true, if he exists, if we're just stringing everybody along, and he doesn't actually you might see him down the corner. Yeah, you can see him in the corner. There he is, standing up.
He's got his t-shirt on. He's got an Adidas t-shirt today with a nice French slogan, Voulez-vous courir avec moi, which obviously play on words with that famous song, wasn't it?
Voulez-vous coucher avec
That's
moi?
it, yeah.
Ce soir.
There was a host of artists, I remember.
Yeah.
Host of artists.
I don't remember exactly who was on it.
No, but it was for that film.
Pink was one of them.
It was for a film, wasn't it? If I'm not mistaken. The theme tune.
So here's Jesty on the ball. DLM. Iñárritu, no way through. Futbolistas Locos are defending very well so far, despite being quite deep. You can see they're all moving across, not allowing any openings for MÓSTOLES. If anything, there are long-distance efforts from Iñárritu and from De La Mata, but nothing else. I think they're relatively comfortable with the way things are going so far, the Germans.
I think so. They'll certainly take this. They have ridden their luck, as we said, on a couple of occasions, but of course, you need a slice of luck if you want to go far in any competition. The Kings League is the same, and that was another one that just needed that little bit of better touch, and it would have been opportunity there for Ferran Corominas.
De La Bella again, it's the long distance shot. It's,
yeah,
it's what they're being reduced to.
That's it, exactly. And that's full marks to FLC. Actually, they are sitting very deep. They're allowing them, almost inviting them forward, but they are keeping them at bay as we go towards those final 2 minutes.
Ooh, that was almost through for Chichi. He's got that powerful presence, but they went forward, and that meant that they left gaps at the back, and Dressen is there with the initial save. The header is missed. They're claiming it's a penalty.
As is DJ Mario, Bruno.
It's Iñárritu who's down on the ground, looking over at the referee, who I'm sure is going to deal with the situation. It's another fine save from Dressen. He's been phenomenal today.
No, it's
the follow-up, it's the header.
Yeah.
Let's see what it is. Okay.
Just very late there, wasn't he? But
the
the head had been already...
He's already headed wide.
Yeah, so yeah, good work from everybody involved there. Yeah. We will wrap up shortly our Moulin Rouge story and our song once this action, end-to-end stuff, passage of play comes to a close.
But again, it shows that when they come forward for Futbolistas Locos, it means that not everybody is compact at the back and they can be caught on the counter. So it's kind of... it's a double-edged sword. Do you go forward? Do you look for a second? Or do you try and sort of preserve what you've got?
I thought you were going to say, do you finish off that story, or do you focus on the play-by-play? Tactics for...
I don't think I want to finish it,
Tactics for the commentary gantry and how to approach it. And it's going to be Toburgo to the roll of the dice, the man who made me very fearful. And made me...
He threw it quite far the other day when he threw it as well.
I was sweating buckets because of the fear. I had very sweaty palms.
Iñárritu off the post. It was almost the way back for ultimate MÓSTOLES. They need something to spark them into life. Maybe that attempt from Iñárritu can be it. Just that. Now De La Mata looks to thread the ball through, but Futbolistas Locos can run Rebronja. But again, there aren't too many bodies forward, which means we need to go back to Dressen. Kingsley getting to Dressen. He'll go long, just got rid of it. Didn't really steer it towards any of the Futbolistas players, and they're giving up possession very, very quickly. Iñárritu uses his body well. Still on it. Dispossessed in the end. Oh, that's very nice from Ozturk.
Oh, he's lost out.
He's run into trouble on the edge of the box. And it's a goal for ultimate MÓSTOLES just 8 seconds before the 18-minute mark. And it came as a result of Ozturk looking to drive forward, looking to create things. And it's exactly what we said, Tom, isn't it? Do you step back? Do you try and make sure that nothing happens, or do you go for the second goal? Well, they did, and unfortunately for them, they got punished.
Honorato, the hero there for Ultimate MÓSTOLES. You're spot on in what you're saying. FLC will be kicking themselves as we now have the JD roll of the dice. JD, of course, our official partner of the Kings League World Cup clubs. Download the app, visit their website, one of their many stores to check out the new range, and all exclusive only at JD products. And also, don't forget to follow their Instagram channel. Don't miss out on exclusive Kings League content.
Well, having said that, a 3 has been rolled. So, now let's see what we can hear.
Halbräume, Dreiecke, ballentfernter Raum. Machen wir das nicht, kriegen wir den Arsch voll. Bespielt die Räume, dann sind wir stark gewesen. Okay.
So we heard from Simon Seferings, the coach of Futbolistas Locos, as we've got 3 players on the pitch. Of course, 3 players, which includes the goalkeeper, that can come out of the box in this 3v3. Many times he just gets substituted. Here they're deciding or opting to play with Dressen. Rabronja, sorry, it's Ozturk and Noah Kumali. This is Noah Kumali now on the ball. 24% possession only for Futbolistas Locos so far in the game, but they will not be complaining about the scoreline as Ozturk goes down. He's got to get up quickly because Segovia is on the counter. Finds De La Mata. This could be it for De La Bella. De La Bella just wide. MÓSTOLES have not been too clinical today with their finishing.
They haven't been, and I was just going back to what we were speaking just before the roll of the dice. I think FLC will, though, still be kicking themselves. Yes, they're all pleased with one, but they would have certainly taken that going into this match. But seeing the way things were going, as we are going to have a check here at the other end of the pitch whether this is a penalty or not, but I think they'll be kicking themselves because they're in control, they're in possession. Those final 10 seconds, just keep the ball or just boot it upfield, and they tried to be a bit too fancy, a bit too clever. They lost the ball, and MÓSTOLES made them pay.
Well, another one of those where you say 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, because Ozturk does make contact with the leg of De La Bella, but I don't know if it's him kicking De La Bella rather than De La Bella kicking Ozturk. But the contact is clearly there.
Manuela. Let's try and listen in.
Okay, play.
Está ya así. Manuela, está ya así. Está ya así, Manuela, cayéndose.
Ale, mi dici, ok. Okay, play. So he doesn't touch the ball. Okay, number 24 doesn't touch the ball. Touch the
I think
foot,
she's going to give a penalty. It is a penalty.
But they can't argue with that, can they, MÓSTOLES? The evidence is conclusive, the evidence is there, there's contact.
Stop talking to me.
Pointless protesting, otherwise he could find himself in the book here.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Pointless protesting.
I'm going
Just got to accept the decision. You're not going to change your mind once she's blown the whistle.
The VAR has made that call, really.
That's the way it is.
You tranquilo, okay?
It's always amazed me that players continue to argue after a decision has been given. So Noah Kumali presented with the chance to fire Futbolistas Locos back into the lead, and it's saved by Segovia. Well, he's gone down the middle. That looked like a presidential penalty, to be honest, from Kumali. It didn't look like a player.
No, he didn't. I just think the nerves got the better of him, Bruno. Simple as the pressure. MÓSTOLES will feel it's justice for them, seeing as they didn't think it was a penalty.
Linares. Goro, back to Linares, he's got De La Mata, got fortunate with the rebounds, he got very lucky, did Dani Linares, but when you make things happen, or when you try and make things happen, sometimes you get that rub of the green, you get a rebound here and there, and that's what happened for Dani Linares, and that is his first goal. We've been talking about he hasn't scored goals in this tournament. Well, that's his first strike in the Kings World Cup Clubs 2025.
And what a time to get it, Bruno, in the closing stages here of the first half. And of course, again, it will always be just a little check here to make sure there's nothing wrong in the build-up. You say, okay, the goal does stand much to the relief of Linares and company is up and running. What a time. Can he now kick on and inspire his team?
Ozturk down the other end! It's a goal for Futbolistas Locos, who want to continue in this until the very end. Dennis Ozturk responding to ultimate MÓSTOLES 2-2.
Oh, what a reaction from FLC. Immediately getting that equaliser, although there's a little bit of confusion here amongst the and in the FLC ranks. Let's try and listen in.
Always very close in these 3-on-3s offsides because everybody's just going right onto the limits of the offside line.
Offside check, okay?
So she's going to check. Let's see. Well, that line, the edge of the box is quite telling. You can see that De La Mata isn't on the line. Also is stepping on it. So yes, it is going to be offside. Let me just get the tip X.
I think Ultimate MÓSTOLES have gotten away with this.
Yeah, I think it's quite clearly. I mean,
the VR has come to their aid.
Yeah, you don't need artificial lines when you do have that offside line, the edge of the box itself, which is the most telling of all. Mostokes inside the box, De La Mata isn't, so offside it is.
Yeah, and we are back at 2-1, and all they can take from that is that character to hit back right away, but it doesn't stand, and Ultimate MÓSTOLES can now pile on the pain here and maybe get a third.
Linares. De La Mata. Linares. Coro. Linares thoughts about the shot. He's gone the other way with a reverse ball for Coro. Look at that from Kingsley. Oh, just too much bend on it. Oh, Kingsley was bouncing in the air, hoping to see that one go into the goal. We had a good angle of it from here, and it did seem to be swerving constantly towards the left. So now the attack is for Ultimate MÓSTOLES with Diego De La Mata. Linares, I thought the shot was on there first time. Coro Linares. Stepping on the ball, waiting for some movement. There is the shot from Linares. That's the one I thought he was going to take earlier, but frustratingly for him, he didn't get it on target.
Now it's one of the candidates, of course, last year for the Corona de Oro, which was won by Nadir, but Linares showing his quality by being one of the 3 nominees.
5, 6.
Just shot is saved by Segovia, so there's still time for a couple more attacks in this 3-on-3.
There is still time, you're right. Might get a third here.
De La Mata doesn't want to finish it off. Linares. Oh, they've changed Coro for Hernando, who struck that one over the crossbar. They've been very, very wasteful, very profligate with their finish.
All right, Mr. Oxford PhD there, in the English language.
The order, thesaurus.com.
Thesaurus.
Futbolistas Locos down the other end. The angle is gone for Karim Aid.
Play.
Still Karim Aid. It's not me doing an Ali G impression, that is actually his name.
You need to do the Karim Aid, you need to do the hand movement as well.
So De La Mata, who was through on goal, but we haven't really gone past the 2 minutes of added time, so there will be no chance there for Ultimate MÓSTOLES. A goal disallowed and a penalty missed. It could have been a very different story for them in these last 2 minutes of the half. But the camera was going to pan to the dugouts as it follows De La Mata. Reyes off. Now we can hear from the managers.
Es ist alles drin, okay? Das ist das Positive. Es ist noch alles möglich. Aber ganz im Ernst, dass wir jetzt zurückliegen, ist ein Witz. Das ist ein Witz. Wenn wir unsere Prinzipien durchspielen, haben wir 5, 6 Torchancen. Wir schmeißen es weg. Wir schmeißen es weg.
Hundirle, ¿vale? No es la primera que llego para meter. Y calma. Luego, cuando fijéis dentro, como habéis hecho con Colo, que viene a recibir, solo una cosa, que Colo cuando recibe por delante, o recibe aquí. Al final no les estamos obligando a salir. Por lo tanto, le demos un motrito más para que puedan salir, para que pueda ganar ese metro, que es el espacio que vamos a ganar. Porque al final, por delante, no fijamos nada, ¿de acuerdo? Lo superamos luego, ¿vale? Calma y paciencia, ¿vale? Sobre todo con balón, y con balón, calma, que sois los mejores. Estos largos, el mismo equipo del inicio, ¿de acuerdo?
So there is Kingsley, team talk from Futbolistas Locos, everybody in the huddle trying to get some words of encouragement across. Alex Martinez in the dugout for Ultimate MÓSTOLES down the other end.
Well, they are in the driving seat as we get going again. They had a little bit of luck, of course. They rode their luck with that VAR call. I think the balance of play, they do just about deserve. I think it reflects the way the match has been played. They've had certainly more of the opportunities. They could actually have netted more than 2, and that's their objective now, to add to their 2-goal tally and blow away Futbolistas Locos. A reminder, once again, the only German side left in the competition, so flying the flag for Die Mannschaft, shall we say?
No, they've done very well. They've done very, very well to get this far, Futbolistas Locos, and done very well also to test Ultimate MÓSTOLES so far in this game. But you do sense the difference, the gulf in quality when you look at the possession, when you look at the chances. But
still in it, though.
And as we said, it could have been a very different story. 1 centimetre, 1 yard the other way. Ulsterk's onside and a penalty scored, and they could very well be in the lead in this game. Ulsterk flipping it towards Chichi with the header. That's cleared by Alberto de la Bella.
I was also thinking they could have also been eliminated already, FLC. They played their card really well, didn't they? Against UC. They had a suspension card, didn't they? Took a player out, and then they really capitalised. If they had maybe a different card, maybe things would be sitting here commenting on UC, for example. So there's also that to take into account. But full marks to them for making the most of it, that card. It just shows that, as we're saying, the different turning points, the different sliding doors moments.
Oh, it's very different. A whole tournament. These Kings World Cup, the whole tournament can completely change in little moments. Someone reaching the final could have lost in the last chance or in the last 16. It's just so difficult to predict. That's what makes it fun. That's what we like about sport, when things are unpredictable. When things get too predictable, that's when people sort of lose interest, and you know who's going to be reaching a final or who's going to be in the semi-finals. Here, you have no idea. You have a slight sense or feeling that some of the Brazilians are going to be there, and maybe some of the Spanish sides, but you wouldn't be able to say right now on the spot these 4 teams are going to be in the semi-finals and be 90% or 100% sure that you're going to get it right.
No, that's the thing, and that's again the beauty of the Kings, and why when Gerard Piqué came up with this idea with his collaborators and all those involved in the team, he wanted to have something that can keep people hooked right until the very end.
Oh, look at that mistake, the back pass. They're looking to capitalise. Gordo had no way through. In the end, they got back in numbers to defend that situation. Mistakes have been costly today. We saw that with Boomers. De la Villa. Linares. Through to Reyes. Too much purchase on the ball from the Ultimate MÓSTOLES, number 10. Chichi plays it out of play.
I was going to say, we didn't, if I'm not mistaken, we didn't have presidential penalties, did we,
No, we didn't.
In the previous game? There was that little confusion where we thought it had been pressed, but it was
accidental.
But in this one, with DJ Mario, it's going to be pressed, surely, you know, and he's going to step up. And
well, they're both here, aren't they?
Yeah,
so
there's that side as well. So that will be a big factor as well. That could also potentially swing it, those presidential penalties. That may be a big moment, could be a big moment in this game, which continues to be very tight, despite the dominance. If you look at the numbers in terms of, you said, possession, the chances, completed passes at even Stevens, to be fair, but we don't know how many passes FLC have had compared to Ultimate MÓSTOLES. That has to be taken into account too.
De la Villa. Linares darting its way through the defence, denied by Dressen. It's clipped towards the far post. Gordo waiting for it to drop to him on the edge of the box. Floats just over his head, so they'll start again with De la Villa.
It was almost Lofazo-esque, wasn't it?
Yes.
Drop of the shoulder, the dummy, the close ball control, and the shot. Didn't have the same outcome, though. He might have another go here. Linares looks to lash another one home. And number 10, who's up and running. As we're saying, in that first half, he was behind Nadir in the eventual winners list of the Corona de Oro, the Ballon d'Or, isn't it, in the men's game? So the sort of best player in Europe.
The Golden Crown is what it literally means. So picked up by De La Mata. Almost 25 minutes are up. Oh, Linares has been caught there by Chichi, looking over his family members. No complaints. I think they're well aware that he that he caught him.
All got, as you said, the number 31, haven't they? Jinxy shirt. Naturally, the cheer on their loved one.
Manuela.
We'll see whether they'll be cheering in a bit or not.
One of the best players in the side as well.
Yeah.
Really have been impressed with him in those first 2 games, from the one where they lost against FLUXO, which was close. It was only 6-3.
It was very close.
And that penalty shootout with Ultra Chimicha.
Also, maybe see the first game, okay, this side looks really good. And the second game, you may be less convinced.
Yeah.
Or the opposite.
Like XBuyer, for example, or Los Chamos, and the opposite.
And the opposite. So it's still very early to say. I mean, even Furia, we commented on yesterday, for example. That first game was really impressive. Second game, not as much. I still thought they fully deserved their victory, but they maybe didn't give me that sense that they can maybe go all the way. Maybe I'm starting to have second thoughts about them, but again, we'll see them in the last chance. Sorry, I beg your pardon. In the round of 16, we'll see them in action. So it's going to be a fascinating tournament. Very difficult to call. And talking of the round of 16, the team that wins this one will face United, the French side, who we have been very impressed by, haven't we? Yeah, really attacking, aren't they?
Yeah, you see, if Ultimate MÓSTOLES get through this, I find that a very difficult draw. We always think that the Spanish side are the favourites because of their history and their experience, but I find it very difficult to call that one in their favour. I'd say it's almost 50-50 with United, who are one of the best sides attacking, one of the best sides going forward, as you say, scoring goals for fun. So many players as well capable of scoring. And what did we say earlier about Ultimate MÓSTOLES? How very few players, I mean, their top goal scorers on 2. And then it's just a handful of players on 1.
Yeah, they're not really.
They don't have that sort of player that is on, some teams have, that is on 4. Even Rebronja and Futbolistas LOCOS is on 4. So De La Mata does well to come out of that corner.
Keeping with the Ultimate MÓSTOLES theme, Di Gemara did say he didn't want to face, one of the teams he didn't want to face was United, and unfortunately for him, they will, as things stand, then he'll be facing United in the round of 16. He got what he didn't want, should we put it that way.
And a lot of the Spanish sides said they didn't want to play Spanish sides. Berchita and XBuyer Javi also said, just don't want to play a Spanish team because we play them every week. And that's what the XBuyer brothers weren't happy about, the fact that they need to play another Spanish side once they go through in Porcinos.
Chamos is in the booth with Santoro, the Boomers player, who was on loan, of course, with MÓSTOLES in the Kings League Spain. So they've still maintained that friendship. This is the game you're currently watching. MÓSTOLES against Futbolistas LOCOS. Looking ahead, we've got GDC against Los Chamos and FLUXO against Miami 7 to cap the action off in these last chance saloon fixtures.
Oh, Kingsley with a through ball. Couldn't find Salvatore Giambra. It's dropped to Segovia. The next one's a fun one. It's a Caribbean derby between Galacticos and Los Chamos. But before we get there, we still don't know who's going to be going through here. The possession's still heavily in favour of Ultimate MÓSTOLES. Now gone for that shot from Héctor Blanco.
Yeah, but they've got to start really making it count now. I understand they're leading and they'll feel that they haven't really been threatened, as we said, by FLC in this second period, but they've still got the secret cards, both sides, but secret cards, presidential penalties. They've got to start making the most of this possession.
So Chichi, in front of his family members, can he score? Saved by Segovia.
Oh, they've got the head in their hands.
He's got another chance, he does score. Look at them jumping up. The fist goes flying in the air. Will he come over and acknowledge his family members and dedicate the goal to them? Well, he's celebrating with his teammates. That's a special moment as well, isn't it? Scoring in front of... There's quite a few of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think there's five or six family members. So what a special moment for Chichi and for the Futbolistas LOCOS.
Bruno, if at first you don't succeed, try and try again. And he certainly kept on trying. But there is going to be a small check here. So it may be ruled out, which would be so cruel, as you said, in front of his family members. We need to understand exactly why. What is the issue here? And why they are checking this. Let's try and get some clarity. Maybe soon listen in as to why this could potentially be chalked off here.
I think it comes something from the, they're looking for the hand there as it flicks up there.
Right.
As it flicks up off of Sergi Gesti.
Oh,
I think it doesn't hit him in the arm, though. I think it hits him here. I think it hits him sort of in the rib area. Let's see.
Yeah, and then ricochets off the arm.
But if it hits you here first, it shouldn't be a handball.
We'll try and again, we'll go pitch side, won't we? And hear what's being said by the referee.
Because if it goes straight onto the arm, that generally is a handball. But this year we've seen, at least in the more La Liga, Serie A, or European football, that when it comes off of a rebound off of another part of your body, generally it doesn't count as a handball. But let's see how the referee sees it. Let's see how the referee calls it. See, it's onto the left foot first, then kind of ribs, then elbow.
Ricochets off the elbow.
I would find that quite harsh if that was...
Being checked. The referee just waiting for more instructions, and that's what she's just telling the players, just to keep calm.
Guys, I don't need... What happened?
Again, she's very good at just keeping the calm, keeping the peace, just telling the players to...
but faster.
She's in touch with the VAR, and as soon as she has...
coming over, isn't he? Coming to check the screen. You can see it over there behind us.
They've come over.
Okay, but if it's difficult...
They're actually watching on our screen as well now, Chichi's family members.
Guys,
it'll be so cruel
what is the
for him.
What is the okay, sorry, didn't see you. So, they say, no, number 20, okay, you're not the captain.
They're saying that it's not a handball because of that rebound, because it's the foot and it's the rib and then it's the hand. Chichi's even gone to see it himself. He's gone over to the screen on the other side. He's adamant that it's not a handball. I think it would be quite a harsh decision for Futbolistas Locos if this goal is taken away.
Yes, sir. Okay, so
they have an answer soon, though, Bruno.
Okay, so they have checked if there was a handball, okay? But we don't have a clear image, so we go for the goal, okay?
Clear as that. The referee has clarified and cleared up the situation. And Bruno, you sort of said that already. You felt that no clear handball.
She's saying that there's not a clear image.
Yeah.
And if that's what you're basing it on, then it's the correct call, because if you don't have a clear image, you cannot go against the initial call.
Yeah.
I think even with that image, and seeing that it does come from a rebound, it isn't a handball.
Yeah.
So either way, I think it's the right call. It's perfectly explained, although maybe not the reason that I would have given, but I think that at the end of the day, the right call was made, and
that's the main thing, getting to the, as you said, the right answer, the right solution. We've got activity out on that touchline, haven't we? We've got a presidential penalty and a secret card called by FLC and MÓSTOLES respectively. And talking of presidential penalties, Bruno, Chefstrober had actually 100% records on presidential penalties until round 1 of this World Cup, where he missed his penalty. So he's looking to get that scoring sequence going again. Let's put it that way. Here he goes. Here he goes. Yes. Moment of truth for him. I love these moments when it's
presidential penalty is one of the best.
Yeah.
Presidential penalty.
I missed it.
Under
Bruno.
pressure. Under pressure is more
I missed
fun.
it so much. That's why
because it's like the everyday. It's the everyday person going down to take a penalty. That's what you like to see.
That's why I'm buoyed. I'm enthused. Come on, yes, it's what I've come to watch the Kings League for as well, Bruno. Missed it last time out, and now we're back on board then. Here we go.
So Chef Strobel against Segovia, one of the better goalkeepers in this competition, to put Futbolistas Locos into the lead. It's in from Chef Strobel. He's done his part. He's scored. He gets the bow and arrow out. The celebration from him. Futbolistas Locos are in the lead, and they're going crazy to the left of us.
The archer, arrows hit home, hits the target, 3-2, and good play, I have to say, good strategy. Drawing level and immediately going for that presidential penalty, but now we'll find out what the secret card is. Oh, that's a good one, I think, real good one. They're already keeping or putting a lot of pressure, aren't they, on FLC. Now with more space, with a man advantage, they can really go for the jugular.
And also because Futbolistas, given the fact that they're in the lead again, can afford to do
Yes,
what they've been doing for big chunks of this game, which is sit back and make it tight. So if you take one of those players out, it's more difficult to do that. But the game's playing into their hands.
Wait.
The fact they're in the lead. If they're down, then you'd think they'd struggle a bit more with that game plan of 20% possession. But it's going to be a case of trying to hold on now for these last 10 minutes, and let's see if they're capable of doing it with these 6 players for the next 4 minutes. Linares, De La Mata.
For the neutral, you'd want a German side to go through. We need to keep it varied in terms of the teams.
Linares, spilt by Dressen, but Kingsley is on hand to help out his teammates.
He's here, there and everywhere, isn't he, Kingsley? All over the pitch. To defend again, though.
Linares. It comes off De La Villa, so they survive the first wave of ultimate MÓSTOLES attacks.
Yeah, they're without FLC, without LeBron James. That's what he's been baptised, shall we say, the nickname he's been given by the Italian casters. Sabino and Pepone. Right alongside the German casters are very, very animated now.
Oh, they've just been pushing that flight back, haven't they? They've been pushing it further away.
They're hoping to stay in Paris, and just like FLC, their fellow countrymen. FLC, of course, the president Kenan Yildiz, the Juventus and Turkey star, lest we forget. I mean, Yamal's La Capitale.
Definitely keeping an eye on this, from what we've been told.
Oh yeah, wherever he is, he tries to watch the games, even on the Juventus team coach earlier this season.
Old Keaton and Kel. De La Villa. So they've already held on for a minute and a half.
So far then, so good.
De La Villa. De La Mata. And look at that, 228 completed passes against 52. And that ball is fired across the box. Goro was looking to finish it off. He was just a couple of inches away from connecting the header.
It's a really nice fizz to it. And look how close it was. Wow, that
close was that. I said it was Goro, but it was Kylian Honorato.
Well, now this could be the moment then for DJ Mario. Can he hit back? Can Ultimate MÓSTOLES score?
Kylian, his shot is blocked by Kingsley. It's a good idea to try and score and then continue to apply the pressure.
Yeah,
against 6 men, but with it being 3-3, not 3-2 down.
DJ Mario. Here he comes.
With his Spanish champions shirt. Of course, they were recently crowned the winners of that 5th split.
Just rally the team. You know, the best way to do it, Bruno, it's obvious, it's simple.
Leading by example, yeah.
Leading by example, score the goal. They're very concerned in the stands. We've got Chichi's family. And
they're
of course,
very tense, aren't they?
Very, very tense, as are the German casters. To our left, Tyler and Michael.
DJ Mario, no mistake, he sends it to the right. Dressen went to the left, it's 3-3. Ultimate MÓSTOLES setting up an absolute blockbuster of an ending to this game.
Oh, it's going to be a grandstand finale, and of course they've still got over a minute and a half, haven't they, with an extra man on the pitch. Can they make it count? The most of their numerical superiority here. Take the lead, they continue to dominate the possession, see all of the ball, but that's given away. Unfortunately, very fortunate for the Spanish side, it goes straight into touch. We're level, should it end level, of course. At the very end, it would go to a shootout. There's no draws at all in the Kings League. But first, it's 2 minutes, it would be a golden goal scenario, but still, long way to go before then.
Oh, they don't manage to clear the danger. Dressen making up for the mistakes of his teammates.
Just sticking out a boot, sticking out a leg. Really good save.
Sparing the blushes of Handanovic, who had lost that ball inside the box. De La Mata brushes off the head of a Futbolistas LOCOS player. It's the overhead kick and the finish! It's scored by Alex Hernando. Ultimate MÓSTOLES have made the most of that card from 3-2 down. Now it's 4-3. And this is when we were saying the Futbolistas LOCOS, it was playing into their hands, being up, sit back, make sure nothing happens. Now They've got to get out there and try and find a goal.
Yeah, FLC have got to now change their game plan. They've got to go back to the drawing board, and they've got to alter their strategy. For large spells, it appeared to be working, but now Ultimosos, thanks to that presidential penalty, thanks to that secret card, we're talking about the importance of the cards and playing them at the right time, in the right moment, and they've done just that. And that is really good sort of Kings League tactics from MÓSTOLES and FLC. Have to change their approach. Of course, they've still got their secret card. The longer we go on, it could be a shootout or a penalty, unless they call it now for this final 4 minutes and goals being worth double. We're into the final 4 minutes, so things seem to suggest, Bruno, that it could be a penalty or a shootout, which means MÓSTOLES have to get their skates on and get another goal.
That's right, it's not over yet. They do have that trick up their sleeve still. Futbolistas Locos. La Bella, who's given an awkward ball. He can push forward. Rebronja. Still Rebronja. It's cleared off the line by Diego de la Mata. Oh, the very few times that they come forward, they are threatening Futbolistas Locos.
Well, absolutely. I hope they don't do what Marash did for them anyway. That yesterday, Marash, in the closing stage, they looked really threatening, but you said
too late,
left it too late. Yeah, it was too little too late. Well, this is promising. Ooh.
Oh, Kingsley, the player whose name almost matches that of the tournament.
That's true, yeah. Wow.
Over the bar.
Oh, good if he scores. Kingsley in the Kings League. That'd be nice.
Kingsley, Germany. De la Bella, that card still waiting on the sidelines for Futbolistas Locos. Meanwhile, Ultimate MÓSTOLES continue to have the lion's share of possession. De la Mata, it's a good incisive run from him. He was ultimately stopped in his tracks. Will they stop Linares? Looks to his right foot. Couldn't find the angle, but this is more the Linares that we all have known and seen for years in the Kings League.
Yeah, taking his time to get into his stride, taking his time to warm up and get into the groove, but now he's starting to get into the groove here. Looking, you said, the Linares that everybody admired so much this season in the Kings League España and also last season. In the meantime, a bit of drama here. A bit of drama, Bruno. A yellow.
A yellow, and that's a problem for Futbolistas because we've got
jersey,
3 minutes left. Yeah, we've got 3 minutes left. Honest Kingsley coming off. So of those 3 minutes, well, actually not even 3 minutes, is it? 2 minutes, 20 seconds. 2 of them are going to be with 6 players on the pitch.
Too much. It was not the first time.
Very disappointing for Futbolistas Locos. And the build-up here. Just looking whether this was an elbow, whether it's just part of the contact that comes.
Okay.
Now, clearly, there's contact leading with the elbow here.
But it's the yellow for Kingsley.
It's the second one they're really checking. Listen, it's a shoulder barge.
Yellow seems a bit harsh.
Yellow, you know, you've seen them given, not given, but certainly not a red. There's no need to...
For me, yellows are a little bit more than that. For me.
Like I said, I think it's like the penalty we saw the other day in the fixture that we saw the other day, which caused a lot of debate. You can see them given, not given against Dendele, if you remember, in the fixture. And the Brazilian side in action the other day
also a yellow card
against the Panama All-Stars.
No, it was just pushing. It was just pushing, okay? Yeah, because it was a pushing. Now it's football, guys.
Is it a yellow card or is it not a yellow card?
No, it's okay.
A yellow card here comes with a 2-minute suspension, so it comes with a pretty stark punishment. So do you not feel that it has to be something? You're cutting a counter-attack, you're preventing a goal, you're really late to a challenge for it to be yellow card. I feel like that was a lot of punishment.
Yeah. No, it does feel a little bit harsh, you're right.
Joker, wow. Surely,
what do you want?
this time the penalty will be clear.
Penalty, okay. Penalty.
I'm a bit worried with some of the decisions that they made this week. When they don't go for a penalty, you think, well, what are they doing?
Guys, I want...
No, they're definitely going to go for a penalty. They're going to try and draw level here. Now this is the third penalty taken against Segovia. One saved out of 2 so far.
He's got experience in that regard. And it's Rebronjo scored many goals and he went the right way. It just went under his hands, Segovia. So Rebronjo, another player to reach the 5-goal mark in the Kings World Cup this year. Unfortunately for Segovia, guessed the right way. So it just went under that arch. Sometimes happens to goalkeepers. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, got a little bit of a glove to it as well. And he is beaten on this occasion. Segovia has to stop those protests. Of course, he'll be following Kingsley in the dugout with the yellow card. FLC, though, a reminder, may be level, but they aren't level in terms of the players out on the pitch. It's 7v6 in favour of Móstoles. Looking to make the most of this. We've got 2 minutes before those final 2 minutes to go ahead. As things stand, we're going to be going to a golden goal situation. Móstoles, they want to get the job done.
Jinxy was on the counter. And this, another reminder for every team in the tournament who maybe looks at the draw and thinks, oh, we got lucky with that draw. Futbolistas LOCOS, everyone thought, was probably the weakest side left in it, being from Germany. Look, it's 4-4 with 3 minutes left. Nobody is a pushover having reached this stage of the competition.
No, absolutely not. In fact, our German cast really wanted to confirm they actually had more belief in Era Cologne and even G2, but it's FLC. The
Tiki-Taka, he said as well, were a very good team. No, he said that they were very well followed, but unfortunately did not qualify for this tournament.
Yeah.
Linares, who was jumping up and down a moment ago here, Heinz Harold, and in disbelief that that foul had been given as it's punched away by Dressen.
As you said, we've rarely seen Ralph as
too animated.
Yeah, no. And but when the German side's naturally obviously rooting for
against Chamos the other day, it was it was rapturous joy in this corner.
Yeah, and it was fiery from the stands as well.
Very fiery.
The Moroccan supporters were very disappointed.
Linares, last 30 seconds to avoid that golden goal. Just imagine how tense that would be for Ultimate Móstoles, more so because I think they've come into this game, and also DJ Mario, not expecting to be in a golden goal scenario. Cleared away by Jinxy. 10 seconds left. I don't think there'll be enough time to take the throw in and try and have one final attempt.
Just throw it, just throw it.
On the turn, and that will be that. 38 minutes on the clock. The buzzer goes.
Golden goal, Bruno. Golden goal.
Móstoles 4, Futbolistas LOCOS 4. Another golden goal in this tournament. We said we'd probably see quite a few more shootouts than the ones we'd already seen. Let's see if this does make it to the shootout, because we've only seen one golden goal so far being scored.
Chicos, calma. Dani.
Männer, kurz Ruhe, zusammen, kurz Ruhe. Ok, golden goal, ok.
Intenta fijar tú más ahora un poquito fuera, para salir de dentro fuera y que Coro pueda generarse ahí dentro. ¿De acuerdo? Mario, muy atento. Sí, en momentos, Sergi, te metes dentro, estira de la mata. 1, 2.
Mann auf Mann, übergeben. Direkt schießen, Tor.
So here we go. It is the golden goal. Nobody said it would be easy to get into the last 16. This last chance is always going to be very, very tight. Giambra.
In the meantime, guys, keep voting for the MVP. Last time it was Fuad. The XBuyer team sent the boomers booming out. As things stand, well, this is delicately poised. It's anyone's for the taking. And as we were also saying, Bruno, just off air, of all the times we've gone to Golden, only Panama All-Star scoring Martin to it's actually a penalty to take the game to a golden goal situation. The French side. Are we going to see another golden goal here? Maybe, Bruno.
Mario Reyes found Coro. Coro's an expert throughout his professional career in scoring important late goals for Espanyol. Can he do it also for Ultimate Móstoles? De la Bella. Coro making the run. Oh, you can see him cutting across. He tees it up for Linares. The challenge coming from Jinxy. I think he just about got the ball. Handanovic on the counter. A couple of rebounds falling favourably to Ultimate Móstoles. It's back with Segovia. Now De La Villa looks up. Oh, there's a pass into the middle. Acres of space for Dani Linares, who can turn.
Here we go, Bruno.
Out wide to Chesty. De La Mata with the cross. That clearance needed to be made because Scotto was at the far post, just lurking and waiting as he always does to try and put that into the empty net.
I thought it was the moment because you said that there were players queuing up there, just waiting in the wings. Is this going to be the moment? Well, it doesn't look like it.
Great ball from De La Mata. Throw. That stayed in play, yes, says the referee.
Yeah.
One back by De La Villa. It's all Ultimate Móstoles in these final minutes.
Well, FLC did win a shootout, lest we forget, against UC, so maybe...
Yeah, against Ultra Chimicha, of course.
So maybe sort of inside, not too concerned about going to a shootout. They may be actually happy seeing the way things are going in terms of the possession.
And in what was much more of a cauldron in here in terms of everybody against them, and it was a real pressure cooker inside the Cupra Arena. In that sense, it's not as tense right now in this game. Both are neutral sides.
And the fact also that they are sort of the underdogs out of these two sides, so they feel we've got nothing to lose. Let's just go for it. The more the pressure is on Ultimate Móstoles, they would be bitterly disappointed to go out at this stage. Bitterly disappointed.
For them, it would be seen as a huge opportunity miss for Futbolistas Locos. There really is nothing to lose if they are to crash out here against Ultimate Móstoles. So we've almost made it to 1 minute out of the 3 of added time. Do not want to go to penalties. That is the worst feeling. I mean, that you can no longer do anything on the field of play and just down to kind of chance.
Yeah, it's a mixture, isn't it?
Mixture of chance, mixture of handling nerves.
So much. It's obviously for the neutral, it's brilliant, isn't it, Bruno?
Kingsley coming forward.
And for those involved, it's nerve jangling, it's nail biting. That's why they put in the lottery of a penalty shootout. That some things are just down to maybe there's just very fine margins. No real chances in this golden goal phase. Is that going to change? We go to the final minute and a half. Ultimate Móstoles. This has been a constant pattern, hasn't it? They've seen all the ball, and they will be regretting those missed opportunities going right back to the first period, won't they?
Linares plays the 1-2. Linares shoots, and it's saved by Dress. And if anybody you feel can score the goal, at least from what we've seen on the evidence of the 40 minutes, it does seem to be Dani Linares.
Yeah, he is there. He's been their best player. They're hoping that they can still see more of him in the competition, but to do so, it looks like they're going to have to win a penalty shootout here.
De La Villa, oh, the pass could be on for Linares. It's played behind. The shot from Reyes over the crossbar. Was that the moment for Ultimate Móstoles? I thought it was for Linares, the pass. It went to Reyes at the far post. He just snatched at it. He took the shot a little bit too quickly, didn't really set himself properly, and it skied over the crossbar.
Just the way the sort of position, and I just never felt that he was going to score it. There was also a little bit of sort of leaning back as well.
Oh, hang on down the other end. De La Villa gets across. Not only that, I think it's ricocheted off Rebronja, so they will have time for a final attack. This is it for Ultimate Móstoles.
Got to go for it, really got to go for it.
Actually,
don't want to give away the ball, but they've got to go for it.
La Mata, Linares, the touch from him. It's well defended. I thought maybe he would have gone for the first time as Dressen came out rushing. Thought he would have gone for the volley over the top, and well, there's defending to do now. Kingsley, they're telling him to shoot. Segovia saves. Oh, imagine the nerves of DJ Mario seeing that shot from Kingsley.
Yeah, because the time appeared to be up, but they were still playing on. And you know, maybe a couple of players have maybe believed a little bit. Well, maybe they could have got to that rebound in the end, though. It ends, as we were saying, in a draw. We're going to have a shootout. It's, yes, luck, holding your nerve, but also, as we've seen in these shootouts, getting that first touch, putting yourself into a good position.
There's a huge element of ability and quality.
Yeah.
More so than in a traditional penalty, where it can just be get your laces through it. Here, yes, luck, yes, holding your nerve, but also just having the ability and know-how of taking the shootout. So heated exchange here between the Futbolistas Locos players. It's talking to one of his teammates, and that's not probably the best sort of morale with which to head into a shootout.
it isn't, but it just shows how much it means to them.
Okay, wait.
The tension, the nerves, everything that we've discussed here.
Okay, good.
And that they're here to win, Bruno. Yes, we've spoken a lot about the camaraderie, the real sort of family atmosphere involving everybody, the Kings League, out on the pitch, the players, the presidents, the staff, us, the broadcasters, the casters, everybody involved. They're here to win, to hit that treble. We saw beside me during the draw earlier, and Tanguy, that's what they want. They want to wrestle away that very impressive trophy, that glorious trophy, with all its glory away from Porcinos, and we're going to find out whether one of these two sides will still be in with a chance of winning that trophy very, very soon. We've seen some nervy ones. We've, in fact, they've been pretty very tense and very tight. There's been no real side that's just blown it away by netting all their penalties. We expect plenty of misses as well, and also because, as we've discussed, if you look at the stats, it's the keepers that tend to come out on top overall in terms of the amount that have been taken and saved or missed, of course, thanks to the work of the keepers, closing down that angle, closing down the space, making saves. In particular, Monterde has been really impressive for Persas in the shootouts, but for me, keeper of the tournament, so probably Camilo Mena of SXB. But let's focus back to these two teams, Móstoles, Futbolistas, LOCOS, and it's going to be the Germans to get us going. And we know the Germans have a great record in Persas, so do FLC, beating UC last time out. Can they do it again?
They've been here, done it, got the T-shirt. It's going to start off with Chichi kicking in front of his family. He's already scored one down this end. Can he score the shootout? He doesn't. Chichi misses. And look at his family members, heads in hands. But to be honest, it's not like missing a normal penalty.
Yeah.
We'll probably see 90% of the takers here missing.
We're going to see plenty more misses. It's inevitable, all the factors we discussed. Although I expect Linares to be more clinical here, as you can see. Why? That's the reason why I also said it, because of his record. Yeah.
Well, Linares, he's been in top form in this game. Can he continue here? He's missed. Wow. Well, Dressen took a while to come out there. I thought that maybe he was a little bit too deep, and he offered him a lot of the goal. That might have put Linares off. He had a lot of time to think, which you usually don't have in this shootout. He ended up dragging his shot wide, so none of them have been converted so far.
I didn't expect that. Linares, I beg your pardon, and Bruno with his record when it comes to the shootout. Dragging it wide, and now Futbolistas LOCOS looking to get up and running and take the advantage and in this shootout with their number 21.
Salvatore Giambra, also denied by Segovia. See, that was a good save this time from Segovia. A strong right hand to palm away the effort of Giambra.
Really, that was a really good stop on that occasion. It's more credit to the keeper, whereas the first one,
it's the first one that's been credit to the keeper.
Yeah, it was the first one were a fault, well, both previously the fault of the players. Now this is 50-50, literally and statistically.
It's Sergi Gesti. Can he score the first shootout? Nobody has scored yet. He is also denied by Dressen, but we said after Chichi missed that we're probably going to see a few more misses. 0 out of 4.
In the background there, you may have spotted our more eagle-eyed viewers. Segovia just throwing down the water bottle and disappointed because he think, well, I've saved a bit, I've done my part. You guys have got to do your part, I think.
Help me out.
And now he's got to do it all over again, because now it's Rebron James. We'll see whether he can get this 3-throw.
So Rebronja has had a phenomenal tournament, and he is also denied by Segovia. I think has got friends or family members here in the corner. He's come over to celebrate with them. They've been looking on closely throughout the entire game, the lad in the Malaga shirt.
You see DJ Mario, couldn't you, the relief as he was bobbing up and down there. Unfortunately for him, he can't be involved in this. Only the players, and that's because of his recent record when it comes to taking the penalties and that desire to help his team. Can his team now? And Coromina score.
Goro with the first goal! Finally, someone breaks the deadlock, and that piles the pressure on Futbolistas LOCOS.
advantage then finally to one of these two teams, and it is the Spanish champions, the Campeones de España, who want to be the champions of the Kings World Cup clubs, and that's the way to do it. They have the advantage now. They're looking to Segovia, or the pressure to be too much here for the number 16 Kurmali.
So Noah Kurmali, one of the wild cards, one goal in the tournament. Goes wide, and it's also in the rush the fingertips of Segovia. How many times do we see this? That nobody scores, and then when someone scores, the other side responds immediately.
Yeah, I think Segovia will be really disappointed. You can see how he got a touch,
his fingers. You can
hurt
see
himself as well, and he'll be feeling that one, that's for sure. But now he needs his outfield teammates to continue doing their part, and Ultimate Mostoles to score this one and take them a step closer to glory.
So is De La Mata, one of the better players for Ultimate Mostoles. I think he telegraphed he was going that way. Dressen guessed it right. He was almost there waiting for him.
As you say, one of the better players, but even the better players can miss
no guarantee
in this situation. I think if they were doing this in practice, in training, without the pressure, without the fans, without the thousands tuning in, watching, they'd probably score 9 times out of 10, but this is a whole different kettle of fish.
We're down to the 5th penalty. He scores this, and the pressure is monumental for Ultimate Mostoles. It's Handanovic. Oh, he's gone the other way. We don't generally see right-footed players go that way. That was a bizarre approach from him, because it means you lose an angle. You don't really have that much to aim for.
What it means for the shootout is that if Ultimate Mostoles score now, they win, they go through to the next stage of the competition, where they're going to face United. So this is huge, huge, huge. It's Dressen here, who needs to be a hero for Futbolistas Locos. We've got Lothar and Tyler very well. We've got the German fans, Chichi's family. Della Bella, can he send
one of the older statesmen? It is Alberto de la Villa, one of the most experienced players on this side, and he came too close to Dressen. Another penalty, so just 1 out of 5 for both teams. We're going to sudden death. How many times have we gone to sudden death already?
Well, didn't we say it, Bruno? For those who are watching a shootout for the first time, don't expect it to be sort of very quick and fast-paced and the team winning it at the first go. Time and time we see the go to a sudden death scenario. Now it's up to the keepers. It's going to be
fun when the goalies get involved.
A tale of 2 keepers now. Essen, who made plenty of saves, now needs to transform himself into a striker, Bruno.
Dressen, I thought he was going to go to the right as well. It's gone down the middle. Dressen scores. Daniel Dressen converts. Who would have thought the goalkeeper? Probably looking at his teammates saying, "Go on, guys, it's not that difficult."
Daniel Dressen transforming himself then into a centre forward, and now can he keep his colleague out, his opposite number out? Should he do it? FLC, another win, Bruno, and also again via the shootout, and again against a side on paper expected to win.
So the pressure on the shoulders of Jose Segovia. Here it goes. Saved by Dressen! Futbolistas Locos qualify for the last 16.
And they're in front of us here. They're here. They're in front of us. They've come towards the German casters. They've come towards the German casters.
We're German too, but we'll be neutral in this one. We'll just we'll let them have their moments. But there has been a real communion, hasn't there, between the German players and the German casters. It's been nice to see. It's been nice to see in the previous round against Ultra Chamicha and Dressen. Every time he wins the penalty shootout, he comes over here with Lothar and with Tyler to celebrate.
Absolutely, Andreas and Tyler are delighted. The German casters are jumping up and down with joy. The Futbolistas Locos guys are delighted. We're going to say well done to them. And look what this does here for FLC, who join XBuyer Team in the round of 16. And Ultra Mostoles, one of the favourites, or at least tipped to go very far. They're out of the competition. FLC will take on United in the round of 16. Those games 10th and 11th. Now it's going to be a very disappointing, should I say, Linares in his post-match interview, his MVP. It's a bittersweet prize. He'll, no doubt though, tip his hat to FLC, who held their nerve most here and best and march on and are still in this competition. Let's hear from Linares.
Hi guys, so here we go. First of everything, I'm so sorry for the match, because it's always bad to lose a match during the shootout. So I want to ask you, how do you feel? What are your opinion about the match?
No, las sensaciones son claras, no hemos estado a la altura, no hemos dado el nivel suficiente y al final pues en los shootouts se decanta por ello, pero teníamos que haber hecho mucho más y no se nos ha dado.
Clear. You can sign your shirt, because at the end of the day you are still the MVP of this match, and this is the kind nice. Okay, thank you so much. He is clearly not happy, of course, but you can find the shirt on Bazaar, because at the end of the day is still the MVP of the match. So get the app and see you there.
So we're just catching our breath after that incredible finale. Ultimate Móstoles, one of the favourites to the title, haven't even reached the last 16. They've fallen in the last chance fixture as Futbolistas Locos continue to pull off the surprises here at the Kings World Cup 2025. Expect the unexpected. It's really different to what we saw in Mexico last year. This time we're getting teams from different competitions, from different countries, starting to get through and advance in the tournaments. And now we're going to get two of the sides from the Americas, Galacticos del Caribe from the Dominican Republic, Los Chamos from Venezuela. I like to call it a Caribbean derby between two countries that I really cherish in the Dominican Republic and Venezuela. But it is the Americas champions taking on the side that lost in the final of that Kings League Americas. So one of those will be able to go on and fly the flag for the Americans. But I was saying, Tom, that it's a tournament where we've come used to expecting the unexpected. Last year, it was the Spanish sides and the Brazilians that made up almost the entirety of the last 8. This year, I think we're going to see a lot more different nationalities.
Yeah, it just shows how big the game is becoming and how much it is improving. Outside of Spain and the Americas, we've seen the German side against all odds. Who would have bet that it would have got the better of UC? Of just 10-0 to Móstoles, yes, in the apprenticeship, but they took the game to the shootout. They gave themselves the opportunity to go on and win, which they did. And I think it just shows the progress that is being made. And on the Spanish sides, I think in the case of Ultimus, a little lesson there, a little lesson to not underestimate, far from it, these kind of teams that maybe on paper you think you're arguably super on paper, of course. You have to go and do the business out of the pitch. And also, you look back on that game, and then we'll focus naturally on this one. They had the chances, all that possession, but failed to make it count. But now let's focus back here to, as you said, you like to call it a Caribbean derby for Los Chamos, who, as we've also been saying time and time again, you can't read too much necessarily into that first game, because in the first game they were swept aside. The second game they were much better. So you have to sort of take it one game at a time, really, don't they, Kingsley? Because so many factors that can be involved and play a part, as we saw just a few moments ago in that fixture. Brilliant scenes, what we saw post-game, but now we're expecting brilliant scenes here. Brilliant action as the ball is dropped from that cage and we get underway. GDC immediately on the ball here through their number 30, Ashkenazi. And they'll, of course, now look to the keeper. It's Dabba Dabba Do, Moises Dabba Dabba Do in support. He's got the long johns on as well, which I'm surprised is very hard. I don't think he'd need them. And here is Dabba. Still Dabba, maybe momentum's gone. They're gonna have to start again. Dabba can't get caught in possession, of course. Ashkenazi, still. Dabba to strike! Yo! Just wide!
It's always difficult coming after a game like that, isn't it? It happened last time we saw the penalty, and more so because it was all the fans, the Moroccan fans, who disappeared after. But after that high, it's kind of difficult to maintain it up there, and you get a slight lull before the next game really gets going.
Yeah, I've just caught another glimpse of you and I on camera. You're looking in great shape. I'm not so pleased about myself. Now, Dabba, but they do say the camera adds £10.
Exactly.
But how many cameras are on me then?
There we go, that's an old one. That's a classic, isn't it?
Now, joking aside, it's the beauty of also the way the organisers really do a great job in condensing and make it very quite congested, which is comes one after the other, bang, 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 and just keeps on coming with the action. You just want more and more and more, especially for a moment like that. And we're going to have more and more, of course, to come here between GDC and Chamos. Dabba again denied, has to get back quickly. What about taking it quickly? The Los Chamos, who are not wearing the vino tinto, the dark,
today, no.
the sort of dark red, the red, sort of wine-coloured jerseys.
Today's the away kit.
The keeper to the left. Is he going to use him? He is. Mateo. Oh, so may have hit someone in the crowd as well. As Mateos now goes charging back then in between the sticks. Neither keeper really accurate in these closing, or rather these opening stages after the closing stages of a dramatic end. And FLC no one want to face them, will they, Bruno, in a shootout on this evidence so far. Now we're at 4v4 and it's whistled well wide of goal.
Good to see always, every day in the VIP area, you've got the Vino Tinto shirts, the Los Chamos fans. Los Chamos have had not only those people in the VIPs, but there's always been a handful of fans who have come in with Venezuela flags. We can see the Venezuela flag down the other end, the big one. But see, you can see the shirts from here, the Vino Tinto shirts. So fair play to them. They've been represented in the stands, and it's not easy. They're a long, long way away from home, are the Los Chamos here in Paris.
A long, long way from home, and we've seen the home advantage has been, on the whole, been very good for the French sides. And looking to garner that home support. And again, we've seen UC the support they had, even though they're obviously a long way away from Morocco. The Brazilian teams always have a lot of support. As the shot goes in, Ashkenazi, GDC are up. Galacticos del Caribe, and it was a Galacticos strike, wasn't it, from Ashkenazi, their number 30, gives them advantage.
So the first goal, we didn't see any in the Escalada in the previous game. This one has come towards the back end as well. They've been struggling to score in the 2-on-2s, in the 3-on-3s. This one was a long-distance strike from Ashkenazi. So the finalists of the Americas taking the first goal and the first blow against the Americas champions. And remember this man, one of the top goal scorers in the competition, Wellington, on 5 goals.
As you were saying at the very top, a rematch of the Americas final with Las Chamos taking the win and GDC wanting to gain a bit of revenge, let's be honest, why not? And so far, so good. We want to get the better of Los Chamos, and yes, I don't know that little can really do to make amends for it, but you know, in this kind of grudge match. But having said that, whenever those questions get asked to the coaches nowadays, they say, well, listen, that was the past. If you want to win it because it's a game, we want to win every single game as the ball comes just to the net in front of us here. A little shot there of their coach, the GDC coach. They'll be very pleased. Fernando Espinosa and their presidents. They've got Los Futbolistas, Winland Vincent.
Great guys.
Great guys, lovely chaps. Really enjoyed having them pitch side earlier when we did the draw. Another long range strike. Oh, that was not far wide, was it? Cisneros for Los Chamos.
Another thing about these two sides, Tom, is that in the inaugural Kings League Americas, Los Chamos came last. They were dreadful, you know, really. There's no other way to put it. They were dreadful. But Galacticos del Caribe were one of the lower bottom end sides as well. They were not great, other than Pablo Leandro Gomez, who was magnificent up front. But you took him away, they were a pretty plain side. So how they've turned their fortunes around, of course, none of those players are remaining. It's a completely different looks team, but it's the importance of recruitment, of bringing in the right faces, the right figures, and that's exactly what Los Chamos and Galacticos del Caribe have done to turn things around completely from one year to the next.
Yeah, think of recruitment. Look at the work done by SXB, getting all those Colombian players in that really starred.
Yeah, they could really push SXA.
SX, absolutely. So very important, as you said, assembling the right squad, the blend of players as well, I think is very important, isn't it? It's good to have that right mix.
And talking of the wildcards, there have been two changes in both of these sides, as we said, are allowed from one phase to the next. So they've brought in, Los Chamos have brought in Joel Alvarado, and the Galacticos have brought in Robert Valle Rivera. So those two players, new faces in both squads. In fact, the number 86 there, Alvarado, is up front for Los Chamos. I remember him in the Kings League Americas playing for somebody else. Can't remember now off the top of my head who he played for. I think it was Persas. He was a good player, so that's a good signing.
Talking of players, Alexis Silva is suspended for this match. A one-match ban for GDC. And it's always good to draw upon your memory and every single occasion.
There were a lot of long nights doing the Kings League Americas, a lot of long nights, so I do remember most of the players. And yeah, I recall about Alvarez up front. Yeah, left-footed, that's right. He was with Persas. He was a brilliant player.
It's on the ball now, just shielding it very nicely indeed for Los Chamos. And staying on his feet there, they're still going here. That was good work, good commitment to the cause. On the ball, Los Chamos, they're determined to not let that goal they conceded a few minutes ago to knock their confidence far from it. They're determined to draw level here. Lots of support over the past, well, we're actually at day 8, would you believe it, of the competition, which got going on the 1st of June. This is the first day of those last chance matches where it's make or break, do or die, win or go home. So much to look forward to every day. Reminder also, Bruno, of the announcements of the Kings League Mena, which was officially unveiled and launched yesterday. And at the very start of this afternoon, we found out the draw, the path to the final for all the teams. Although the path has been cut short for MÓSTOLES. Now Los Chamos try to go level, and they do! Lovely vision from Castillo to set up the man. You were singing the praise of Tony Alvarado, and talk about making a big splash.
Yeah, look, I saw him on the pitch and I was like, oh, remember, is that guy I remember? And once I saw him use his left foot, I was like, yeah, that's him, Alvarado. He was brilliant. He was one of those, again, that can score 3-4 goals a game. One of those that can win a game for a side on his own in Lofazo's style. Different style of play to Lofazo, but one of those that can almost single-handedly win games for you. So it's a very good sign because Castillo was the main man before. Now Castillo plays more of a secondary role. So he's got a partner in crime in Alvarado. It's going to be very interesting to see how that partnership works.
Yeah, it was obviously good vision from Castillo, and very unselfish with his pass. Mind just looking ahead, we've got FLUXO against Miami 7 still to come. That's going to cap off our day of action, day 8 of the Kings League and the Kings World Cup clubs. And This could be a real tough one to call, as it's just one back there. Here he is! Oh! He set up one, and now he's scored one! They've turned it around. They are leading here against GDC. Doesn't look like there's going to be any revenge. Far from it. Looks like Los Chamos are going to consolidate their status as the top dogs in that part of the world.
Oh, look at Castillo there, taking the ball off Wellington. Wellington got a little bit too confident in the corner. Castillo robbed him of the ball and then scored. It's a different look, Los Chamos now. They were looking a little bit flat in their opening 2 fixtures, and we saw them lose, beat Ida Colonia just about right at the end when they turned around and lose to United. But as I said, I'm very excited to see them with this new addition.
In the meantime, we've just been joined by Dressen, the hero in that shootout for FLC. He's alongside our German caster there, Andreas, just having a chat, naturally post-match, and it's and you can just feel the enthusiasm, can't you, Bruno? That's just been
I like the camaraderie they've got. It kind of
Yeah.
makes you miss. We said we don't have our sort of flagship team. We're kind of like a neutral voice here, which is good in one sense because it doesn't mean we need to sort of raise our voice more for one side and the other. We just enjoy the football and the spectacle for what it is. But you kind of miss it when you see them up close and personal, celebrating together, getting the insider info as well with those teams and those players. And it's something that, unfortunately, we don't have. Let's see if in future editions there is a side from the UK or I was going to say from an English-speaking country. We do have the States with a couple of sides. But, yeah, let's see if we can get someone over from the UK.
It'd be nice, a British side that we could sort of really get behind.
Or an Irish side as well.
Yeah, Irish would be good, yeah,
well.
absolutely, why not? Republic or Northern Ireland would be fantastic. Why not have an Irish team and a side from Britain? That'd be fantastic as well. And treatment will be coming on now as the clock will stop. But no, it is a good thing about it, though, is we enjoy every single game. And we're certainly enjoying this one. It was a slow burner, wasn't it? Those first few minutes, we were maybe yeah.
It was almost as if the energy had been zapped out of the arena with the Futbolistas Locos going off. And Ultimate Móstoles, such a big name, disappearing from the tournament. DJ Mario, such a big and heavily involved figure in the Kings World Cup. So it almost, as I say, zapped out and drained the arena of energy, which slowly Los Chamos and Galacticos del Caribe have been creating and sort of bringing back to life, and through moments of class with the likes of Castillo and Alvaro. And we're still yet to see Wellington. Wellington's another one who can light up any game.
Well, he came to life in those final 2 minutes in GDC's last game, when obviously there's space opens up, for example, and it just shows that players that maybe initially don't start right, they always have an opportunity then to get into the fold and start really getting involved in the action. So another one to keep an eye on, and we expect to at some stage should be a bit more involved. But right now it's Los Chamos who are the better of the two teams. Can they capitalise on this very positive moment for them? The shielding of the ball here for Cardenas, and he's hurt here, and we might have another stop of the clock.
You can see there also one of the players returning, Andres Rugeles, who'd gone off and to receive treatment. I think it was on his left wrist. He's got a nice pack. He's come back. You can see him just sprinting around and heading towards the Chamos dugout, so he's back for them. Whilst another one of their players receives medical treatment.
Yeah, it's been a little bit stop-start because of the injuries, so it's taken a little bit the sting out of the game between GDC and Los Chamos here. Los Chamos in the driving seat. And in a really good position as we go towards the midway stage, shall we say, of the first half. But so there's no prizes for leading at this stage. You need to be leading at the very end, of course, at the full-time whistle, which sounds very much a bit like those kind of comments that we spoke about by some pundits back in the UK. But it's the point we're trying to make is You want to be, obviously, in a leading position, but at the same time, it doesn't necessarily, you can't read too much into it at this stage. That's the point I'm trying. A very long-winded way, and it was probably a good way, because it means that now we are back under.
That was a veteran commentator there, making sure he was taking his time for the player to pick himself back up so the action could resume. I can tell it's not your first rodeo.
Yeah! Well, and then talking of sort of rodeos, and this is a last chance shootout. Paris ain't big enough for the two of us, and at the moment it's Los Chamos who are gunning down GDC.
Yeah. Só falta, só falta.
But again, it's
faster,
been,
faster Chamos, Chamos are faster.
Stop,
Só falta. Guarda o apito, por favor.
Play.
No.
Yeah, which
stop.
Saying about this competition that rarely is these kind of moments and lulls, but when there are injuries in real time, really, if you think about it, because it is end-to-end stuff, and by the rules and regulations, you can't have any time wasting. You've got to show that attacking intent. And talking of attacking intent, here he is, their top man, the Duke of Wellington Rodriguez. Here he goes. It's well, and he looked welly at home, and it went wide. We haven't seen the Wellington we admired in previous games as yet.
It's a funny one as well, when you say it's well, it almost sounds like somebody starting out on an English course, you know, describing that cross, it's well.
It's well. I mean, you know, I do find when I'm here, obviously in big international community, I do find that I'm not saying I dumb down English, that's the wrong term, but I find myself maybe speaking a little bit like
all of us.
Like in more very simple and basic, so maybe missing out with the odd preposition or the subject, just to sort of keep it simple.
Absolutely. Could make life easier for the recipient of the message as well.
Exactly. That's the reason.
Which they don't do sometimes in England with foreigners.
Exactly. Whereas you and I, obviously, having lived abroad, lots of international experiences, put it that way, we can help them out a little bit more, shall we say. And we find ourselves non-native speakers. And also, again, being someone who doesn't speak really many languages, unlike the brilliant Bruno here.
Not very sure. I want to speak too.
But you speak
the same as you.
You speak very well, though. Anyway, I digress. Interesting if there'll be a top 5 sort of Bruno and Tom expressions over the course of the Kings. It'll be interesting to find out. That isn't a foul.
Right?
The referee didn't think so. No, my
you
instinct.
Thought he went down? Too easily.
Yeah. Number 23, David Perez.
Sure, man. I think he got caught there. Anywho.
We're actually more Futbolistas Locos representatives are here. They're going to be chatting alongside the
Give
German
them some space. It's their moment. It's their moment,
Absolutely.
Isn't it?
And this could be Los Chamos' moment. Well, we thought it might be for a moment. They're all queuing up here. They've got Kuba here. He's going to be having a nice chat with the German casters.
Make sure he doesn't nick your bag out.
No, absolutely. I'm protecting that with all my might. And again, it is brilliant, the enthusiasm they're bringing. Futbolistas Locos.
They've brought a lot. They have brought a lot to the competition, to be honest.
Yeah.
And maybe it wasn't the side which initially neutrals would have been supporting, because, I don't know, maybe you go for sort of lesser countries.
Yeah.
But no, I think they're winning over quite a few fans after Futbolistas Locos.
And that's the great thing about all major tournaments, isn't it? Major competitions, isn't it, Bruno? You always have that team that maybe that along the way that people say, oh, do you know, if my team can't win it, I hope they win it. Also something you never expect, and I'm not saying haven't really heard of, but in terms of their pedigree on the big stage, they haven't really got there yet, and then they start to acquire it. So it's brilliant to have them beside us. And here in the gantry, chatting away with, is it Andres or is it Tyler? They're having a good chat there. We've got the two presidents. It's brilliant. It's brilliant, and it's infectious, isn't it? And you know, when you see moments like that, and the way they marched on, the way they won those games, it's really. You have to just tip your hat to the German side, based in Hamburg, aren't they? So North Germany, but very international, star-studded team. And now Los Chamos can break. Is this going to be 3? Oh, it should have been 3, Bruno. It should have been 1-2-3, but it's just 1-2 for now.
Yeah, it was Donna Mejia who scored those 2 very early goals. Remember against TRM in the previous game, which sort of allowed them to bury the defeat from match day 1, and he was just whisker. Got the whisker in today.
It's been a
whisker
while.
away from finishing off that 1-2. I think it was too much of an altruistic decision from his teammate. Maybe he should have gone on his own, but he looked to Mejia and they couldn't finish off a lovely move.
Yeah, that's the thing. Los Chamos were in action yesterday against TRM, the Real Marca.
Some people have had tougher schedules than others.
Yeah.
It's difficult to have everybody having the same amount of time off, but Los Chamos, it has been a very quick turnaround.
But maybe, to be honest, maybe they wanted that in some respects. You know, coming off the back of the win, let's get straight back out there. Whereas GDC a lot longer.
Lounging around as well, aren't you, for a week away from home?
Yeah. So there is that possibility. There is that sort of aspect. What I was looking for. Aspect. Very simple word as well. I was trying to find
it does happen.
The professor of countdown
here. You just can't find it sometimes.
Not going to be winning any countdown fixtures. And we have the roll of the dice. It's the Dendelay president in charge here for the roll of the dice. Buchetta has rolled a 2. So that is, we've never seen that today. The 2v2.
I don't think so.
Yeah, we've had plenty, of course, previous. I remember one day we had the same one before fixtures. So 2v2, it's pure chance. We'll just try and...
Escuche rápido. Mili, Tona, TT, defensivo.
Well, the countdown is over, the final countdown. This is where I expect Wellington to come to life.
This is his moment.
Again, I'm not sort of, I'm not inventing the light bulb with...
No, but it is his moment. It's not,
this is his
some of these players, this is where they start sort of adding to their tally of goals, and it's where Wellington, it's where generally the Brazilians play the best.
Yeah.
I've said it every day, and I know it sounds like a broken record, but it's true. They are very good in these 2-on-2s and 3-on-3s, etc.
Now, Lagunas. Los Chamos. His teammates found a bit of space. And they get beyond Wellington Rodriguez. Easier said than done, isn't it?
He's doing everything, Wellington. Don't know.
Oh, wow, look at that. What a player. Can he finish?
Oh,
this would be some goal.
He's missed it.
Oh, and I think it's more than a whisker. It's a wig wide from Wellington Rodriguez, but full marks for winning back the ball.
And talking of rodeos, he was sort of riding the ball there in the corner, wasn't he? I thought the referee was going to blow his whistle, but...
Did well, didn't he? He wasn't to be thrown off, was he? No buckaroo moment for him. Good game, good game.
Very good game.
Very good game.
Back when games were a thing.
Board games, if anyone's heard of them. Castillo now!
Oh, wonderful.
So unselfish.
Wonderful.
Brilliant, well-worked goal, and Laguna slots it home. They are loving it there. Yolo, 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 and Los Chamos make it 3. And Castillo involved again. He's been involved in every single goal.
He's having one of those days today, Castillo. He seems to be a player that blows hot and cold. He looked decent against XBuyer, although they lost 10-1. Kind of went missing against TRM when they won 5-3, and then today, again, he's backing up on the promise that he displayed on day 1. You can see just from the moment, and we said this on day 1 as well, the moment you see him walk, his demeanour, the first touch of the ball, you can see there's a player there.
Hang on though, hold your horses.
Oh no. That will be off.
Well, the joy has been evaporated very quickly, unfortunately for Los Chamos. Now, this could be Wellington's chance. Here he is. Keeper making himself big, looking to close down the angle still with Wellington. Can he finish?
Oh, wow. I was waiting to see what he'd come up with.
I asked the pregunta, and the answer is sí. He can score. He draws GDC level. We said he was going to be a big component in these final 2 minutes, and he has shown exactly why. It's another goal for him. What are we now? Number 6 in the competition.
Number 6, yeah. He was toying with the goalkeeper. I was waiting to see which way he was going to inflict pain on him, but you knew that he would inflict that pain. He ended up scoring. And now Castillo down the other end. Got to square it.
Looking to inflict some pain here. Castillo. Oh, I should have scored. Should have shot. He didn't. Has the momentum gone? Second bite of the cherry. Castillo. A few minutes ago, he actually had that opportunity, just didn't get it away in time. Oh, what a great end to this first half. And we're still playing on. There's still time, isn't there, Bruno? Look at this. Here, just look, wrong-footed the keeper. Oh, whoa, are they checking that? Are they checking that? No.
Check over.
Yep, back underway then. They have a little over 30 seconds. Castillo, so confident on the ball. Here he is, Castillo. This time it must be. It is, and no one's going to wipe that one out. They do get their third goal.
Only the second for Castillo in the tournament. He's not been prolific by any means. But today it's 2 and an assist, if I'm not wrong.
Yes.
So he's been involved in every goal.
Every single goal. And you may remember the last time they met in that final. It was an epic game, wasn't it? Ended 3-3. It was a shootout that decided it, wasn't it? Castillo scored the final shootout for Los Chamos. Now GDC looking to hit back. Askenazi. Wellington Rodriguez. Askenazi now still. Lovely stuff! And this is turning out to be another epic encounter between Galacticos del Caribe and Los Chamos. 3-3. What entertainment! And there goes the halftime whistle.
They brought the Caribbean vibes, that's for sure. It's going to be another very close one. Every game of this last chance, we're anticipating it because it's, win or go home. No one's going to give up lightly. So this one's going to go right to the wire again. How many goals came after 20 minutes? Look, 1, 2, 3. 3 of those goals came after the 20-minute mark. So it was frantic, it was hectic, and now we're going to hear from both managers, José Luis Garland and Fernando Espinosa.
Hey, rápido, iniciamos igual, iniciamos los mismos 6. Bien, busquen a Tony. Tony está solo con Jairo. Busquen a Tony y Tony la va a soportar y acompañen. Tony la va a soportar. Hey, Genaro, Tony la va a soportar y acompañas ahí como lo hicimos en el gol. ¿Vale? Vas a descansar. Venga, Edwin, dale. Hey, Edwin, vas por derecha, Listo. Lo mismo, muchachos, lo mismo que estamos haciendo. Tengamos calma, tengamos paciencia, trabajemos y toquemos la pelota, Estamos ahí, tengamos la pelota.
Está aquí. Tengan la pelota, es por fuera, ¿ok? Dale, cabrones, intensos.
Coach is then getting their messages across just before we get underway, and it's delicately poised. And, well, now's not the time to be thinking about downtime, but, Bruno, you know what I'm like when I do have a bit of downtime. Well, lots of things. Nice walks around the city of Paris. I'm often watching the odd documentary on my laptop. I try and watch a bit of French TV and try and understand the old words.
And also when you're in here,
absolutely,
bit of commentating.
Yes, because this is like downtime. This is fun. And I know we've also been playing a lot of Fortnite, haven't we? A lot of Fortnite, you and I, in our downtime. And I don't know if you heard, some of the club presidents are actually quite hyped about the new Fortnite season, Bruno.
Have I heard? Of course I've heard. It's everywhere, but, can you blame them? I don't think I can blame them, because I think they've added quite a few new features, powers and weapons and all that. I think there's Superman and Robin as well.
Yeah, shame there's not a Batman like the player that we saw earlier for the Brazilian side, but joking aside, word is a few of them actually played before coming here to get in that superhero mindset.
Yeah, but if they didn't play before, I reckon they'll play after. Some of those that have been knocked out on the way back home. they'll be getting on there. They'll be playing off the tournament. And I think if anybody's in the chat wants to check it out, there's a link in the chat. So it's probably worth going there and finding out for yourself. It's better that than us telling you.
Absolutely. You guys at home, check out that link. Check out. Now the shot just over there. Again, we I know people at home enjoy when we chat about Fortnite, and they know that, you know, slowly becoming, I wouldn't say addicted, let's not get over the top, but more and more into it.
Transitioning from Buckaroo and...
exactly, moving away from...
and Hungry Hippos.
And watching Countdown,
Great, that was a great show.
Great show. Certainly I wouldn't be winning it today if I couldn't find the word aspect, which is hardly, you know...
I don't think I'd win it today, whoever. Universally challenged.
I thought you were saying University Challenge. That was a good University Challenge, remember that
It's
one?
good, yeah, but it's impossible to get any answers right.
I just loved it. It was Paxman, wasn't it? Paxman.
It was, yeah, it was brilliant, yeah.
Bruno Bergarecci, Oxford. Well, Oxford actually had their own little college, didn't they? You know, St. Paul's, Oxford. Whereas the University of, you know, University of London. No, London's got lots of... Anyway,
yeah, you get the point.
You get the point. I'll find the university I know soon.
Oh! That was Baruch, wasn't it?
Now, what also adds to the...
4 shots on target, that's Chamos, 3 goals.
It's very impressive. You know, also adds to the tension and the drama. So both sides still have both their cards to play as well, and it makes you think that that could be a... It always is, to be fair, a potential turning point for him, absolutely. But maybe, just maybe when it's this tight, could be the difference maker.
Oh, now, here comes Alvarado.
Here they come.
Oh, look at him.
Brilliant goal. Alvarado all the way. Oh, how many times I said that could have been the goal of the tournament? I know we say it often, but that another one could have been the goal of the tournament. Real flash of what he can do. He's physically really strong. He's good on the ball, and he's got a left foot, a magic wand of a left boot.
He's one of the older players in the competition, so he's not as electric as others. He won't have that burst that Fazo has. But the quality he has.
Bruno, as you were saying earlier, Wellington Rodriguez now up to 6 and hot on the heels of Lofazo, who's no longer in the competition. His Boomer's side beaten earlier. So you expect, you know, he could even draw level and maybe go beyond Lofazo in this fixture. Yeah. I wouldn't rule it out for Wellington Rodriguez. He's already got one, of course. Against this Los Chamos side. It's again, which has ebbed and flowed, hasn't it? It's really even Stevens, delicately poised. Those cards, we'll see how they'll be played. That also could be important, the strategy maybe with the cards. And here he is, Alvaro, an elder statesman, but showing that age is no barrier, is it? It's only, look at Cristiano Ronaldo. He'll be taking on your boys later this evening. Or is any updates on Sinner, by the way?
Already playing. Sinner lost in 5 sets.
Oh, so Alcaraz won it.
Yeah, I think it was an absolute screamer.
Congratulations, pal.
I'm absolutely gutted I missed it, but I will be watching it upon return to the hotel.
No, I think
regardless of when I go to sleep.
Some of the Spanish staff and some of the other staff behind the scenes, they were able to watch it on their day off today. So no doubt they can fill you in with what happened in that match. But no, but congratulations, it must be. Because he just beat him recently in Rome, didn't he?
He did,
so,
indeed, yeah.
2 from 2. In the meantime, it's going to be 7 against 6 here on Roy for that misdemeanor, shall we say. Has been given a yellow card, and we talked, didn't we, Bruno, about sort of turning points, sliding doors moments, and the tide maybe turning this. Maybe, just maybe, could give Los Chamos the upper hand now, but they've got to capitalise it. And as we said, it's not a guarantee, far from it, because what GDC will do will just sit very deep, will sit back and sit very deep and make it difficult by closing down the space. And Bruno, I want to get you back in just once again, because I want to just make sure you heard me earlier what I was trying to say about the club presidents, who are really hyped and really excited about this new season and this Kings World Cup, but also as the shot goes in, the new Fortnite season.
Portero, vamos jogar,
So
vamos
you want to
jogar.
talk to me about the new Fortnite season, which, of course, look, the game has been going on, but it is worth reminding everybody that in between games, there is time for Fortnite to say, I can understand why you're hyped about the new season, because they've added a bit of everything, you know, new weapons, new powers, and Superman and Robin, as we said before.
Talking of Superman and Robin, very nice superpower status there to stream forward as they try and make the most of their numerical advantage. So as we're saying then, checking that link, guys, in the chat regarding Fortnite. So Los Chamos are getting down to business here. Really patiently done. Castillo, ooh, just slipped, didn't he? As about to pull the trigger in this shootout here. In terms of a last chance shootout between these sides, a reminder, one of the two will be going home. So we'll be having a moment to reflect. The other will be staying in the competition. Castillo, lovely ball. Alvarado, and what a save! Tipped out by Moises Dapper. Great football all round, Bruno. Brilliant stuff.
It was a header which probably wasn't ever going to be a goal, but at least from that angle, he forced Moises Dapper into the save. Dapper do indeed, as he punched that away. And you just really feel that there's more of a threat with Los Chamos, with Alvarado, with Castillo, Galacticos del Caribe. If Well doesn't pop up, you can't really see where the goals are going to come from. But the good news for the Dominicans is that it is still 3-3.
Yeah, they've managed to hold on. As we said, there's no, we always talk about a numerical advantage, but in some respects, for things that you just sit really deep, just try and close down. Especially when it's only 2 minutes. If it's 4 minutes, you do tend to get a little bit more worried, but those 2 minutes, okay, we can hang on, we can hang on. You know, we can try and get on the ball and just keep it away from them a little bit. Sit deep, sit compact, and when you've got a keeper like Dapper do, Moises Dapper didn't need the help of Wilmer there, did he? And now Alvarado, still Alvarado goes out on that far side. They are looking concerned. More than concerned, just tense and nervous, which is understandable.
They knew it was going to be tense. Of course, it's a repeat of the final. It's not going to be easy against a team that you played in a final and lost to. Not many America's teams would be left, would there, after this? Oh, this could be the goal for Wellington.
Oh, good keeping, good brave goalkeeping. That really good work as we go towards the 30-minute mark here at the Coupe Arena in France. One of the finals we played at the Défense Arena. We're moving across the stunning city that is the French capital. That is Paris. Eskenazi just checking inside. He's only got a goal today. Can he get another? He has to get back and defend it, and he does just that. Really good work. Great work rate. It's Wellington. He's continued his run. Still with Wellington. And he wellies it wide of the goal on that occasion. But chances then for both teams opening up again, starting to spark back into life. And as we go towards that 30-minute mark, still no cards have been played, neither presidential penalties nor those secret cards. Nice ball. Keep an eye on Alvarado in the middle. Doesn't quite trickle to him. Matios, a good save, as we were saying a few moments ago. Actually arrives at the Kings World Cup Clubs 2025 as a back-to-back champion in Kings America. Won split 2 with Olimpo and split 3 with Chamos. You remember that, don't you?
Yeah, that's right, yeah. Absolutely right. Well, as what we said, there's been so much movement, wholesale changes in these sides.
Yeah.
Very difficult to
keep track sometimes.
To keep track of. If you sort of miss a split or two in the Americas, you lose sight of some of those teams. But again, it works well because it avoids teams from really dominating and others from just clinging to the bottom end of the table, not having anything to play for. You can really turn around your fortunes, which is what works well in American sports as well. In your NBAs, your NFLs, with the draft system, you know, it's more democratic and you've got different teams coming to the fore, and that's what works well in the Kings League.
there. He does look cutting there, very worried figure. Yolan, we're looking forward to see what he has up his sleeve. I enjoyed his pizza little jibe to the Italians. Today. And I enjoyed that jibe in that first game against the XBuyer brothers. He's always very, tries to be very creative, obviously, as that very nearly trickled in and took a wicked deflection into the side netting. We're less than 8 minutes away now from those final 2 minutes. Should it stay like this, it would go to a golden goal. It's unlikely because we've still got time left on the clock and those cards to be played. Curling strike, and it's curled wide in the end from Daniel Lopez. Maybe to break this stalemate, one of the two sides will go for it. Surely, maybe a card or a presidential penalty. There used to be a bit of movement, a bit of activity in that dugout. Talking of activity and movement, here's Castillo. Lovely stuff. Castillo arrows it wide.
No, it does seem like it's setting up to be one of those matches in which whoever makes better use of presidential penalty and card could be the one that ends up winning the game. It could be one of those that is defined by how well your president takes the penalty or what card you've been drawn. So that's how close this game is going to be. What can't be decided on the field of play may very well be with the luck of the card and the quality also of your president on the ball.
GDC last year didn't make the round of 16 in Mexico, so hoping this year to go just that one step further. Forward here, play on, says the referee, allows the play to go on. Castillo, still Castillo. Can he find a teammate? That must be a foul, surely. Doesn't look like there's going to be a card. Los Chamos, I think, suggesting there should be a yellow there, Bruno. What they will certainly settle for is that free kick in a dangerous position as well. And Castillo was seeing there exactly what he's all about, aren't we?
Again, for me, it needs to be more to be a yellow card, and rightfully so. The referee only awards the free kick. I feel like yellow cards in the Kings League need to be a bit of a higher, say, liston, as we say in Spanish. Couldn't find the word in English now.
Now Castillo, and that was fired well over the bar. And now we do have the first secret card of the game. It's been called by GDC. We're going to have that Fortnite secret card. Another shout out to Fortnite. Get playing chaps and chapesses all around the world. And check out those new features and see if you can maybe beat Bruno in a battle royale, or me on reload or ballistic.
That's not too difficult. I wouldn't have that as an objective.
Now the referee will come across, and let's see what the card is. Suspension.
Suspension.
Now this time it will be for 4 minutes. So they can take out a play. Yeah, I think that would be the case. They can.
Alvarado's the other option, but he was already off the pitch now.
And I think Castillo's more of that creative force and more of the all-round player. The spark for them. Just about to find out who.
I think it is him. They're just sort of running off.
Yeah. Confirmation. Then Castillo. Unsurprisingly, the man who's been involved in all the goals for GDC today, he comes off, so Los Chamos will have a numerical advantage. Can they capitalise? They didn't earlier, did they? When they had that, there was a 2-minute suspension a little bit earlier in the game.
Why is he going back on the pitch? Maybe it wasn't Castillo.
Oh, wow.
No, it's going to be Dona Mejia.
I'm surprised.
I got that one.
I am surprised.
Yeah, yes, he played well yesterday, and today he had that chance that he missed. But he's not as influential, is he, as Castillo?
No. But listen, there's obviously a reasoning behind it.
Oh, absolutely.
The decision made there. Here he is. Castillo may be regretting not taking him off. Would you believe it? They should have taken Castillo off because Castillo has just scored. He was off. They went for the number 19, as you were saying, Bruno. Tona, Mea, and they could well be regretting it.
He was off, he was sat down already, and then for whatever reason, it's Donna Mejia, not Castillo. And Castillo would say, well, you don't want to take me out of the game, I'm going to make you punish. I'm going to punish you for it.
It may have been an own goal, you know,
yeah. He was passing that, wasn't he? He was passing it backwards, and it came off the leg of Jose Islas. So for me, yeah, that is an own goal, you're right.
Yeah. We get confirmation.
Yeah, let's see who they give it to. The dubious goal panel will have to see whether Castillo's on 4 or on 3 or not.
But either way, Castillo involved, and Castillo taking the credit.
The goal is Castillo.
The large chunk of the credit naturally goes down. This could be a goal at the other end. Oh, wow. Well, the way this game has been going, you can't rule it out being a 4-4. Oh, lovely stuff. There's appeals, tame appeals, and the referee had a good view of it and says no. And I think, see from the reaction now of the GDC player from Pavel Montes, that it was never really going to be a penalty. Far from it. It's more his momentum, wasn't it, taking him to ground there. But as we were saying, yeah, from that replay, it looks like it is a own goal, but Castillo full marks him. He did all of the work, really, putting himself into that position and then forcing his assistant to try and make that challenge, and then it went into his own net. So again, just going to confirm what we're saying. Why did they not take him off? Why did they go for Tony Meyer? But hey, we'll see what happens now, since that could have been very nearly an own goal of their own.
Indeed, sliced over the crossbar. Need to get this man involved again, Ashkenazi. It's been a while since we've seen him.
Just checking inside here. In the meantime, we've had another Fortnite Secret Cup. This time, of course, Los Chamos, and well, we're into the we've gone beyond the final 4 minutes before that 38th minute. So this surely is going to be a shootout.
Could be a big one again, yeah.
Or a penalty, but. Find out.
Oh, we said the game would be decided by the cards and presidential penalty. Of course, that goal from Castillo or Islas' own goal for now is the one that's setting them apart, but still think it's going to be this window of cards and presidential penalties which will ultimately sway it one way or the other.
It's a penalty.
See, that is huge.
Yeah, that's massive. That is massive. And they're leading. They are leading with a man down, but they could be 2 goals up.
Question is who is going to take it, because Castillo's gone off. Oh, I think the referee's got this wrong. He was thinking it was for Galacticos del Caribe, and then they're telling him down the other end.
Probably because maybe didn't believe that Los Chamos could score a man light, but they did. Boy, did they score. Now they can make it 5, yeah. Now, Cisneros then, as we were saying, huge moment as we go into this final minutes. Given that 2-goal cushion. We've still got the presidential penalties, should they be played, of course. We didn't see them played in our first game, did we? Now, is this going to be a 5th goal? Here goes Cisneros. It is a Mambo, number 5. Los Chamos 5, GDC 3.
They've all got pretty original celebrations, haven't they, the Los Chamos players? We've seen Castillo with a couple down here. The cameraman just in front of us by the corner flag, and now Cisneros with a sort of, I don't know exactly what he was doing, but sort of a well-worked celebration from him. So 5-3 to Los Chamos.
Yeah, it is, and Castillo's celebration you mentioned, it's called the Zero Fear, Cero Miedo, a gesture made first by the Mexican wrestler.
Oh, they love their wrestling out there.
Pentagon Jr.
They love their wrestling. I went out there one day to the wrestling in Mexico, and I can say it was quite a spectacle.
Yeah, with the masks.
Pretty humorous.
With the masks as well, and the costumes.
Absolutely.
Still, nothing can beat WWF, or rather WWE, I beg your pardon. I'm showing my age. I remember when it was called that, but the WWF, I beg your pardon. I'm immediately correcting myself, especially in that attitude era of the 1990s. And we'll see whether Chamos have...
all those guys called Too Cool or something like that.
So there was the Too Cool, yeah.
Too Cool,
and
Scotty McHotty. Yeah.
Scotty too hotty.
That's it. We got there. We got there.
Scotty McHotty. Scotland's most famous wrestler.
Exactly, yeah. The Scottish Wrestling Federation there. No, joking. It was a good here. We'll see whether they can get the 1-2-3 here and get the win here, Los Chamos, or whether GDC will have to tap out here.
Oh, there was a pass on. It didn't see Cisneros making the run down the right flank.
There may have been a Scottish one. Was it Roddy Piper, maybe? Or was he Irish? Maybe that one maybe going way back in to the 90s. There were the British Bulldogs. They were involved. Anyway, let's back to the present with Los Chamos leading 5-3 here. Coming up, FLUXO against Miami 7. That is our last game of the day. That was a clever ball, but it was in the end intercepted really well by Cisneros. His goal keeping GDC at arm's length, but there's still a little bit of time left. Oh, wow. That's a big one. Winston Rodriguez looking to the referee, who asked him kindly to pick himself up. And Los Chamos then are going to be going into his final 2 minutes in pole position in the driving seat here. It's a goals worth double. GDC need to score just to go level then in these final 2 minutes of play. Will we see what we saw earlier when the XBuyer team basically sealed it into these final minutes in added time against the Boomers? Or will we see a remarkable come up? We did see, of course, Los Chamos in their opening, GDC, I beg your pardon, in the opening day against El Colonial, wasn't it? With that added time winner and goals worth double, but at the minute they need to score 2 to win. 1 would take them level. Countdown is over. 2 minutes plus added time for Los Chamos to bring home this win, and they may. Oh, I think you're going to seal it there.
I thought he was going for something special.
Yeah, getting ready for the setup. I wanted to see his Mexican wrestler celebration. There was actually a Mexican cartoon called, I think, Mucha Lucha, which was about the art of Mexican wrestling.
I don't remember that.
Yeah.
I remember Nacho Libre.
Nacho Libre, that was the film, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. With the guy who was...
Jack Black.
That's it, Jack Black. Some great films. Great films. The best one was the School of Rock. That was brilliant. We'll see who's rocking now. And the stands are starting to rock a little bit. Just a little bit as we get ready for FLUXO in action. The Brazilian side who bring the party. It's Miami 7.
It's always good to finish with Brazilians, isn't it? We had that yesterday. It was a nice crescendo ending to the evening.
Into the final minute, Bruno. You see how much added time, if any, and whoa, just saying about the presidential penalties, we didn't see them.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
that's a shame. Especially because it's always fun to see what Yolo comes up with.
That's the thing. I was wondering what he could have done. Maybe sort of bringing the trophy and then rubbing it in the faces of GDC, but that would have been a little bit borderline again.
Well, he doesn't mind pushing the boundaries. Oh, is that not high foot? Oh, I thought he would have.
It was a close one, the dubious one. Final 15 seconds of normal time. Here they come. GDC with the throw-in. Stays on his feet, but then loses out. Chance on the break.
That's well done, I thought.
Yeah.
He's not quite got the physique for that anymore.
No. But still a little under 2 minutes then for GDC. We expect them to now throw everything at the kitchen sink at Los Chamos. Audacious effort from Castillo, I think.
You know those
clearing his lines, wasn't he? As
those high balls can't be easy for goalkeepers. When you look up, there are so many things going on. Lights, like little rails, pipes, cameras moving around. You can really lose sight of the ball.
It's not easy, is it?
Faster.
It's not simple.
Faster. Vai jogar?
Oof, that was a snapshot, wasn't it? Snapshot just out of nowhere from the GDC number 8, Pavel Montes, who has closed out this game strongly. He's grown into the match, and now there's concern naturally from both presidential booths. You can now vote for your MVP. We haven't actually had it. It's actually come very late, the MVP one on this time around, so which was kept keeping me guessing who was going to be in contention. Castillo, as things stand, is all set or going to be set to chat to one of our hosts. Interested whether it's going to be Julia or Dalila or Letitia. I'll go for Marcella Black, the lovely Letitia, the delightful Dalila, the gorgeous Julia. I don't know. Yeah, that can work. That can work. On blind date here with Marcella Black. Alma. Just waiting here. Now they are checking this. Side.
In progress.
They surround the referee, don't they?
Turn from Castillo.
And we are going to be back underway then.
Check complete.
Deep into the box, chance on the break. Here he is, goes for goal! Oh, that would have been brilliant, wouldn't it?
He apologised immediately because there was a pass out to Cisneros, but he went for glory.
Yeah, and it may be costly. It may be costly. We'll see. It could be costly, as you say, Bruno. It depends what GDC can do with the ball here. Montes loses out. Always trying to win it back. It's really scrappy. Final 10 seconds. Here he is, Montes. Out wide, Wellington Rodriguez. Give it to your star player. He'll be disappointed, and that's it, I think. That should be it. He's in no rush here, is he? Mateos to get back up. And there it is. There is no revenge. There's no redemption for GDC. They go out, Los Chamos. Just like in that final, Bruno, they get the better of GDC. In the end, Castillo was the difference maker, wasn't he? The number 34.
I think that message was kind of taunting them for that final victory against Galacticos.
Just reminding them, yeah, exactly, who's the top dog, as Los Chamos then march on to the next stage.
And a team, remember, that lost 10-1 on the opening day.
Exactly. This is what we were saying, that you can't necessarily read too much, can you, into the first game, and you've got to consider the circumstances, the situation. Yolo, in the meantime, out on the pitch, enjoying it, isn't he? The Los Chamos president, we didn't see President's penalty for him, which was in terms of the spectacle and what he was going to bring, in terms of maybe riling up his opponents. And Wellington Rodriguez, in the end, he was the one who won the MVP prize.
You've had a few MVPs, the players losing.
Yeah. And it's tough on him. It's tough because he's going to be coming across shortly and giving a post-match interview in which he's basically giving a goodbye interview. A goodbye interview to the competition, Wellington Rodriguez. So
we've lost another big player. We've lost our two top goal scorers in the competition today.
And now, you're right, Wellington Rodriguez. But Castillo maybe could potentially, after that hat-trick, work his way up the standings in terms of being the top scorer. In the meantime, we continue to see the disappointment and also previously the joy of the Los Chamos players, and there you see they go through to the round of 16, joining FLC, Futbolistas, LOCOS, and the XBuyer Team, and we say adios, don't we, to GDC and earlier Boomers, and also MÓSTOLES also going out. Let's see what that means, Bruno, in terms of the draw, because look at that, that's going to be a great game, isn't it, for Los Chamos at the top end, yeah, the very top end there against
Los Troncos. And you know what? I think they'll be really eager to win that one, because when they made the draw, it was the buyer Javi who brought out the name out of the pot, and he said to Perchita, "Oh look, I've handed this on a plate for you. It's the easiest draw possible. Los Chamos or Galacticos." They would have liked that. They would have liked that.
There, the Los Chamos players celebrating. It's a glorious evening for them. It's not been a glorious evening for Wellington Rodriguez, at least on the collective front. Individually, though, he does bow out with his head held high. We're about to hear from him pitch side with our bizarre interview.
Congratulations, well, you are the MVP of this night. I know it's a little bit tough, but you did an amazing performance and you should really be proud. So how are you feeling? What do you want to say to your people?
Thank you. Não foi o resultado que nós queríamos, mas feliz por mais MVP.
I'm pretending I understood, but I think he's not really happy, but he did amazing. So can you please sign our jersey? Guys, remember you can only find these jerseys on Bazaar, so hurry up or you'll miss it. And guys, if you can take this one, thank you so much. Well, you did an amazing performance. If you can take this one, I'm sure you'll get the next one because many others are coming really soon. So guys, see you there. I'll be there with the new jerseys. So get the app and get ready.
Right, let's finish off this day then, Tom. It's match day 8.
Correct.
In
match day
the
8.
Kings World Cup. Wow,
but
8
the first
already.
day of the last chance shootout.
First day of the last day. You like that, don't you? It's the first day of the last day of the second day of the third day of which one team. Yeah, it's the second day.
Of the 6th day of the calendar year and the 25th year of the new millennium.
Exactly. It's the first day of the last chance. So we've already had 3 teams bowing out today. We'll have one more now, 4 more tomorrow, and that's when we'll complete the last 16 lineup. Now it's one of the Brazilians, FLUXO, who will be taking on Miami 7. Miami 7, who have only lost to Porcinos, defeated G2 FC rather comfortably. They've made a change also with regards to their wildcard players. They brought in Jero Martin. The thing is, Jero Martin was initially a member in this squad, but he's also from Science. A lot of these players are on loan from Science, and they said you can't have that many players from Science, so he had to sit it out. He's had to wait patiently. He was actually watching their game, their most recent game, sat in those VIP seats, waiting patiently on the sidelines, and now he's finally got the call up, and he's come in. Who's he replaced in the lineup? Jero Martin. He has come in for Marc Briones.
Yep. So a few tweaks, shall we say?
Briones was a goalkeeper. Jero Martin is not a goalkeeper, he's an outfield player.
Few tweaks then to the side. Just trying to look ahead, even though, because these sides were just focused right now on the objective. Persas await the winner, and we've been very impressed, United, with Persas so far.
We like them, don't we?
So Persas away, and neither side will be happy about that, but Persas won't be happy about facing FLUXO or Miami 7. 2 very tough opponents, real competitors. This is going to be a real hard-fought encounter.
So FLUXO 7 against Miami, FLUXO against Miami 7, who are American, but most of their players are Spanish. Most of their players have featured in the Kings League and with Science, and this is one of them, the man that we were talking about, Jero Martin, normally has sort of Mohican, different colours. It looks like he shaved it off for the occasion, and Bertrand is the goalkeeper now because Briones is no longer a member of the squad, so we haven't seen Bertrand so far in this tournament. Let's see how he responds. Jero Martin's pass is intercepted. Oh, look at that sprint. He's got to keep a hold of the ball, and he doesn't. And I think this is going to... Oh, is it? What's he doing? Oh, he scored in the end. Wow. Bolt, what a way to sort of make that one take a little bit longer than perhaps it should have done, but he got there in the end, Bolt, scoring his 3rd goal of the competition.
Absolutely. well, again, it's not as early as we say his record-breaking goal, which came just over 2 seconds, but it's still a relatively early goal, and it gives FLUXO the advantage, which is all that matters.
Jero Martin. Step over from Jero Martin. Look, Bolt's going to have a chance here to run away. Oh, but the keeper's gone for it himself. I wonder why he didn't give it to Bolt.
Listen, I think there was the possibility to give it to Bolt. The keeper was still backtracking. I think there's maybe a rush of blood to the head there from the keeper. Listen, had he pulled it off, you'd be applauding right now. Hindsight, wonderful thing. Maybe just keep his cool a little bit. I think that's what the coach was saying. Don't worry, keep your cool, keep your cool.
So, Bertrand. Juan Angayero looking for his left foot. And, oh, it's an own goal if I'm not wrong. No, from this angle, couldn't really see it. Was it an own goal?
Well, I think it took
Vinny.
Yeah, I think it took a touch, you know.
Let's see.
On its way through here. This will confirm it.
Oh, no, completely.
Ooh, wow,
That just goes to show the optical illusion from where we're sat.
Well,
it seemed like it touched Vinny.
I thought it did
was
as
clean
well.
as a whistle.
I thought it took a big touch, but it didn't. And it is 1-1.
So it's Juan Angayero who scored that goal. He's on 4.
Yep.
There's another player cropping up the table.
But still, though, we have leading the way Lofaz, even though he's out of the competition. And we hope, obviously, he's nothing too serious with his shoulder.
Oh, yeah.
Very early on, didn't we, with that shoulder, Simone Lofaz. We've seen a few injuries, haven't we, in the competition? To wish them speedy recoveries.
Jose Torvives missed the last game after that red card against Porcinos.
Yeah, so that was a big turning point. Big turning point in that game against Porcinos, and gave them that upper hand, and from there the game started slipping away, didn't it? From Miami 7.
Vinny. Oh, the through ball from Vinny into the hands of Bertrand. He's looking for Helber Jr. Torvives to Juanan. Goal scorer for Miami 7 so far in this game. Jero. Torvives. Juanan. Oh, what's going on there?
There's a commotion, isn't there?
That's in the presidential booth of
FLUXO.
I don't know what they were screaming at.
The commotion.
What's going on?
They're furious.
I don't really know what's happened there.
They're just asking for a hand here from our match director, because they're very animated, they're very agitated, there's a lot of commotion, and it's clear they're very angry.
They're very, very angry. We've got them here to our left. We could see them and we could hear them screaming. Bertrand. Oh, well, look out to the left, who's there, very animated. As that one was curling towards the top corner.
Was it maybe it's off the ball, perhaps?
It seems off the ball, yeah. I don't know.
We're just speculating.
They seem to be pointing at someone, but I don't know who it is.
We're just purely speculating, but...
And it's the Dent Elliott president alongside him as well that was getting involved. Anyways, I'm almost looking at that more than I am at the field of play, because it's actually quite interesting to watch all that.
That's actually only really where the action is taking place right now, to be honest. And we'll see if our match director can try and get something as to why there was so upset. Otherwise, post-match, I'm sure our journalists will try and get all the insights and give us an update to what went on. In the meantime, it's the first time FLUXO will actually facing a wild card at the Kings World Cup clubs. Both Miami 7 and FLUXO, 10 goals in the team scoring chart. So that's pretty impressive. Well, impressive. It's an average. So five in the first 2 on average in terms of the. So,
it's on average. Yeah,
average. I was going to say
it's not quite expired 10 goals twice.
Yeah, or United have been really good in terms of the goals.
United have been more consistent. Expired have been sort of that peak of 10, the valley of 1, and the peak again of 10.
Yeah.
So Miami 7, 62% possession against a Brazilian side.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Not bad indeed.
Not bad at all.
Those red jerseys. So, yeah, they continue to keep shouting, don't they?
No, I don't. don't know who they're shouting at.
This all I can speculate. Maybe
but no one's responding to it. It's not as if, if there's someone that you can see who it's aimed at.
There was an instant off the ball maybe, and only they sort of saw something happen. Was one of their players pushed off the ball? Was there a bit of violent conduct? We just don't know, do we?
Well, back to the action on the field of play. That's the only thing that we can sort of explain and know what's going on. As it is Vinny now with Mateus Chaveiro.
Wicked ball, but the hospital passed that one. They capitalise by getting a throw in on that far side. They're back on the ball, then Miami 7. It's 1-1 hits. Pace has gone down a little bit, hasn't the tempo? Just wondering if you've ever been to Miami just to get the conversation flowing again, Bruno.
Of course I have.
Wow.
I have indeed. I have. Nice little city, Miami. Oh, nice city to visit.
Yeah.
Don't think I would live there, but...
Did you get to Cuba as well? Were you there?
No, not been to Cubes. A bit. Heard good things.
That's a place I'd love to visit, Cuba.
Yeah.
Just because of that sort of way in some situations sort of stopped in time. It was the 1950s, 60s, the old cars, the cars, for example. And,
that's a Miami shirt, though.
That's a very swanky shirt. If you ever want to buy me a present, get me something like that. Get me something like that. I do like the dad shirts as well, I like to call them. I've got the jokes, I just need the shirts. I've got the physique as well. That's slowly going more wider and wider. Mr. Toe, the
same throat.
This throat, blue toe, because of the beard. Absolutely fabulous. I'm used to him, but it's just banter, they say. At least I hope it's banter.
Juanan. Oh, he did well to turn there.
Yeah, certainly don't call him absolutely fabulous.
No.
Very neat and tidy player. Really good on the ball. That's why he's got that number 10 jersey, that's for sure.
That's Josu. Josu to Juanan. Héctor Vives. Josu. He's thinking about taking it down the wing. Aiming to test Murillo as he goes backwards towards Héctor Vives. He clips it over the top. Oh, almost finding Antonio Pellegrin. He's looking to bring that ball down. That's good football now from FLUXO.
Passing the way out of trouble there, and that's what the Brazilians do very well. If there is a national team that does that so well, getting out of those congested spaces with a quick passing move or a little trick, bit of dribbling, individual magic, and this might be a bit of magic. Really was a really well-worked team goal.
Well, he's tested Bertrand there. First save for Bertrand, really in the competition coming in format, to be honest, so that will settle any potential nerves.
Number 0. Oh, he's committed.
Just when I was talking about potential nerves and settling into the game, a mistake gives Vinny the goal, and it also gives FLUXO the lead. Hopefully it doesn't affect Bertrand too much. You see his teammates there just trying to lift his head, and they continue to scream at someone.
Is it director Héctor Vives?
Or is that the goalkeeper?
Or is it the keeper?
I don't know.
But we need to ask if our journalists out on the pitch or anyone behind the scenes can try and understand. Maybe we could write a message. We'll see what's happening right now.
Meanwhile, Héctor Vives is brought down. Very, very animated. A whole corner of Brazilians.
Just radioed back, just to try and get some. We'll ask one of our journalists, whether Julia or Dalil or Leticia, can try and ask for some information. There's our Brazilian casters. Obviously, they've got their, rightly there, their FLUXO kit.
Hey, punch clear. I thought I was going forward to Jaume. I was looking forward to seeing him bring that one down on his chest. Josu. And Miami 7 only down in this game after Slight mistake from Bertram, things that happen, I guess, in football.
Yeah.
Josu to the far post. Oh, it was a wonderful cross. Volley. It wasn't the easiest of finishes for Aitor Vives. He went for the inside of the boots. It wasn't Aitor Vives. I thought it was from here, but it was actually Luis Peralta. Oh, yeah, it was a tough one.
It wasn't easy.
I think I would have gone for laces instead of the inside, but still, neither is an easy option. Saying someone's nervous. I think they're nervous, maybe, at the Miami 7 players. So maybe it's just trying to get in the heads of the players. That might be what's going on there.
We have no idea at the moment.
Shot is on from long distance. Oh, he was trying to get a bit of left to right bend there, Antonio Pellegrin.
Tried to bend it like Beckham. Not quite Beckham-esque. Rather Sir David Beckham. Soon to be.
Suits you, sir. Aitor Vives. Pellegrin. Have to be careful. It's the last man. She's screaming at Bertram. I don't know how she's going to keep her voice by the end of the game. It's incredible how loud.
The good thing is she does have a couple of days off potentially, so her voice will have a chance to rest and recover. But yeah,
is that what works?
Maybe it's directed towards the keeper, but if
I think they're just trying to put them off.
If it is that, then I think that if it is, we saw very unpleasant tactics from Dendele, didn't we? They're present, Luquete, isn't it?
Yeah, and the players themselves as well were a little bit snappy, a little bit biting.
Against F2Zel, wasn't it?
It was, and they didn't really fall for it.
Yeah.
Sort of bite on that rod.
So if it is just trying to get in the heads of the likes of Bertrand and goal,
they're not reacting at all, the Miami Sound players. They don't seem to be reacting at all.
No, they're not reacting, but I think the referee should have a word, in my opinion. Have a word. But again, listen, it's also
part of the spectacle as well.
It's part of the spectacle, but it's at times we were talking about the camaraderie, the sportsmanship, so we want to see that in those situations. We know it's competitive, but there's no need to be nasty.
Juanan's corner to the far post. Not met by any of the players. No headers, no volleys.
No to be silly billies and that kind of stuff that, you know, out of the park. You know, this is the Kings League.
So we're getting close to 15 minutes in this final game of match day 8. 2 days of last chance football. Now a chance for Josu to run. He's got those long legs, Josu, and he put them to good use. And he's been fouled. There'll be an attempt on the edge of the box.
Solo falta y ya está.
Good position.
De verdad. Pellegrin, de verdad. Manda su. Hasta que pite. Vale, 96. Come with me.
To the whistle. In the meantime, we were saying, weren't we, Miami 7 got lots of Spanish players that'd be eager to know what's going on against Portugal right now.
Drawing 2-2. In the meantime, there is this free kick on the edge of the box for Miami 7. A big chance. Looks like it's going to be Josu to take it. It is Josu! Wow. Again, that's one of those that we had such a nice angle. I thought it was just going to bend inside before Carvalho got a hand to it. Julio Cesar. That was a sweetly struck free kick from him.
And just tried to get in touch with the Brazilian cast. They're just telling me they're just very competitive. So there's nothing actually happened off the ball. There was no incident. They're just very competitive. So there you go. That's all it is. But it's good to have an answer to it. And the case closed.
It's close indeed. It was a bit bizarre initially, but it sort of just came out of nowhere all at the same time screaming. It was quite difficult to understand why they were screaming or who they were screaming at, because nothing had really happened on the pitch.
Listen, it's good. It's good journalism as always. You want to know what's going on, why things have happened, and get to the bottom of everything.
If they tell you it's raining outside, you need to open the window and check for yourself. That's what they say about journalism. And there they are. These are especially that voice that you could hear was the loudest of them all. Treatment for Helber Jr. in the meantime. A little close up there on his left knee. He's back up on his feet.
We haven't got we talked, didn't we, a bit about sort of Samba style, what we saw Dendele in the house, but we haven't really had too much of that, have we, this evening? But
no.
To be fair, the noise is coming from the FLUXO.
That's probably why we can hear them so much.
Yeah, that's also a good point as well. They're just very competitive, and they'll use every little, I won't say trick, but yeah, every little trick they can.
Yeah, euphemism though, that, isn't it? Like, oh yeah, they're competitive, but I don't know.
It's
a little bit nasty as well, isn't it?
Remember the sledging from the Australians in the cricket when it used to be the Ashes, and then they would get really in the faces of the English. And Shane and Vaughan was brilliant for that. The late Shane Vaughan.
He was brilliant.
Yeah,
he was a funny guy.
With the wicket keeper and was it Vaughan?
Wicket keeper for Australia.
No, the
Michael Vaughan for England.
Michael Vaughan for England. Ponting, I think.
Ricky Ponting, yeah.
Hunter. And I remember the bowl and Shine.
Josu.
We all would go out to the playground and try and imitate Shane Warne. With his bowling, but also the voice. We'd be trying to get to the heads of the palms of the Englishmen, weren't they? It was, they were great battles, great days. Sledging, they called it, didn't they? Sledging,
yeah.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I've had it before as well. When I had a little stab at cricket, it didn't last very long. I got to the sort of the crease, and the guy said, "Oh, lovely shoes." By the time I looked also to say thank you, I've been bowled out. It's true. And they were lovely shoes. They had the sort of British flag on the back kind of thing. They were white, and got in, I said, middle and leg, please. Got my position, crease. The guy went, "Oh, lovely shoes." I turned around, "Oh, thank you." Boom, bowl. That's it. They call it, it might have been, I don't think it's a golden duck.
You can always spot a newbie. Golden duck, yeah, first ball.
Oh, it was a golden duck. There you go, yeah. A diamond duck is the first one of the game, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. First one of the season, I think, was a ruby duck.
Wow.
I'm not mistaken.
No. So, yeah, it was a golden duck, and didn't last very long.
I've had a few ducks in my time, so...
Yeah, thanks, mate.
And it wasn't down to any sledging.
Should have known better.
Our post.
Should have known better.
You can always spot a newbie,
All that cricket
a bit of fresh meat.
All that cricket gear, never got to use it.
Salva, mira que no esté dentro, por si acaso.
So, final 15 seconds.
And we have the roll of the dice. It's going to be the Persas president, and Persas, of course, who await the winner of this game.
So is it... Almost the goal. I was looking over to see who was going to throw it. Again, they've done the same thing as yesterday, in which they threw the dice too early, too quickly. Camera wasn't on him, making our poor floor manager work quite a bit. Just wait. Now.
There he is. It is heavy, by the way, so a bit of strength, which he does. Good push, good throw. And it's two.
He didn't give it too much rotation, though. It only moved over 2 blocks. So it is a 2 in the end. Let's see what they're saying in the bench.
É Bolt e Chaveiro primeiro, depois Albert e Chaveiro. Tá vindo na marcação. Vai lá, Bolt. Bora, mais um gol. Bora.
So we didn't get too much insight, although we will be heading back to the benches in just about 2 minutes' time. So we'll be able to hear a bit more from Dani Romo and Paulo de Vasconcellos. As it's Jero Martin against Bolt yet again. Let's see who comes away with the ball. Oh, Jero Martin is away. But Bolt got back. Battling away is Jero Martin. Oh, he's done well to try and stay on the ball, and he's prevented Bolt from counter-attacking. So damage limitations from him as the keeper sprints over to be substituted. Mateus with Bolt. Bolt to shoot. Saved by Bertrand. The sprint is on. I think Jero Martin might get there first. No, he won't. It's Mateus Chaveiro. He made up some ground there.
That was a real foot race, wasn't it?
It was like
real foot race.
You on the way back to the hotel.
Oh, I'm tired. I just want to get to bed. Just want to get to bed after a long, long day. Now Bolt again.
Mateus Chaveiro. Another save by Bertrand. Well, he's responded well to that mistake.
Oh, it's an open net.
Vives. He's caught late by Vinny. Bertrand with the shot. Bertrand with the goal. It's 2-2. Miami 7 are back in it, and it's nice to see after the mistake. Alex Bertrand getting his first goal of the competition.
He's made amends, hasn't he? A mistake earlier in the game, which gifted a goal to the Brazilians. But he has shown real character, real bottle to head back, and a long-range stunner.
Very good goal. A very good goal. That was not easy whatsoever for Bertrand. Helber Jr. Mateus Chaveiro across to Helber Jr. Slight suspicion of an offside. Helber Jr. continues, and he scores into the empty net after dancing the samba with Alex Bertrand. Don't think it is offside because they're making the substitution and
just
getting on with things.
Now, I'm just checking, Bruno, also looking at the referees. Actually, he is just...
I initially thought that maybe he could have been offside.
Just trying to listen into his earpiece, so it may... No, okay, confirmation that the goal stands. That's
offside, okay.
There was a little moment of hesitation here from us as well. Let's see if Miami 7 can go immediately back and make it 3-3.
Oh no, down the other end.
It's going to be 4.
Goal for FLUXO. Vinny makes it 4-2.
Vinny Jones, lock, stock, and 4 smoking barrels for FLUXO. And again, they're so good. They've been really good tonight, haven't they? Capitalizing on any error, but now have to think about defending.
Juanan gets one back for Miami 7. It's Juanan Gallego. 5 goals for him in this tournament, just like Vinny.
Oh, this game, it just keeps ebb and flowing, doesn't it? Backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards. 4-3. Don't want this final 2 minutes to end, do we, Bruno? Far from it.
Helber Jr. Is there still one last goal? Mateus Chaveiro, saved by Bertrand. I don't think there's going to be time. There will be just about for the corner. Helber Jr. comes across. Mateus Chaveiro plays it to Helber Jr. He's going to have to try and finish the move. Helber Jr. Helber Jr. rifles it into the roof of the net. 5-3 for FLUXO. It goes to celebrate with that raucous crowd of streamers over to the left of us. So 5-3 heading into the interval, a 2-goal advantage, and there's been a yellow card. I think it might be Freito Vives, whose disciplinary record is not the greatest at this tournament.
Yeah, he's only just returned, hasn't he? And now he's got a yellow. What a way, an explosive way, Bruno, to end the first half. He struck it so well, didn't it? I was concerned that the goal was going to be brought crashing down. I'm going to struggle to find a better strike with much power than that in this competition. Let's listen in.
Vini, Chaveiro, Helber, Bolt e Itera. O Murilo segura. Bora. Eles estão com o jogador a menos.
Calma, que queda mucho todavía. Estamos ahora en inferioridad 2 minutos, ¿vale? Sí, sí, pero estamos en inferioridad ahora 2 minutos, ¿vale? Entonces, calma, que queda mucho. Tenemos nuestras opciones, chicos, confiad. Escucha, Pele, métete.
Doble gol.
So a double goal. The card locked in immediately. Played very, very early on this double goal. I think that might be because we didn't see confirmation, but I did feel like there was a yellow card being showed to Aitor Vives. They'll show us now the graphics department, I'm sure.
Yeah. Wow, Joker.
Oh, Joker.
They could wipe out that card or go for whatever they desire.
I'm not sure I heard them say that they're going to go for a penalty. Let's see. We did at least get confirmation that Aitor Vives did see that yellow card. And they have gone for the penalty, so deciding to get the goal on the board if they do score a penalty, of course, and then just try and grind their teeth and hold on against 7 players with 6 men.
But as we've seen that Joker card, haven't we, earlier in the competition?
Yes.
We've seen them use it to sort of wipe out immediately the opposition card, for example, steal their card. Now, on this occasion, going for the penalty, I think that's a good move to get your foot on back in. Reduce the arrears as well. Start the second half, or just before the restart, shall we say. Look, they're trying to make it difficult, aren't they? The representative, shall we say, in the FLUXO presidential booth. He's got to hold his nerve here.
So it is going to be Josu Rodriguez. Oh, into the bottom, just off the inside of the post. A slight moment there of hesitation, but Josu Rodriguez converts his 3rd goal of the tournament. It is 5-4, and now, after having done that part, it's time to defend, try to hold on for these 2 minutes with 6 players on the pitch, and for the 4 minutes to make sure that FLUXO don't make the most of their double value goal.
Yeah, but the way they closed out that first half, momentum's with them, they're full of confidence, they've certainly got their shooting boots on tonight, there's no doubt about that, so they'll be feeling confident, despite the fact that Miami 7 have just brought a goal back with that penalty, which was very close as well. It's just in off the post, and into that corner. Reducing their arrears, as we're saying, they've got to hang on though. Without Aitor Vives, a red card in the first game, now a yellow, and of course, should he get a second yellow, it would of course be yellow.
I don't know what the yellow was for either. I think it was for talking back to the referee at the end of the... Oh, Bolt, need to clear that danger. Bolt heads it back towards the box. Josu brings it clear, he's been tripped from behind, so that will allow the clock to run down a little bit more.
But that will suit them nicely. They're on the ball as well. Just got to be clever and smart when they're in possession, that's the thing. Can't afford to be caught out like this moment here. It's a scary moment.
That's a big challenge for Antonio Pellegrini, because it looked like Helbert Jr. was bursting through.
Vale.
Pellegrini is down, the time is stopped, so that he can receive some medical treatment.
¿Salva hay algo? No, ¿no? Ok. Fortuito, ¿no? Yo creo. Sí, hay algo.
Spray on the ankle for Pellegrini.
Yeah, the vanishing spray, not vanishing, but the magic spray. I say vanishing spray,
Vanishing
something
spray
else.
would be pretty worrying, wouldn't it?
Very different. Magic spray.
Vamos.
So let's get back at it. Don't know who's going to be taking the goal kick. Not going to be Bertrand in the end. They're going long towards Josu. A little bit too long, as it finds Julio Cesar. Out comes Vinny.
There he is, Vinny Jones. Starring another blockbuster. With another blockbuster, why not?
Victor Bueno. Mateus Chaveiro. Long distance shot. For now, Miami 7 will be content to see FLUXO shooting from afar.
Yeah, if they can reduce them just to that, just to taking efforts from
especially
distance.
With the extra man. Now they've got 30 seconds left until Aitor Vives is back. Ball stay in play. Yes, it did. Well, they're saying it was offside.
Yeah. And, it's having casters as well, raising their arm as well. They had obviously a much better view of it.
It looked like it went off, didn't it?
Yeah, right in front of it. Another shout out to Sabino and Pepe, who's on board then for the final week or so. Rotation amongst the Italian casters. Allow them to rest up, keep their voices fresh. Going into what's going to be a very busy week. Brunette's going to lead us. Looking ahead, obviously tomorrow we've got the more last chance matches, and then we're going to be going towards the round of 16, quarterfinals, semi-finals, and of course the final at the Défense Arena on the 14th of June. It's going to be a great, great day, great occasion, and we'll get an idea very soon whether FLUXO or Miami 7 will still be in contention for the final. And if someone can hold Porcinos, like to earlier, the Futbolistas LOCOS president, the team with the pig crest, as he described it. That's the team he wanted to avoid.
Well, Miami 7 have come through unscathed here. Intergalactic is back on. There's just a minute left of that card for FLUXO. So in terms of cards, you could say it's advantage Miami 7. They've scored from theirs. FLUXO have a minute left to make the most of theirs. Bolt does well to hold off the challenge of Aitor Vives. Victor went on the edge of the box. It's clear. Josu can run. Though he decides to turn.
No.
He feels that he was caught on the turn.
Va, Josu, va. Josu, no lo haga más complicado de lo que es, va. Y lo sabes, va.
Referee saying to
Venga, no lo hagas
Josu, don't make it more complicated than it is.
Yeah.
Venga, ayúdame, yo te diré lo que pueda.
That's
Ayúdame,
good
va.
refereeing. Quite rightly, just there's no need to exaggerate things. Referee's seen it. Let's get back on with back on with the show. Get the show back on the road.
Murillo to Vinny. Vinny's shot. Oh, how did that dip?
Well on the way, isn't it?
Five.
Yeah.
There are many of them on
well
5.
On the way, yeah.
Juan Gayo, of course, of Miami 7, also on 5. There's a big group of players on 5
There
goals
is,
so
yeah.
far. And now that card has expired for FLUXO, so they haven't managed to score that double goal window. So Miami 7 did well to come out of that one unharmed. Now it's just a case of those presidential penalties, whether they will be taken or not.
It was only the game involving FLC where they were used.
Oh, Josu! Offside! Offside! Well, he was looking to turn to celebrate Josu, but the referee immediately stopped him. He said,
No.
come back here. That was offside. That is not going to count. That is a close one.
It is a close one. I think though
They are checking possible offside.
as you can hear the referee saying
They are
it's
checking
being
possible
checked.
offside, okay?
We wait here. Clock's being
That is
stopped.
very close. That is very close. Do you know what? The boot of Vinny might be offside. I mean, the boot of Vinny might be playing him offside.
Is it a
No lo van a
stud,
ver
a
lo que me
toe,
digan.
offside?
That is
Or
good
is he
to be-
onside?
I think it might be onside.
I think here give the advantage to the attackers if it's
It's
too close
too
to call.
tight,
If
isn't
it's
it?
too close to call, I mean.
Offside, Salva, no es
You can
gol,
hear it,
offside.
offside, they're saying. There you go, offside. Look,
Oh, wow.
look at the reaction from the
Wow.
Miami 7 president. You get him say, what?
Wow. I don't know. It's not clear cut.
No.
It is not clear cut.
Far from, no, there's no doubt it's not clear cut. It wasn't an obvious. There was no daylight. Let's put it that way. Far from it.
Well, will that be
Miami 7,
something?
though, look to.
Is that something they're going to look back
Yeah,
on?
I was going to say, will that be one of the turning points you look back and say, oh, had they scored it, they may have gone on, missing that opportunity. Did the head start to drop? Again, we'll wait and see. These are all questions that will soon be answered. My preguntas, Bruno, for you and for the chat. Let us also know, guys. Keep writing and telling us what your thoughts have been on the competition so far, your favourites, the sides that may be disappointed by. Maybe we'll do it Móstoles, for example, who went out earlier too, Futbolistas LOCOS in that shootout, the only game so far with the presidential penalties. Of the 3 games we've seen now, the 4th, they haven't been called as yet. So Miami 7 come charging forward down this right flank.
Yeah, and you were saying that presidents in the booth here for FLUXO, but Adin Ross, of course, president of Miami 7. We can see him, he's looking on from home, trying to encourage his players. You can see his image on the sideline, so I'm sure the players will be able to spot that when he does try and encourage them and help them to try and win this very difficult fixture against FLUXO.
It is a very difficult challenge for Miami. So one of the wild cards, lest we forget, looking to fly the flag for the wild cards in this competition.
Foul on Helber Jr. They're asking for a yellow card. Again, a lot of pressure being applied. That's what the Brazilians are being capable of doing, is applying the pressure here, because there are so many people in that booth for FLUXO.
Sorry. Perdona, Vini.
Vini. Murillo. Victor Bueno. Was there a bit of an arm used by Victor Bueno? Yes, the referee spots it on David Ortiz.
Yeah, the arm was clearly outstretched there.
Juan Gallego. Ortiz to Aitor Vives. Juan Ramirez forced back by Vini to Alexander Bertrand.
Yeah, he's had highs and lows, hasn't he, Bertrand, in this game, that's for sure. A couple of errors, but also that brilliant goal from long range. Really audacious striking, maybe caught into action again.
Vini. Oh, they can run here. This is a chance. This is a chance for Miami 7. It was Zion Ferreira, and the follow-up shot. Again, cannons off a FLUXO player. Aitor Vives want to continue applying the pressure. Josu, he's been excellent today for Miami 7. Juan Ramirez was offering some width on the right-hand side. They've decided to go back towards Ortiz. Josu on the turn. It came off of Tiaguinho.
Do you like the Brazilian names, though? The Tiaguinhos, the Romarinhos, Helbers, Vili Menaquinha. Big fan.
Shot from distance.
Shanto, Brazilian casters, their favourite players were Adriano and the keeper Julio Cesar.
Favourite players in this side?
No,
of all time.
Of all time, yeah, of all time. Yeah. No, exactly.
Oh, right, okay. Oh, they've got a few to choose, do the Brazilians. Juan Gallego, that's excellent work from Juan Gallego. Oh, the pass was on to Zion Ferreira, and he couldn't quite pick him out.
Guys, those fine margins, isn't it, Bruno? Those fine margins, they've got to get it right.
He's looking good as well, Juan Gallego, 5 goals, and he's got that explosive burst of pace. Aitor Vives. Josu, who's outnumbered in the middle. FLUXO decide to play it back to Murillo. Now it's Mateus Chaveiro. Mateus to Murillo. Number 20 is Intera. Intera always pops up in the second half, doesn't really play in first halves of games for whatever reason.
I don't know, maybe just be an impact player, or not sure exactly why, but it seems to be the case.
Oh, that's nice football again from Juan Gallego. Juan Gallego, still Juan Gallego, denied by Julio Cesar. He's making things happen, though. The number 10 for Miami 7.
Brilliant work from him, brilliant burst through the middle. Did everything right. Thought, and then also by, we have to say, a really good save as well. That's fantastic. We have seen some really good football all around here as we approach the half-hour mark. FLUXO Brazil, Miami 7 of the USA.
That is off. Again, I'll be the acting linesman over here.
You can help the referee out. So these are two places, well, two countries I'd love to visit, Brazil and the USA.
Not been to the USA?
Not to Miami, not to Miami. I'd love to, but that part of the USA, Florida, would be just a a dream, maybe one day.
Bolt. Attack is on for FLUXO. Now there's a chance to counter. Especially with Juan Angayo, they've got that capability to catch them on the counter. Oh, that's a late challenge.
He's given the advantage.
Yeah, allowing the advantage as it struck over the bar by Mateus Chaveiro.
Well, there's space opening up here, isn't there? I think the tiredness maybe starting to creep in as well. There's a few gaps and holes. Team's quite stretched, aren't they? A little bit stretched. Need to just read.
It's good for Miami 7 that, though, I think.
Yeah.
Bolt does very well to turn away from Aitor Vives. Goal for Bolt, another one. FLUXO are up 6-4. That was magnificent from Bolt.
And Bolt by name, Bolt by nature, with a thunderbolt there and with the celebration to go with it.
The Usain Bolt celebration, isn't it?
It was indeed, and that was absolutely brilliant from Bolt. Just the touch to go away from his marker, the finish. He buried it into the bottom corner. That is one of the goals of the day, and certainly one of the goals of the tournament so far. Take a bow, Bolt.
I think Bertrand was expecting the shot to go across, and he just took that mini sidestep, and he was surprised that it came to the near post. Still only 6-4. By no means a Miami 7 out of this one. Oh, yeah, it's come off his left foot there.
Look at that. Look at that. Can you see Indera just celebrating here? The FLUXO player. After the error made by Miami 7, but there's a player down as well in the meantime.
It's Bolt, isn't it, I think?
If it is Bolt, it is a bit concerning. Hoping though it's just taking a knock. That'll be hoping for, and nothing too serious. No wheelchair in sight, or the stretcher. Having said that, it's just
looming.
Just looming in the...
Slowly making its way.
Yeah, I'm just ogling the horizon, and I can see it.
He can continue? Yes, it's okay? Okay.
There is Bolt. Has been the difference maker.
Cualquier cosa me dices, okay? Si estás mal, me
in this
avisas.
game, thumbs up from him. Bolt, the difference maker, has been brilliant. Don't worry about the scoreline. Still FLUXO leading here. As you can see, confirmation. And those secret cards have been played. The presidential penalties, we're going to find out if we're going to see them. I've missed them. They've only had them in one game. So I hope to...
We've not had many today, have we? With so much on the line as well. So, Aitor Vives, Miami 7 have 7.5 minutes to try and turn this around and stay in this Kings World Cup Clubs 2025. Alexander Bertrand looks up, there aren't too many options, plays it short to Josu. Josu over the top, it takes a deflection off of Helder Jr.
That goal from Ball, that's sometimes the difference, isn't it? A top player like that, when you need a goal, you need something just to edge yourself closer to the victory, and it was becoming very tight, and also Miami 7 had a couple of opportunities. That's just what you wanted. That was a moment of individual brilliance. Continue to praise him enough for that goal, making it 6-4, but Miami 7 are still in it, and we've seen they've had those opportunities. They have made life difficult for FLUXO, but they need to get a goal. We're approaching the 34th minute, just 4 minutes before those final 2 minutes. Now, as things stand, goals will be worth double, so they'd need to score just to go level and to take it to a shootout. FLUXO, they'll want to try and get the job done if they can before those final 2 minutes, and just put themselves out of sight and keep Miami 7 at arm's length and out the way. Miami 7 then, as things stand, they're going to be going home back to the USA or Spain, Brazil, depending on their nationalities. And Persas against FLUXO, that's going to be a very tasty affair indeed. Persas have impressed us, and with their performances in their first 2 games, they got the job done early, didn't need a last chance saloon. Last chance Shootout to get to the round of 16.
Luis Peralta was looking to turn. Mateus Chaveiro. Now Bolt. He's lost the ball. To Peralta. Torvives screaming at the referee to brandish a card.
He's calling for the VAR, you know.
Oh, Bolt's saying that he's been elbowed.
Well, I think that's 6 and 2 threes on that evidence.
Yeah, the referee, look, that's the best thing to do. Let's just keep playing. As it now comes to Juan Angallero. Oh, he skips inside. Juan Angallero! Saved by Julio Cesar. That was almost a very special goal from him.
Again, he's denied him. Again, it's those two. Once again, it's the keeper, though, for now, winning that brilliant duel, fascinating duel between those two. As Aitor Vives just screams for support and options and runners off the ball.
Juan Angallero again. Tees it up to Juan Ramirez. It's Juanan. Oh, almost finding Josu. Jero. Juanan to Aitor Vives. Aitor Vives. Aitor Vives. Again, Julio Cesar is keeping everything out.
He's having a blinder, isn't he? An absolute blinder. He and Bolt, the key players for FLUXO Decisive at both ends of the pitch. But Miami 7 is what we're saying. They've had their opportunities. They've made life difficult as they, on that occasion, unable to keep hold of the ball. But Miami 7, if they are going out, they're certainly going out giving a very good account of themselves in their first appearance on the world stage, on the international stage, against a very experienced FLUXO side. And FLUXO side with lots of really quality players. Again, loving that jersey. That shirt, should I say, Bruno. Another little hint, if you want to get me a birthday present, something like that would be great. Hawaiian style, Miami style, those colours, the bright colours, the sunshine colours.
Something for the streets of Nottingham, eh?
Yes, exactly. It would look I would look out of place in the grey, dreary, rainy weather, even at this time of year.
Juanan rise the challenge. Helber Jr. comes across the sweep up. Oh, that's lovely footwork from Helber Jr. But they've won it back. Jero. Jero to Josu. Josu attacks the space. Juanan, he's the danger man. He's the one they're looking to. Aitor Vives. At the back, it's Juan Ramirez. Goes back to try and attract the press from FLUXO, see if they can generate any spaces. Aitor Vives, it's very tight down that flank. It was never easy for Josu. And it's off of Vinny in the end, so throw in Miami 7. Aitor Vives getting back up onto his feet as they look to Jero Martin. Jero Martin! Another save, of course, from Julio Cesar. It's the same outcome time and time again.
It's been a constant theme, hasn't it? Bruno, in this second half, full marks to the FLUXO FC keeper, full marks as well for the effort, for the chances they created, but they've come up against this man who's in fine form, red-hot form, keeping in colours with the FLUXO jersey. Let's try and have a quick pause ourselves and listen in.
Ahí dentro es donde lo tienes que mostrar. Me cago en Dios. Tened paciencia, tened ¿Eh? Ya lo sé, hijo. Chicos, escuchadme. Dejad a Juanito de último, ¿vale? Juanito de último. Tú vete en amplitud. Vamos a ver si somos capaces. Pero vete al mismo... ¿Dónde está Juana? Vete al mismo sitio que Juana. Es decir, si está en derecha, vete a la derecha, ¿vale? Vamos a hacer la misma que contra 1K. Conduce y le vas a dejar solo. Tened paciencia en el giro hasta que llegue esa situación. Vale, Josh, vamos.
Well, it's interesting. He was saying, Danny Romo, to Aitor Vives, wherever Juanan is, go to the same position as him. I think they're trying to use Aitor Vives as a decoy to generate some space. They want Juan Angallero to be the player on the ball, the player finishing off any of the moves. He is, of course, their star player. He's very much been the number 10 in this game, so let's see if it works for them.
Direct approach, wasn't it? Very aggressive, and now opportunity at the other end.
Aitor Vives turns to Josu. Josu gets a favorable rebound. Now it's Luis Morales. Intercepted by Helber Jr. Juan Ramirez.
You know, we could have another team going out, but one of their players winning the MVP prize.
It's Luis Morales. Cannot get past Diaguinho. Picked up now by Juan Ramirez. Over to Aitor Vives. Josu. Juanan, now they've found their star player. Juanan threads it through. He's looking to wrestle away from the FLUXO defense. Luis Peralta couldn't find a way to turn. Back to Juanan. To his left foot, there's no space there, so he has to poke it behind to Juan Ramirez. Aitor Vives. It's well defended by Vinny. Juan Ramirez, almost finding Luis Peralta, but it came off of him.
I'm surprised not to see the FLUXO keeper in the candidates for amongst the candidates for MVP. He was actually the third best goalkeeper in the Kings League Brazil. 53 saves, and he's made plenty, not quite 53, but certainly a number of saves, almost into double figures in terms of key saves.
Josu slowed down that counter-attack. Josu to Aitor Vives. Aitor Vives, he couldn't find Juanan Gallego. Into the hands of Julio Cesar. Let's see how much added time there is. It's 2 minutes. 2 minutes to keep the dream alive for Miami 7. Mateus Chaveiro's shot was moving all over the place. It's spilt, and the follow-up from Diaguinho. Is it offside, though? Is it offside?
The arm is up. The arm is up.
It's offside. It is offside. They're going to check, but the initial decision is offside. Yep, so the goal doesn't stand. Miami 7 are still in it. Juanan Gallego. Free kick now on the edge of the box. This could be a chance for the Americans.
Really, as we say, ain't over till it's over. It ain't over until it's over. British saying it ain't over until the relatively
rotund lady sings.
Lady sings.
I thought that free kick was maybe a little bit closer than it is.
Yeah, but they've still got, they're on the ball. That's what they wanted, to get on the ball. They've a minute and a half or so, a bit less to be honest. Looking at the time, Aitor Vives, can he go from negative first game to being a hero, but he's disinterested. Doesn't look like he's going to strike here, Bruno. Unless it is. Very lengthy run up. There's two options here.
Well, they found no way past Julio Cesar today. This would be something special from Juanan Gallego. Julio Cesar with the save. I thought we were about to witness a David Beckham versus Greece.
Look at that.
That's a wonderful strike from
He
Juanan.
has been fantastic, and it's why he's one of the top keepers in the Kings League Brazil. Why he's up there as a candidate alongside Camilo Mena Monterde.
Headed away. There is still time to put together another attack. Down the middle, Josu to Juanan. Juanan chips it over towards Aitor Vives. Oh, he was offside.
Was that their opportunity? Have their opportunities gone with a little more bit of a cutting edge? This could have been a very different outcome, Bruno, but it looks like FLUXO will be marching on to the round of 16. Miami 7 heading back, getting on that plane home. The wild cards going out in this last chance stage. Overall, it looks like it's going to be 2 defeats and just 1 win. Unless, that
was going to be, again, the spectacular from Aitor Vives. And the full-time whistle goes. Miami 7 are knocked out of the competition by FLUXO. 6-4, the victory for the Brazilians. Another good performance from Miami 7, who've been rather unfortunate with the draw, playing against Portinos in the first game, then handily defeating G2 FC. But in the end, it was FLUXO, another Brazilian side, another strong team going through to the last 16. Look what it means to the players. Tears on the face. Bolt scored 2 again today. So that's how proceedings come to an end on match day 8. And look, Don Rivas is not too happy with the president of FLUXO.
This time we do have an MVP on the winning side. It's Luis Bolt, brilliant performance. That goal that actually made it 6-4 in the end, that they scored, proved to be the decisive one, the winning one to take them over that finishing line. A few moments of magic then from him that really proved the difference, and we are going to hear from him very, very soon. But the focus naturally is on everybody involved, not just Luis Bolt, the whole collective here. Everybody involved with the FLUXO side, from the president, from the representatives, everybody involved as they go through to the round of 16, and we'll see what it means now in terms of the bracket, who they'll, well, we know they're going to be facing Persis, but who they could then be potentially facing later on. We know the path to the final. Now let's hear from Luis Bolt.
Hello everyone, with the last match of these days, we are here with our MVP, of course, another perfect game for you. What can I ask you? This is the second time that we see each other here. ¿Cómo estás? What are your opinion on the match?
Graças a Deus conseguimos classificar aí. Foi difícil pra gente. A gente teve 2 percas nessa trajetória num jogo anterior, um lesionado e o outro teve que ir a trabalho, mas hoje a gente demonstrou o grupo que a gente tem, demonstrou a garra que a gente tem, corremos por eles, que um que viajou e o outro que está ali fora ali, com a gente, graças a Deus, Deus abençoou e a gente estamos na próxima fase, e agora é ter o pezinho no chão, concentrar para os próximos jogos e fazer uma boa partida.
Grazie, thank you so much. It's your time to sign the shirt. Guys, it's pretty unbelievable, but I think I understand everything you say. So, yes. Also, the pen is a little bit excited to sign the shirt after a match full of these emotions. Thank you so much. Just enjoy the winning. High five. Bravo. Bravo, bravo, bravo. Bravissimo. So, guys, let's see in live stream on Bazaar, so get the app and see you tomorrow as always.
We will certainly see you tomorrow, but let's recap what happened today. First of all, with 4 teams going home, 4 teams marching on to the round of 16. FLUXO capping off proceedings. Luis Bolt, the MVP, the man of the match in that game, with a brilliant goal towards the very end, that moment of magic which took them just over the finishing line. And now let's see the bracket in our Swiss system, and it's now really starting to get towards the business end, aren't we, Bruno, of this competition? Confirmation that FLUXO will be taking on Persas.
Very good game.
Fascinating game, a really, really exciting game. As we then go, and those games we played on the 10th and the 11th of June. Tomorrow, the final last chance matches as we go, can you believe it, now also into the 9th day of action. And talking of the 9th day of action, here's the fixtures tomorrow, Bruno, looking towards another day in the beautiful city of Paris at the fantastic Cupra Arena, which, if you didn't know by now, is at the Parc de Exposition.
That's right, yeah.
Kicking off 1900 and coming to an end with DMG against Jinxy, SXB against Carasu, Gigantes against GR7.
Finishing with the Brazilians again.
F2R against Lamine Yamal's La Capitale. So many interesting fixtures, and we'll see, Bruno, out of these sides who can make a statement in their bid, in their quest to make it to the final on the 14th of June. That's everything for now. Bruno, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
Been a pleasure as always. See everybody here again tomorrow, same time as always.
Hasta mañana.
Buona a tutti, monta.